just heard In League with Satan from the In League with Satan 7-inch from 1981 by Venom. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And this is Welcome to Hell, Mark. We're
Jesus.
here.
Our first episode.
Yeah.
It's a callback.
That was a callback. Yeah, you're right. Maybe we should have saved this to episode 300, but who knows? We've never
we'll
been
get that many episodes out of it.
Yeah, we've never been one to just wait for the embossed cover and the hologram covers and shit. We're just gonna do things when we need to do things, you know. So if it's 10 episodes early, so be it. But yeah, I think also welcome to perhaps our most ambitious episode that we've pulled off or tried to pull off in quite a while, if not the most in terms of like interviews and sources and different things like that.
Yeah, I would say that this is kind of what we did with Neurosis, but it's like dialed up to 11, which makes sense for this band.
Yes, it does. And in fact, Mantas, who you heard there with the opening greeting, in the interview I did with them, makes a reference to turning up to 11 like Spinal Tap a couple times. So and you know, supposedly some parts of Spinal Tap were influenced by stories of Venom a little bit, and you know, along Black Sabbath and a couple other bands. But yeah, so it's definitely appropriate. But you know, what you just heard there in League with Satan, the 7-inch, you know, I have lots and lots of resources. And one of the things that I stumbled on was from a couple years ago, it's whatever the 37th anniversary of this being released, which I think it was in April 19th, 1981. And it starts with a really quick quote from Mantas. And he says, "One day I came in with this riff and Abaddon started pounding the toms to it in a really tribal way. I was expecting a straight beat, but this rolling thing just started happening with the song. And the solo is just a bunch of single sustained notes with feedback, just noise, really. I had some lyrics and Conrad helped me finish them off. Then we put this backwards part in the beginning to make the song sound more evil. I played that on my Flying V copy and my Marshall. There was nothing fancy. We couldn't afford it." So it was you know, that's kind of the nature of Venom right there in a sense, like trying all these like weird ideas, but also like with very lo-fi production, lo-fi technique, lo-fi talent in a certain way.
But the enthusiasm and what they were trying to really do with this, I mean, I don't remember exactly who said this or if it was Mantas or where it came from, but it's been described that they used to tune their guitar and bass by listening to Kiss on a variable speed turntable or maybe that's just how it sounded to somebody, but that's totally it. Like nothing is in time. There's like this undulation and like primordial kind of vibe to everything.
Yeah.
But it was, they're taking that kind of Sex Pistols idea of, you know, sticking it in your eye to, you know, to the highest level possible.
For sure. Yeah. And I think like, there was another reference he'll make. I don't know what episode or what part it's going to sort of show up where he says, you know, we could take like 12-bar blues and Teacher's Pet and turn it into 13-bar blues in terms of like where the notes ended up. You know what I mean? Like not everybody like ends up in the same place by the end of it and stuff. So it's pretty entertaining stuff. But I mean, that's, you know, this song, you know, I mean, in a lot of ways, I've heard, I can't remember if it was Kronos or someone say that was the band's kind of attempt at mimicking like God of Thunder in a sense.
It's totally got that same kind of driving vibe. And Kiss is definitely an influence on these guys, probably more so visually and overall kind of vibe, like being a bit larger than life.
Although you'll hear in probably the opening little set here with Mantas, that was really his big gateway was Kiss. Kiss led him to like Judas Priest, and so he has a lot of love for especially Ace Frehley. So I think there's a lot more Ace Frehley in some of the stuff he's doing than probably most people assume, just because, you know, Kiss gets kind of looked at sometimes as like, okay, yeah, it's a good gateway drug, but they don't really have an influence on like the heavier bands, do they? But they do, you know.
They do. I mean, it's almost like every big band you can think of in extreme metal has that relation, like Entombed, Repulsion. That was like the one that could show people what could be, like what you could do. Like there weren't rules. Like you could look like a bunch of clowns and demons and make like, you know, you could have some love songs thrown in there as well. It was just like, it was very theatrical.
Sure. Yeah. And you know, I think just what they opened up for a lot of people and the pathway that they kind of took people into is super important. And obviously Venom is one of millions of bands that sort of, you know, beneficiary of that kind of mentality. But um, one of the things that's interesting about In League with Satan, I mean, it's obviously announces itself right away with the title. Look out, beware when the full moon's high and bright, and every way I'm there, every shadow and night, because I'm evil in league with Satan. I mean, that was not something you would have heard in 1981. Like, Sabbath made references here and there, but theirs was obviously it was a different approach. This is in league with Satan, not like fear of Satan. And
Sabbath was like, here's the evil in the world and beware. And Venom is, we are the evil, beware.
Yeah, we're part of the evil and we're like down for it, and that kind of and the original version that was recorded before the 7-inch version, which you can find, I think, on the Demon demo, either that or the Impulse Studios demo, it actually didn't have the backwards intro, and it has Clive singing on it. So, if you track that down, it's pretty interesting. It's really, really raw, even more raw than this, obviously. Yeah. But this is raw enough. I mean, like it gets the job done for 1981. There was nothing quite like this. And Tom G will talk about it a little bit later, but this is the first thing he picked up, and he was just like, infatuated with it because he just had never really heard anything that quite sounded this like barbaric before.
And not having, I think I believe he talks about that as well in his interview, which really struck home with me, and how me and Chris started the Requiem magazine back in the day was we didn't have any of this shit. Like it was all mythological because we didn't have interviews or we couldn't watch video clips. So like what you kind of created in your mind with the whole thing is I think it added more power to the whole mythos.
Yeah, people didn't know whether Venom were for real or not, in the early years until they started giving interviews. And I mean, they didn't play live, except for a few rehearsals in here and there. I mean, they had the balls to say, well, our first live show is going to be like the Hammersmith Odeon in London, like 3 years later, 2 years later. And so they were gutsy. They didn't do it the same way a lot of other bands did, in the same way like a band maybe like Dark Throne keeps some mystique by not ever performing live,
Sure.
Although because of the internet, a lot of that mystique has gone away. Fenrez has kind of become like warm and fuzzy, and he's not a scary figure anymore like he was probably in the early 90s maybe. But
sure, there's a little quote from David Wood, the founder of Neat Records, is that he went to the first Venom gig in Churchill and what's this Wallsend. They had the pyro and the smoke machines and set it all off. For the entire set, no one could actually see the band. They were immersed in fog. It was exciting. It was really exciting. Too damn loud.
Yeah. And then that's another way in which they took a lot from Kiss, right? They wanted like this kind of effects and the stagecraft of Kiss, but they were all doing it like very DIY,
Apparently they're making their own pyro, which, this day and age with all the liability laws the way they are, is like unheard of.
Well, I mean, there's stories. Well, I don't know if we'll get to them in this part, but in later parts that we're doing on this Venom thing, like where they'd like blow a hole in the stage, and there's just like all kinds of crazy fucking shit. So
yeah.
But originally, when we constructed this, this is all done to sort of essentially celebrate the 40th anniversary of black metal. But we're not just talking about black metal. In fact, we originally were going to be talking about black metal in part 1. But once a lot of these interviews that I'm going to talk about here in a second started to accumulate, we realized that part 1 would end up being like a 10-hour episode. It's just, we got way more than I thought we would get. I thought a lot of these guys that I reached out to would kind of do what maybe some of the people on Neurosis did, where they record like a little 5-minute thing and send it to us. And I was like, okay, that's kind of like bare minimum, like what I envisioned this to be. And then when we reached out, a lot of the guys didn't really want to do like the audio recording. They would rather like do live interviews and stuff. And I was like, okay, cool. And they all were very talkative. And I think they all, once they started talking about like Venom, I think a lot of them went back to the place that like, if somebody asked us about like Opeth or early Catatonia or Bolt Thrower, like we could just talk about it. Like, it's
these
super
like
easy,
kind of pivotal bands in their early, their like listening life, and also like early, like, Tom Angelripper talking about his, early musical kind of endeavors as well. Like there's a lot of, you can see like, or not, you can hear the twinkle in people's eye when they talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's cool. And so it's made this more ambitious in a way, and that's okay. But
that's what we like to do, is to think about something, and then how big can we make this?
Yes, yeah. We're kind of doing like the Venom Pyro, but with our own episodes.
Yeah.
We're just blowing shit up and making it kind of chaotic and harder for ourselves in some ways. But
Let's challenge constantly, like challenging ourselves. I think
yeah, I
is
think
a
it's
good thing.
I think it's what makes me hungry to kind of keep going back and doing this. If it wasn't fun, we wouldn't be doing it.
No, and just like with we've going back and listening and making notes for these songs. I've heard them a bunch. Like I've been listening to Venom probably since '94 ish. Before that, I'd heard a song here and there, but actually full albums. And then the reunion happened, where I was being serviced for cast in stone. I still have the slides from the photo shoots.
Yeah.
And I listened to a lot of it when I was working at Relapse. There's like this kind of renaissance of black metal. They even like Exit 13 even did like a parody cover, one of their albums that was like the little goat head from,
I remember.
From black metal. And there's just something in the zeitgeist right before that reunion happened. That's when I first started and I really only listened to the first two records a lot. So re-listening to this stuff is like, every time we do a show about somebody who we think like, what else is there to say? I hear so much more in the music.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just like, God, I need to go out and try to track down this kind of stuff. I've got like versions of this, but like, I want all the demo stuff.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, for me, my Venom origin story is interesting. I didn't have access to like knowing like metal history, and I would hear like references to them and maybe like a early Metal Maniacs issue that we were buying, or maybe Hit Parade or whatever we were reading like in the early 90s. And I wasn't buying a lot of magazines consistently, probably until like 95, really.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it was Live Intrusion. When I got that VHS, was the Slayer concert for Divine Intervention, and that was like the first Slayer record in my Slayer fandom in terms of like buying it new off the shelf. We had the other stuff, but like that was the one like I knew it was coming out that day, and I don't think I could drive yet, so I walked from Mount Pleasant High School like in the snow to like buy it from New Moon and stuff, and was so pumped. Like I remember like. I remember who I talked to. It was Don. And Don wasn't even working there. He was just hanging out behind the counter, like talking to Mike. And I just remember being like, "Do you have the new Slayer?" And like Don, Don's a sarcastic kind of guy. He's like, "I don't know. Like, I don't give a shit." Like he shrugged. He's like, "I don't know." And
I don't know. Do we?
Yeah. And I was like, "Oh, this guy's real fucking helpful." I just remember thinking that. And then obviously I ended up knowing that he doesn't give a shit one way or the other. He's just chill that way.
Yeah.
But so like Divine Intervention was like a big deal. And so I ended up buying the Live Intrusion. And in that video, they did a tour, I believe, with Biohazard and Machine Head, who I was into at the time. Mm-hmm. And they brought out Rob Flynn, and I can't remember who else, one of the dudes maybe from Biohazard. They're like, "We're going to do like a fun song, blah, blah. And this one's called Witching Hour." And like, I was just blown away. I was like, this song's fucking awesome. And it's Tom Araya and like Rob Flynn, like duetting in 1994. That was like a wet dream for me. I was like, I can't believe this is happening. And totally. I didn't know what the song was, mm-hmm. And then like somehow I figured out it was like Venom. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, okay, I think I like Venom. I just don't know what the original sounds like, Yeah. You didn't really run into Welcome to Hell or black metal. They weren't just like, in record stores or anything like that.
I don't think they're really in print until, a lot of that stuff, I think there was like some best ofs. Yeah. But I think a lot of it was kind of like hung up in some type of, bureaucratic nightmare. Cause I don't remember if I got those. I'm trying to think of what the CD versions of those would have been at the time. Cause all the second wave of black metal was like making us all want to go back and find all this stuff,
Find all this stuff. Yeah. The early like German thrash and Venom and
Bathory and everything. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So that was kind of my kind of intro. And then, like I said, I don't know if I even like owned much Venom. I think I got a compilation of some sort. And then of course, meeting like Chris and things like that. And then Chris doing hey, I just graduated high school. It was going to be my birthday. So I was going to celebrate my 19th birthday at this thing called Milwaukee Metal Fest. And I was at Chris's house waiting to be picked up. And all of a sudden, fucking Mark Rudolph rolls up in your little Toyota. And You're like, hey, and I knew who you were because I read Requiem and was like, oh, this is like, oh, cool, it's Mark. And I think you had been at Relapse, so you hadn't really been in Michigan much in the time that I was getting to know Chris pretty well. And
Yeah,
so
I
that
just moved back.
so like you and I, that was like my first meeting with you was on our way to see this Venom reunion. And so there's like something kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of something cool and cosmic about that in a fun sense.
Well, it's nice to look back at. I'm not sure how many years that is now. Was that like
97? That was almost 25 years ago.
25 years ago? Like, yeah, we're still talking about this shit
Yeah, no shit.
in a deeper way than,
Who knew when I got in the back of your Toyota that we'd be having, 25 years later chatting about that event.
I still have a tiny Toyota. Not the same one, unfortunately.
Not the same one. But yeah, so I think for me, like when I was putting this together, I said, I didn't really write a ton of like personal notes and song analysis, like what people would maybe expect of me, that I'm known for. Because Venom is Venom, I mean, I definitely have thoughts on the songs and things like that that I'll touch on. But I think like the bulk of the time that I spent with this episode was coordinating a lot of the different resources because there's so much literature and there's so many different like perspectives and opinions on Venom that I thought as a historian, it's like bringing in almost all these primary sources and trying to like make some sense of it. So like, I feel like my job, and you're probably going to hear me flipping through a bunch of different things throughout these episodes because I've just got like fucking stacks of books and articles and shit all around me. It's pretty chaotic, but like that's kind of the what I want to sort of bring to the table is like trying to orchestrate the chaos so that like maybe we can get the story of Venom, or at least as much of the story as we're going to get, because in interviewing Mantas, there's definitely some very strong feelings amongst the original three guys, and Mark and I aren't here to like kind of stir up controversy or like, we're not doing this to like as a taking sides or as an expose, but some stories have more mythology, I think, to them than others do. And, we'll probably address that a little bit without trying to like upset people. Cause I would love for all three members to check this episode out and not be like, fuck these guys, or whatever. Like I'd like them to be like, okay, they're doing their due diligence. They're just hearing out some different perspectives. They're reading some things, but we're not trying to do like gotcha, like, kind of things. But
that's cheap.
Yeah.
There's other like metal avenues you can go to get that kind of stuff.
So it's kind of like, it's like director's comment, when you see the director's commentary and they say like opinions of that you'll see are not the opinions of like the corporation or whatever. And I guess that's us too, like we let the people say what they're going to say, and definitely Mantas has his thoughts and he's very, he's very well spoken, and the interview I did with him is incredible and stuff. So just, whatever. I'm just kind of saying that for what it is. We're just trying to pull some sources and articles and books together and let them speak for themselves. But in knowing that I was going to interview Mantas, I made sure to like make sure that I was finding a lot of like good Abaddon and Chronos stuff, like to read and things. And, people can make of that what they kind of want, I guess. But, this multitude of voices that you're going to hear in these three episodes that we're kind of putting together here. We've got Jeff Dunn, known as Mantas. We've got Tom G. Warrior. We've got Martin Popoff, the author, and we'll be reading from some of his books as well. Jeff Wagner, the esteemed Jeff Wagner. We're also reading, I found a Metal Maniacs interview with Abaddon that Wagner did. So that's kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
From 97.
So that would have been the reunion here. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like right around that time. Tom Angelripper, from Sodom, who took their name from a Venom song that we'll be getting into. Mortiis from Emperor, and also his own sort of solo stuff. Dayal Patterson, who wrote the book, literally Black Metal, and the sequel to it. Mark Osagueda from Death Angel. King Fowley from Deceased. We've got Ian Christe. We've got Athagar from Midnight. We've got Ian Christe, for those that don't know, wrote Sounds of the Beast and also runs Bazillion Points. We got Scott Carlson from Repulsion. We've got Away from Voivod. And of course, Mark and Jason. So, yeah. And now that we're kind of, sort of separating this from two parts into three parts, The author of the new Denim and Leather book reached out to me. I reached out to him, and he finally got back with me like a few days ago. And I didn't have time to set anything up with him because I knew we were already action packed.
Yeah.
But I can probably get a hold of him hopefully after Christmas and maybe get something that will go into part two and maybe into part three a little bit too. So
really good book that just came out on Bazillion Points in Christie's publishing house.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like an oral history of, it's not necessarily, not necessarily an author guiding you through the whole thing, but them putting the quotes. That's basically, he does a little intro in each chapter, and it's set up kind of not a little similar to that Swedish metal book. I can't think what the hell it's called that we sang the praises of a couple years ago.
The Swedish
Niflheim
or the Bloodfire Death one?
Bloodfire Death book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, to me, it's just like a great oral history book, and oral history books for music are amongst my favorites. There's the really famous punk one that I can't think of it.
Is it Please Kill Me?
Yeah, that's like an incredible oral history, and you kind of let the people tell their own story, and some of the stories contradict each other, and that's kind of the way things work, right?
And that's journalism too, is to show the different sides from different people and what. That was the nice thing to see in this too. It was like, okay, here's these two people say this about it, and then there's these four people that say that was bullshit, or it's just nice to see all of it there, and you make up your mind for yourself.
Yes, indeed. Another good one for people who like great oral history stuff is I'm looking at my bookshelf right now. Oh, Everybody Loves Our Town, which is the oral history of grunge. That was like book of the year by like multiple magazines. Even if you're like minorly into grunge, it's still like fucking fascinating. It's really, really good. So as a history person, I teach my kids to do these essays that are called like document-based questions, where they have to like take 7 documents and write an essay using those 7 different perspectives and try and find a pathway through that. Yeah. You know what I mean? And like, I think that's a good skill because it considers different perspectives, and they got to sort out, weigh, and do all that stuff instead of just one source, that kind of thing. So, So anyways, that's kind of, that's who you've got lined up. They're not all going to be in this episode because, we've got life sort of updates a little bit, and Mark's in a reasonably interesting situation. I've already kind of told our patrons about it. I was like, hey, if we're a little behind, just have some grace because we're crazy things are happening here. So, Mark, what's kind of going on with you in your world at this point?
Well, this month I completed a book that I'm not at liberty to talk about quite yet. There'll be some press stuff about it, but it's an art book of my work for the last about 15 years. And so I finished, that was due the 1st of December. And then probably 2 weeks before that I had to submit the first manuscript. Me and my partner closed on a farm in northern Michigan. Leave it mysterious exactly where it is, but it's a 40-acre farm, multiple outbuildings. It's kind of like the rural, kind of little world we want to kind of create for ourselves out there, get out of the city. So we closed on that 3 days ago. Yeah. And then it's going to be a mad dash to get, my house on the market and get up there, but it's going to afford us a lot more. I feel like the solitude and the focus that you can get in the country, growing up in the country as a kid, I can't wait. I've got another book that's due in July, and that's going to be, a lot of, wood shedding to get that thing done. But lots of crap going on, lots of traveling, there's all kinds of crap, but just lots of good things happening. Just lots, really very busy.
Yeah. And I've had some extra things going on with school related things. I'm teaching a new college class through Ferris State University, and I have to create it from scratch, and it's a lot, but so Mark and I have been kind of like solo artists, kind of doing our own thing, kind of trying to pull this together. I would be doing the interviews and just chucking them up on Dropbox and be like, whenever you get a chance to start like chopping this up, so like we're kind of doing our own things, but like we're kind of working towards a center, and it's been it kind of stinks because you and I haven't really hung out much lately, but we are going to see each other over Christmas, which is nice. And
and things, in the next couple months, as busy as it sounds like it's going to be, things are going to slow down with, interstate traveling and, hard deadlines and all that. So it'd be nice just to, before we recorded today, we talked for almost an hour just about what's going on.
Yep, trying to catch up a little, but I did get to see Chris over Thanksgiving. I think that was before or after the last time we recorded, and so
Yeah.
that was nice. Got to stay with him and his wife, and we got to hang out with Jeff Wagner. We got pizza and beers and hung out and talked.
When you hang out with Jeff Wagner, the first time I hung out with Jeff Wagner when I worked at Relapse, we had pizza and beer.
Pizza and beer. That's what we did. Yeah, he brought the Dogfish IPA, the 120 one, which is the special one that's like 15%.
Oh,
and
nice.
So we partook in that. So it was good. Yeah, man, it was great. And got to hang out with Chris Ayers, who is a longtime contributor to Digital Metal with Chris, and recorded a little testimonial for our 100th episode, and did his own podcast for a little while called Metal Urges and stuff. So
it said he was inspired by us to start it. So that was a total pleasure and honor.
Very cool. But so it was good. It was a good time. So it's been kind of weird, but we're kind of getting back to some kind of equilibrium. And we knew that this episode was looming, and it was like it kept getting pumped with steroids, and I was like, ugh. So that's one of the reasons why for patrons we released the brutality episode, which some patrons have probably listened to. Although a few have already commented on our Patreon Facebook page that like they really dug the brutality show. So
cool.
There might be some people that still never subscribe to the exclusive patron feed, which now works the same way like our normal feed works, but maybe some people just didn't do that because they forgot. So
yeah, it's been up for probably 4 months at this point.
Yeah, 4 or 5 months. So I mean, if you do sign up and become a patron, you don't have to stream our patron episodes anymore. You can actually create a feed that operates the same way Spotify does, and
it's an RSS feed instead of whatever the hell I was doing before, because I didn't have the bandwidth in my mind to do anything else.
Yeah. And so we do have two kind of Christmas, New Year's gifts that are kind of coming down the pike. One is I believe it seems like Jordan Bondo has gotten pretty close to being able to launch our feed that has every episode we've ever done.
Yes. With revised show notes, with revised audio, everything. Okay. He's gone painstakingly. I want to stop for a moment and thank him immensely for everything, all the help that he's given me, because I'm basically kind of I feel like an old man that doesn't understand technology anymore, because I just haven't had to use it like I used to.
Yeah.
And he's kind of come in and everything, all the audio has been kind of equalized, and within basically all that needs to happen right now is they've changed how RSS happens, how it's aggregated in the iTunes store and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So he actually went through and gave me a step-by-step breakdown on how to do this.
Okay.
It's basically at the first of the year, I'm going to have that thing. I just need to change the RSS, and it's going to automatically aggregate the same way that it was before, except everything goes all the way back to episode 1.
Episode 1, which was called Welcome to Hell.
Welcome to Hell.
Yeah. So that's cool. That'll be a
14
nice
years ago or something.
New Year's gift. Yeah, almost 15 years. It'll be 15 years in April.
Jesus.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
So that's going to be a big one. And then for all of you that have, maybe there's some new people that have not listened to Requiem before, and they're joining us because of Venom. So my apologies for, our little sidetrack, but that's what we do. But for the people that are kind of longtime listeners, or at least long time as in the last 6 months, that we did this incredible sort of Andreas pledge drive for our bolt thrower episodes this summer, and raised a lot of money. He matched everything. And one of the things that we sort of talked about, and we kind of bid to the people that did those donations or signed up to be patrons because of the bolt thrower challenge, is that we would draw a name around Christmas time for a Christmas gift. And there are 19 names that we have. And one of those lucky 19 people at the end of this episode will be drawing their name, and they will get to pick a topic for a future episode that we'll be doing in the next few months. So that's pretty exciting. So that's our Christmas gift back to you guys for doing so much awesome things this year to help Mark and I out. Jordan helping us out, Andreas helping us out, and just it's been a banner year for patron stuff. And even though
the help that we've gotten from patrons to financially has taken a lot of the struggle off us, to pay for web hosting fees and for for resources and
buying
all this
books,
stuff.
all this kind of stuff. And I mean, it's a testimony, testament back to you guys. We really do appreciate it. Because we put a lot of work in on our end, and it's nice to know that you guys appreciate what we're doing. And this is a rare opportunity to kind of give something back. And we have been sort of like not as on the spot with, doing patron exclusive episodes. I think most people are okay with that. We're going to try, I think
that's kind of the overwhelming consensus is that it's okay.
Yeah.
Like, we don't need anything extra. You get, this is like a little tip jar for you guys, but we still want to give you something else.
I think they see that we're putting our money into this too. Like, it's not like, this episode and what you're about to hear, these interview clips. And I mean, this is some crazy shit that we're doing. So, and again, Mark and I are both working full time and doing all this other stuff. And so we're kind of, fitting this in where we can, but, it's really cool. So we do appreciate that. So stay tuned. I don't know yet. We're going to find out at the end of this episode. It's gonna be kind of crazy, but, I guess let's talk about Venom. I think let's do that. And because we got a lot to say about Venom. So I've got like I said, a lot of resources and things like that. So Mark, what I would say is just as I'm reading things throughout the episode, because I've got lots of different things, just interrupt me at any point and, offer some different thoughts and things like that, as I will as well,
Sure.
But I guess I want to start first, with Dayal Patterson, who wrote this book called Black Metal Evolution of the Cult. And I'll be using this throughout, multiple episodes that we're doing. And I just thought I'd read kind of the first couple pages of it where he really lays out kind of the history of Venom. And feel free if I miss something from Denim and Leather to color in some different kind of things, because this is more just the basic foundational story of Venom, I guess.
Sure.
Loud, aggressive, and not afraid to offend, Venom were not only pivotal in the creation and development of extreme metal, they were also arguably the first band for whom such a description could be considered accurate. In that context, the music may seem relatively tame by today's standards, but for a time, Venom were arguably the heaviest, noisiest, and most unpleasant metal band on the planet. The iconic trio did much to push the boundaries, not only with their chaotic music, but also their explicitly blasphemous approach, something that would have a massive impact on the metal scene in the years that followed. Formed in Newcastle in 1979, the group rose from the ashes of a number of earlier bands, most notably the short-lived five-piece Guillotine. It was at a 1978 Judas Priest concert that the wheels were put in motion for Venom's creation, when Guillotine guitarist Jeffrey Dunn, waiting at the bar for a drink, found himself chatting to a member of Oberon, another local band who were struggling with lineup difficulties. Recollections differ as to whether the Oberon members in question was a guitarist Anthony Bray or vocalist Clive Archer, but either way, the meeting was highly fortuitous for all concerned. Before long, both Bray and Archer had joined the Guillotine ranks, and the band name had changed to Venom, following a suggestion from a roadie. Two more lineup changes saw the addition of bassist Alan Winston and, more significantly, guitarist Conrad Lant, who had been playing in a band called Dwarf Star and was working as a tape operator at the nearby Impulse Studios. You want to jump in on anything there?
I have a little thing about an amusing thing from the Denim and Leather is talking about this 1979.
Yeah,
the priest kind of thing is Mantas is. I have no shame in admitting that days after that I went to the local music store, and this is just after the Priest concert in Newcastle Center, where I asked them to get me a Flying V, and that he couldn't afford, so he got this like Gibson knockoff. It was white and red, exactly the same as KK's. And I went to Boots and Chemist and bought a bottle of bleach, and that was it. So KK Downing became the only guitar hero to me, but also became a distant mentor. Back in the days, there was no internet, no social media, no connection with these people, so they were gods.
Yep. Yeah, and he'll definitely talk a lot about KK that you'll hear in the interview I did with him. But yeah, that's a good kind of introduction of what an impact that Priest and KK had on him. He kind of talks a little bit how he had heard a couple of Judas Priest songs, but it wasn't like until seeing them live that they all just sort of clicked. Exciter in particular was the song, the speed of it, and I think the aggression. And he was just like, all right, this is what I want to do. Here it is, The transition from this incarnation to the one that would become famous was relatively swift. The group first stripped down to 4 members when Alan Winston departed, a move that forced second guitarist Conrad onto bass, a fateful change that would see the band stumbling upon a dirty, rumbling sound that became a staple of their style and influenced many who followed. Quote, "We had a concert at Wallsend, just outside Newcastle," recalls Conrad, better known by his stage name Kronos. "And 3 or 4 days before the concert, I heard from a friend that the bass player didn't want to do it and was going to leave the band. So I went to the studio and asked one of the guys if they could lend us the bass. We didn't have time to get another guy in and learn the song, so I said that I'd basically just play all the root notes. And after the concert, we'd get a proper bass player. But all I had to play my bass through was my guitar stack, a Marshall 4x12 plus effects pedals. And when I played the bass into the guitar stack, fucking hell, it was like, that's I don't know. That's what
that's what happens with a.
I could spell it, but
yeah, if you ever play a bass through a guitar cabinet, not being a proper musician, but knowing a lot of them, what you get this distortion that is like kind of unnatural and kind of peaks what the guitar amp is supposed to do. The low frequency kind of really messes with it. And I think that actually amplifies the. I don't know if I didn't even realize that he was guitar, that Conrad was doing guitar at first. So all of those like Gene Simmons, like boom, all those slides and stuff. And then with how confidently he jumps around on the neck, just doing that root note, like, I don't think if he was just a bass player, I don't think it would have sounded as good.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's great.
Yep. And he says, and that's how the Bulldozer bass was born. After the show, the other guys were like, keep that. That sounds great. So I was like, okay, I'm now the bass player. 2 months later, the band went into Impulse Studios, where Kronos had managed to sweet talk his way into a free half-day session, and the band's first recordings were made, revealing a noticeable influence from earlier rock and heavy metal bands, as well as from the British punk scene, now rapidly evolving into the heavier hardcore crust punk, a genre whose Motorhead-inspired sounds actually closely paralleled Venom's. The result was an aggressive sound that combined recognizable metal traits with a less polished approach to musicianship. We grew up with rock bands of the 70s, Kronos explains, from T-Rex to Status Quo to Led Zeppelin to Deep Purple to Judas Priest to AC/DC. But I was also a big punk fan. I love the Sex Pistols, the Damned, the Clash, Sham 69, all that. I love the imagery, the youth of it all. It was very much where we were mentally at that time. Living up in the northeast of England, punk was the voice of our frustration because we were all leaving school and there was no work. But punk was over so quickly, like boom, a total flash in the pan. And the bands that I heard coming out of the back end of the 70s, the Saxons and Samsons and Def Leppards, I mean, to me, rock music is the devil's music. And it was like, wow, this is pop music. This is not rock and roll. And I thought if you put a punk back into metal, then we have a winning formula, because it's about the youth, how you felt, how angry you are. And that's something we wanted to put into the music because we weren't hearing it anywhere else. Kronos' determination to make Venom stand apart from everything else happening at the time stemmed in no small part from his day job at the studio, where he was witness to an endless conveyor belt of metal musicians trying to ape other successful bands. Bands would come in and say, can you make my guitar like Tony Iommi? Or can you make my vocals like Rob Halford? And I thought, what the fuck? There are these club bands. This is karaoke. So Venom's goal was always to be different, to create something new. And that's exactly what we did. We thought if we took all the best parts of all the greatest bands, we could make the ultimate band. So we took the heaviness of Motorhead, the doomy satanic side of Black Sabbath, the leather and studs of Judas Priest, the pyrotechnic side of Kiss, and combined it all.
There's a funny thing in Denim and Leather. There's Kronos goes in to talk about, how his main music was punk. That was like the music of his generation. And there's a couple different, like,
I think they call him out on it, right?
Yeah, they do. Like Abaddon and Tony Noble, the co-manager of Tigers of Pantang, and Mantas, all are like make fun of him because he was into like New Romantics and Kate Bush. Yeah, which is fine. Like people like what they like, but that might have been, that was the stuff that stood out. Like, oh, this guy's not gonna, he's not hard because he has a diverse taste in music. There's, it's at that time, it's kind of like all or nothing.
Yeah.
When you're young at that age, like you've got to tick these boxes. Otherwise people think that you're not what you say you are.
Well, and I think too, like Mantas kind of talks more about this, but he kind of says like, look, we already had a sound before Kronos even showed up. He was like the last person there. So like, yeah, he might've been into some of that stuff, but he wasn't really changing our sound that much. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm sure there's a truth lies somewhere in the middle there, but
sure. I think his approach to the bass probably was greatly different and improved from,
Sure.
the previous guy.
Vocals, obviously. Yeah.
Absolutely. His vocals, even if he didn't, there's the Ric Flairisms that we mentioned kind of before we started that, he's got this kayfabe thing that he kind of does with history. And, that's what this is about. This isn't about real people.
Yeah.
At a certain point, he's kind of like trying to live up to this mythology, which actually Mantas talks about this. We adopted the stage names because we just wanted to piss people off and be arrogant and fucking obnoxious. We all seem to be in the same mindset where we wanted to be the loudest, the fastest, the biggest, the baddest, the dirtiest, the nastiest. That was the premise of the band. And I'm not going to go out as Jeffrey Dunn. He's not going to go out as Conrad Thomas Lant. We're not going to go out there as fucking Tony fucking Bray or whatever whatever your fucking name is. We just decided to change names. And at that point, I think one of us had a copy of the Satanic Bible between us, and we bought a fucking off the newsstand, and that's how the names were come up with.
Yeah, no, and I think that's so important if you talk about like the legacy and the impact that these guys are going to have. Like you look at like what, Hellhammer and Sodom and like all these bands are going to immediately adopt stage names. And that wasn't, Kiss had it a little bit with Star Child and
they still had their names, but it was like Gene Simmons : the Demon.
Exactly.
So it was like not quite there. Alice Cooper was there, but that was like
he was playing a character.
It was a character, but this was like completely. I mean, there might have been somebody else, but as far as I'm concerned, that was kind of an early thing they did that really affected the rest of thrash and extreme metal.
Yeah, I think that's a huge innovation indeed, for sure. This is from it's called The Story of Metal, which it's 1964 to 86. It's part 1 of 2. I don't think they put out volume 2 yet. Rockhammer, Classic Rock, and Metal Hammer put it out. It's pretty cool. It's kind of like one of those, I don't know, like specials that they put out like once a year or something. But Kronos says, we had no idea what we were doing. So going to what we were doing was going to become such a big thing. So many bands were trying to be the next Iron Maiden or the next this or that. We just wanted to do what we enjoyed. You had a band like Tigers of Pantang, always dropping Purple references. We want to be the next Deep Purple. Well, Venom never did that. We never said that. We said, we are now, we are new, we are Venom. I think that's a well-stated sort of quote there.
We are Legion, yes.
Yeah, we are Legion, absolutely. Let's see. There's another part from this that I want to sort of show you. Oh, okay. Let's see. There were several key environmental factors at work during this unholy conception. Newcastle in the late 70s was a hard-bitten industrial city, destabilized and depressed by high unemployment and profound lack of meaningful choice available to majority working-class inhabitants who lived there. It was a city where you put on your father's clothes when you were old enough and then went and did his job. Except according to Kronos, that wasn't an option in 79. There were no jobs left. Everything from the dark satanic mills of the English Industrial Revolution to the once mighty shipyards had been forced to shut up shop, leaving most of the erstwhile sons of toil signing up on and pissed off. The city was, in many respects, similar to Birmingham, the home of Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, and half of Led Zeppelin, all favorite groups of the bassist. Except a decade later, many young Geordies had fallen under another spell as well as metal. Growing up in the 70s in the north of England, punk meant everything to me. The whole industry was dying, the shipyards, everything. There was no future. There was no hope. Punk music was a way for the real people in this country to get a voice. It was the great unwashed getting a say for once, shouting, fucking hell, we're not happy about this. Seeing his desire to be in a metal band as a mission, he was drawn to work with Abaddon and Mantas simply because they struck him as the only people he had met who were as driven as him. Their chops were the last thing on his mind, and in return, the other two were keen to work with Kronos because he had access to the studio. Ironically, the only place they had played with any great regularity before they recorded their debut album, Welcome to Hell, was a church. He laughs and says, our practice room was a church. Our first ever gig was a church, and our first demo was recorded in a church. I've still got the tapes. We sounded fucking terrible. There was this Methodist vicar who liked the idea of putting a few bob in his pocket. So we would set him up on the altar just in front of the pulpit, and away we went. The vicar used to let us in and then fuck off. So we ransacked the place, basically. Ha, ha, ha. I've still got some of the big old candles and crucifixes that we nicked off of them. So.
There's another contrary opinion to their first gigs is Mantas is talking about Venom's very, very first gig. This is actually probably previous to Kronos. as a 4-piece lineup was his girlfriend's birthday party. And I don't even think the other members would remember that.
Well, and supposedly, I know this is in Denim and Leather, and Mantas will tell this story in full, so we don't need to go too deep into it. But that, where those two met was through each other's girlfriends, essentially. I think each other's girlfriends were friends or something along those lines. And that's at a party where they kind of first started chatting with each other. And they, Mantas will tell the full thing and probably one of these parts that you'll hear in this episode. And it's a good story, but yeah, and I believe it was either in Denim and Leather or one of the others. I've read so many goddamn sources, Mark, that I can't keep everything straight. So
I used about a pack of sticky notes. So
yeah, it might come out later, that same story that I'm referring. I just can't remember all the stuff, but with this kind of early era, another source that was kind of cool, and there's only a couple things I'm going to read from this, but this is a fun little book that I picked up a couple years ago, and it's called A History of Heavy Metal from Andrew O'Neill. It's got Neil Gaiman on the front saying absolutely hilarious. And Andrew O'Neill he's an award-winning comedian, but he's also like a huge heavy metal guy. Mm-hmm. And so, he kind of takes like a more humorous, lighthearted approach to some things. And I thought Venom take a piss on themselves too, right? They kind of like laugh about some of this stuff.
That's the whole point.
Exactly. So this is like, there's some like good humor in his kind of commentary here that I want to share a little bit of. Let me see here. All right, so we'll start. You can trace any event back through the cluster of factors that made it happen and dissect its causes to the point of absurdity. If Hitler had been a more successful painter, the Second War may never have happened. If John Lennon and Paul McCartney had never met, guitar music wouldn't have made its 60s resurgence. And if Black Sabbath and thus heavy metal wouldn't exist. And if it weren't for a holiday camp in Benidorm and a British government youth training scheme, black metal might never have been a thing. Between 79 and 81, a teenager called Conrad Lant worked for Impulse Studio as part of the conservative government's Youth Opportunities Program, a scheme in which the government paid for youth between 16 and 18 to be employed and trained on a job instead of receiving benefits. YOP and its successor, YTS, were the butt of jokes throughout the 80s, as the typical recipient was often said to be a gormless waste of space imposed upon an unwilling employer. But the scheme did have positive outcomes, as people like the soon-to-be named Kronos could work in jobs where there was otherwise would not be a place for them. Lant was basically there to make the tea, run errands, and in one case throw a mic up bin full of scrap metal down the stairs for the end of Tigers of Pantang's first single. So let me restate. So his job was throw a mic up a bin full of scrap metal down the stairs. Yeah, there you go. It placed him at the heart of the new wave of British heavy metal. No album had been a shot in the arm for an alien scene. It revitalized interest in heavy metal and provided a much-needed injection of youthful vitality. The band that Conrad Lant went on to front had more significant impact on the metal that followed than any other. Iron Maiden and Def Leppard conquered stadiums and charts worldwide, but stylistically, what they were doing was nothing all that new. Venom were harder, faster, heavier, and more satanic than any band that had preceded them. The history of Venom is mired in misinformation, retractions, rewriting of history, bickering, and general bullshit. The orthodox version is that Venom formed from 3 different bands, Guillotine, Oberon, and Dwarf Star. The guitarist Jeffrey Dunn denies that any of these were real bands. I don't think he denies that. Even the one he was supposed to have been in, quote, all this about all these other bands, I've got no evidence to suggest that they ever existed, he said in the wonderful Neat and Tidy. The fact that 3 Geordies, and here's how he defines Geordies. He says, if you are unfamiliar with the word Geordies, it's what happens when Scottish people fuck Vikings.
So that's what the Brian Johnson band, Geordie, was.
Yeah, it's a reference to the accent of the Newcastle people. So they call it the Geordie accent. So they do sound very Scottish and stuff because they're right on the kind of border with that. So the fact that 3 Geordies named Conrad Lant, Jeffrey Dunn, and Anthony Bray changed their names to Kronos, and he says the Roman god of watches.
Yes.
Mantas and Abaddon dressed up in more leather and spikes than Judas Priest on a gay pride march and invented extreme metal. Oh. We decided on using stage names very early on. This is kind of what you were talking about. I thought it would be lame to be singing about Satan and demons and all the dark forces and have basic normal names. I felt it wasn't right. We needed names. We needed names to fit the personalities, something more formidable and demonic, said Kronos, as quoted in their official website. Venom were a total aberration in new album. They just didn't sound like anyone else. While the approach of most bands echoed that of the old guard stadium fillers, albeit on a smaller scale, just look at the number of vocalists who modeled their stagecraft on Robert Plant. Venom were groundbreaking and uncompromising in their aesthetic. Everything was extreme. Their first single, In League with Satan, Live Like an Angel, Die Like a Devil, was a Molotov cocktail thrown into a party. They were explicitly satanic. Black Sabbath's apologetic, scared Christian approach to the infernal was replaced by a celebration of Satan as an ally. Venom considered Ozzy a disappointment because every time he talked about Satan, he'd go, "Oh no." For the first time, a metal band presented themselves as the bad guys, as evil. This may have something to do with their love of wrestling, taking their cues from wrestling heels, the bad guys. They weren't scared of Satan. They were in league with Satan. Ozzy warned you against what he saw. Venom warned you against themselves. Look out, beware, when the moon is high and bright. The extremity of their lyrics was like nothing that had gone before. They celebrated rape, masturbation, venereal disease, prostitution. The Satanism is explicitly blasphemous. Not only that, they use actually reverse satanic messages. He says the backwards incantation on In League with Satan, when played forward, says, "Satan, priest in hell, I'm going to burn your soul, crush your bones. I'm going to make you bleed. You're going to bleed for me." Yeah. So, pretty wild stuff. And he's got a great story I'm going to tell a little bit later about Tom Araya like pissing on Kronos. So I'll save that for when we get to it. But
the funny thing is we had there was another pissing on, God, what was that from now? Oh no, that's from a book that I'm writing. I can't talk about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Another person pissed on another well-known musician.
Oh yeah? That's so funny.
It became like literally taking the piss out of somebody.
Oh, taking a piss. Yeah.
Yeah. Taking a piss on somebody.
So when we sort of set this up, hang on a second here. Got my next little source. I want to read one thing. This comes from Classic Rock, Louder Classic Rock. And this is an article that Jeff Barton wrote, which is pretty cool because he's obviously one of the guys that was at the center of all of this new album stuff. And he's the guy that gave them a 5-star review in Sounds Magazine and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But this is him reflecting in 2019 back on some of the stuff that was kind of going on with Venom. And he starts, I'm kind of skip over some of the intro stuff. And he says, as Lars Ulrich once said, the first Venom album, Welcome to Hell, was a classic. Black metal, speed metal, death metal, whatever you want to call it, Venom started all with that one record. Alternatively, as John Bon Jovi would have it, this is the sort of shit that gives heavy metal a bad name. Quote, John Bon Jovi. He says, that's Venom for you, a legend in their own demise. It all began with Elvis Presley, as it often does. I started listening to music at quite an early age, Kronos snarls. Elvis was my hero. Then I moved to David Bowie, T-Rex, Status Quo, and Led Zeppelin. But my serious, hardcore, life-changing experience came with the Sex Pistols. And he kind of gets into that, which we've kind of already heard him sort of talk a little bit about. It says, Kronos played in a band with school friends, but we just made racket. Same as now, really, he snaps. I just thought it was so much fun that you could kind of make it up as you went along. And considering I've been acting in plays from a very young age, learning and memorizing the whole script, which is great fun and hard work, I was totally relaxed on stage in front of an audience. But with acting, you have to read other people's lines. So playing music was like a spontaneous outburst. We just jammed on any riffs we could come up with and shouted out the words on the spur of the moment. Those were the good times. So we're kind of starting to see like the formation of these sort of different personalities and some of the different things that they're going to kind of bring to the table, which I think is kind of key in all this, you know. And then the last thing before we kind of start to set some things up and talk about kind of the demo stage is I'll share this. This is from the Decibel issue with the esteemed Phil Anselmo on the cover. But it's when they inducted Welcome to Hell from Venom into the Hall of Fame. And I'm trying to think who did that. Adam Tepedelen did that. And there's just one little part I wanted to sort of share on this, and we'll obviously turn back to this a little bit differently. And he asked them how well Venom was accepted into the Newcastle kind of metal scene initially. And Kronos says we weren't really, because we set our sights high from the word go. We wanted to put 2 drum kits together. We weren't happy with 1 drum kit. We didn't want just 2 4x12 cabinets. We wanted like 200 4x12s because we were so over the top. Everybody was wagging their finger like, tut, tut, tut. You don't do it like that. What you need to do is work hard, play the clubs, pay your dues. We never understood that. We used to look up to bands like Kiss and fucking Judas Priest, Led Zeppelin. We didn't look up to fucking Motorhead, Sham 69, or the Sex Pistols. We weren't looking up to some little bar bands who had 50 people in the crowd. We wanted fucking millions of people in the crowd. Um, Dunn says, Mantas says, we were pretty much the outcasts at the time. We weren't liked, let's put it that way, by the other bands in the area. I think the thing with that was just the fact that we sort of came off the back of the punk scene and we were trying to do something different and not just be your standard sort of rock act. All the other bands far outweighed us in playing ability and technical skill and all that kind of stuff. But with us, it was sort of the right place, right time. And then Abaddon says, initially we weren't accepted. We were called punks with long hair. At the time, some of the bands who were kind of pre-new wave of British heavy metal kind of still saw themselves as hangovers from the 70s. We were kind of outlawed a little bit. I don't think we were striving to be fantastic musicians. We were striving to be a good band. And I don't think some of the other bands really understood that. And they used to look down their noses at us a little bit. So I think that's, I think what I wanted to do with all those things, and I don't know, tell me if we've done it or not on your end, Mark, is kind of really establish the personalities and the ethos of sort of what these guys are kind of all about and all the stuff that they're putting together before they actually start recording things, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they've almost created their mythology before they've created their discography.
Yeah. And one of the things that Mantas kind of told me, and I don't know what part it will show up in, but I thought it was really a cool thing, is he kind of said, like, look, if I had a choice of being like the best guitarist in the world or the best songwriter in the world, I'm picking songwriter 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like that's kind of who they are, you know, as rough as they are, you know, they're not known for the technicality and stuff like that. But like, you can sing along to Countess Bathory and you can sing along to several of their songs for as rough as they kind of are.
Oh my God. In League with Satan, like as I was redoing the bathroom at my house here, my girlfriend Lisa I was just playing it on a speaker, and then I ended up using the vocal line for In League with Satan, just talking about normal crap around the house for the next couple of days. like broccoli in league with chicken, kind of just stupid shit, because it's so catchy.
Yeah.
And when you hear these songs again, it's like you've always known them. They're so pop. They're like they're much. I think it's kind of deceptive how raw everything is, but then they're written really well. Like I think Mantas definitely is nailing it right there. Like they weren't. They're like guys sitting around with a beer, like banging on a bar stool. You know, it's not. You don't even need the guitar for some of this stuff. It's just so anthemic.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think that's like kind of crucial for as much as this stuff is like rough around the edges, and it was rough and it was considered like as crude as possible. Certain journalists like Jeff Barton that we just kind of heard from, you know, they heard the genius of this, and certainly what it unleashed upon the world in terms of influence. Maybe the older generation and some of the other kind of contemporaries in Nawabum kind of thought it was a joke, but like it wasn't, you know, like the personas might have been a joke, and obviously the evil kind of like thing that they were putting on, they weren't like evil people really, and the satanic stuff that we'll kind of get into a little bit more later. It was definitely like done for shock value, but like at the end of the day, when you pull all that stuff away, you still have these great songs.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think that's really kind of crucial for them. So basically what they kind of did is, you know, the song we opened up with is from their first 2-song 7-inch that was kind of put together after they initially did a 3-song demo, which they called the Demon Demo, in April of 1980. And then they did a 6-song Impulse demo in October of 1980. All right. Now, I'm not going to go too much into all that sort of stuff, but like we're going to hear a little bit of some samples from some of this. And what's cool about those first 2 demos is it's got Clive Archer on vocals. So like, you know, that's kind of interesting for longtime Venom fans like ourselves to like actually like hear Clive Archer kind of singing and kind of be like, oh, that's, you know, it's different, you know. And you'll hear it on Venom, which we're going to kind of open this next setup with after we hear from Mantas and Tom G. Warrior. But you know, so you'll get a little taste of that coming up in a second. We'll kind of talk more about it. But you know, when it comes to the actual sort of recording of things, I want to sort of get into that a little bit here, because this is now the time where they're going to start to actually put things out. And so This comes from the Venom biography, The Ultimate History of the Ultimate Band. It's a website, the black metal venomlegions.com, and they've got a lot of sources there and stuff. But it says, during the weeks of rehearsing new song ideas, Kronos was working at the studio trying to convince the studio owner to sign some rock and metal bands. But that wasn't going to be easy, as they had no knowledge or interest in heavy metal and preferred to run a few small folk labels and hire the studio to session musicians. Getting into the studio record was quite a challenge for me. I used to pester the managing director about bringing my band Dwarf Star into the studio when I first got the job, although without any joy. Then when I formed Venom, I tried again, although without any recordings for the MD to hear. He wasn't going to entertain my ideas at all. So one day at the church hall rehearsals, I set up an old crappy cassette player and recorded our rehearsal. It was terrible. The hall was way too big, and so the recording sounded really distant and boomy, a right racket. But anyways, I played it to everyone at the studio, and they hated it. And not surprising, as the big church hall reverb didn't do justice to our sound, and we sounded terrible. Yeah. Soon after, I came up with the idea of trying to convince the engineer, Mickey Sweeney, to work a short session for free if I'd stay back every night in the studio and help him with other sessions. He agreed, and so now I just had to try to persuade the studio boss, Dave Wood, to give me a few hours for free also, again, agreeing to do all sorts of extra unpaid work around the studio. Eventually, he agreed, and this was when I finally got 4-hour sessions so we could record the 3-track demo. At last, we had goodish quality recording of ourselves to play to the world. And I made as many copies as I could to mail out to all sorts of labels and magazines. And one mag in particular was Sounds Magazine, which one of their editors, Jeff Barton, decided to put all 3 tracks in his weekly playlist. And for a few weeks running, he claimed he loved them so much he didn't want 3 different artists like the other journalists put in their playlist. He would just put 3 of our songs from the demo tape. So pretty kind of cool story.
Yeah.
And then again, when you finally get to the creation of In League with Satan 7-inch, this comes from what I kind of started the whole episode with. He says, what we did was we sent this tape to a magazine called Sounds, where Jeff Barton was the editor. Jeff loved the tracks, and he put the 3 tracks in his playlist. And then he did a review for White Spirit Single. And at the end of it, he put this thing saying, quote, and if Neat Records gets its shit together, it should release a single by the band called Venom. So we approached them back and then said, look, it's time for a single. So we went in, we actually recorded Live Like an Angel, Angel Dust, and In League with Satan. But the record company liked In League with Satan. So here we go. And here's what Conrad has to say. He says, we did the single recording separately. We did them first. We came in and just did those 3 songs, but left off Angel Dust. And then we got scheduled back in for a week to come in and do the album. And 3 days later, we were presenting the tapes. And then right around that time, as the single got released, there's a guy named Edwin Pouncey who was writing for Sounds. And this is what he wrote in his review of the In League with Satan. He says, Venom are totally corrupt. And while this piece of demon-riddled canker pales in comparison to the version they laid down and sent to the King of Kerrang, it still makes the best listening of this genre since Iron Man by Black Sabbath. As for the rest of you, wake up at the front. So like, it's kind of like Game On, right? Like shit's kind of starting to happen for them, you know? Were there any kind of stories about those early recordings of the demos or any of the stuff like before Welcome to Hell that you kind of grabbed from Denim and Leather? I couldn't remember.
Not that I found. I mean, there's when we actually get to Welcome to Hell, there's a couple of things in there that'd be interesting to talk about. But demo stuff is kind of, just more anecdotal stuff, not a whole lot of what was happening with a label.
Sure. I've got, before we really dive full scale, I forgot I had this from Popoff's book, from Wheels of Steel, the explosive early years of the Nawabum. He did a 2 or 3 part thing on Nawabum. And he's talking about, it's a quote from Kronos in the book. He says, we didn't want to be any regular heavy metal band because basically Venom came out of the big back end of the punk explosion in England. We've always been basic rock fans, Deep Purple and Led Zeppelin, bands like that. But the thing for me was bands like Sex Pistols and The Damned, the real hardcore element. I really wanted to combine the two. I didn't want to be another Leonard Skinner or another fucking Journey or Boston. They were cool bands for what they do, but I wasn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to kind of look like them, but a lot dirtier and swear a lot. So the Venom thing had to sort of fit into a new category. And we had to call it black metal because calling it heavy metal didn't describe it. but we realized the kinds of riffs we were playing were influenced by Black Sabbath and Thin Lizzy and Judas Priest. Yes, there are influences. You can't escape that. You can't get to 20 years old and not heard any music in your life, but we did not want to rip those bands off. We want to sound like we sound. We used to have this concept called heads down, meet you at the end. And that's how we used to treat some of the songs. It was like, I don't know where the fuck I am right now, but let's see if we can all stop at the same time.
Sounds about right.
Heads down, meet you at the end. I like that. That's a cool little approach. So I think the last little element that we need to sort of set up, and then we'll get to this music, is just a little conversation about the elements of kind of the satanic influences a little bit, because that's obviously going to come out. It's already come out in League with Satan, but in a big way with Welcome to Hell, which is going to start off with Sons of Satan and all this kind of stuff. And I want to return one last time before we talk about this set of music to Dayal's book, and then we'll get into this trio of tunes that we're going to kind of play and finally get back to some music for people that have been wondering what the hell we're doing. And so Dayal in black metal says, while the satanic side would come to the fore as time went on, it's interesting to note that despite their 1980 demo tape being called Demon, of the 3 tracks included, only one, Raise the Dead, dealt with anything approaching the supernatural or diabolical. The remaining songs, Angel Dust and Red Light Fever, both draw inspiration from rock staples of drugs and sex. All the same, the 4 members shared a taste for macabre and demonic subject matter, and the demo sleeve revealed that the group had now adopted unearthly pseudonyms. Conrad became Kronos, Tony Bray became Abaddon, Jeff Dunn became Mantas, and vocalist Clive Archer, perhaps most outlandishly, adopted the stage name Jesus Christ. I said, wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be good if we weren't just called Conrad, Jeff, Clive, and Tony? Kronos laughs. Wouldn't it be cool if we put this band together with wild fucking stage names and told them that David Bowie and Elton John's names weren't theirs? Mantas and Abaddon got theirs from the Satanic Bible, the most famous tome of Anton LaVey, founder of the Church of Satan. But I wanted something more personal. Me birthday's in January. I'm a Capricorn. My star's Saturn, and the god of Saturn is Kronos. So you see, I wanted something that was mine, something relevant to me, my birthday, all that sort of crap. I thought the Father of Time would be apt. With this move, the band inadvertently kickstarted a tradition that would become almost mandatory within black metal, that of the black metal persona. Though Venom were perhaps more mindful to separate this from their offstage personalities than others have been. They are more than stage names. They are states of mind. It's sort of possession, Kronos told Gary Bushell in UK magazine Sounds a couple years later. We actually feel possessed before a gig. We start really getting really angry and mad. We have to have a fight before we go on stage. It's the only way we can play. Further adding to the increasingly theatrical nature of the band, vocalist Clive Archer began wearing face paint, something else that would become common within black metal years down the line. As it turned out, however, the Demon demo was not only the first recording featuring Clive, but also the last. Some months after Demon was issued, the band returned to the studio to record 6 more tracks, and Jeff, or Mantas, as he was now known, having heard Kronos messing around with vocals for a new song entitled Live Like an Angel during rehearsal, suggested he might also try recording them. Very quickly, it was decided that Kronos' vocals were the most suitable for the job, and Clive departed amicably, leaving the band as a trio. The reason there was 2 guitars and a separate singer in the first band was that Mantas, being such a big Judas Priest fan, thought it was the best formula for the band. Kronos considers, quote, but the 3-piece worked, and we said, look at Motorhead, look at Rush, fuck it, we're a 3-piece. And the chemistry was there immediately. The first rehearsal, me and Mantas were jumping around like grasshoppers. There was so much room on stage, not having the other 2 guys. We were running around, striking poses like nobody's business. There was no way that lineup was going to change. There was so much freedom, and it sounded so fucking heavy with 1 guitar and 1 bass. The Demon demo wasn't exactly released in a blaze of publicity, but was fortunate enough to get picked up and championed by Jeff Barton, who included the 3 tracks in his weekly playlist, highly unusual, for 3 consecutive weeks. Combined with Kronos agreeing to work extra hours at the studio, this persuaded the head of Impulse, David Wood, to bring the band in to record more demos. And before long, Wood had signed the band to his label, Neat Records. And then, of course, we know where that's going to lead to within League with Satan and stuff like that. So let's get some music finally, Mark, I think. We've got a trio of tunes here from those Impulse Studios demos from 1980. We've got Venom, which was kind of hard to find until recently. It actually wasn't released on the reissue of Welcome to Hell like some of the other demos were. But yeah, it's kind of been floating around. I think it got an official like release in like 2019. I saw it on Spotify, and it has like its own like album cover and stuff. I think
Yeah,
it's like
I mean, I've almost bought it a couple times, and I was just like, what do I need this for? So
yeah,
I need to nail that down now.
but it's just kind of a fun rock and roll number. You know, he's got the call out of Mantas on guitar, which is like a, kind of a rock cliche, but it's kind of funny to hear them doing that
Nocturnal
stuff.
Culto, you know,
Yeah,
it all came back.
there you go. There you go. Then we've got from the kind of demon demo version of Raise the Dead from 1980 as well. And this one's got Clive on vocals. But this song kind of existed in the early stages, which is interesting because, yeah, obviously it's not going to appear fully formed until 1982's black metal. But, you know, it's slower. It's a little bit less evil, but, you know, it still rocks. It's still good stuff, but it's demo quality, you know.
Totally.
And then Angel Dust. And Angel Dust, even though it was recorded for the In League with Satan 7-inch, it was left off of it, but it's going to actually be used prior to Welcome to Hell on a neat compilation called Lead Weight, which also had like Raven and I think some other kind of bands were on there as well. And yeah, so it's kind of cool. So these are like kind of the in between. It's like all the stuff before Welcome to Hell. This is kind of all you need to sort of know here. So yeah, so we're going to hear from Mantas, and then we're going to hear from Tom G, and then you're going to hear a trio of tunes, and then we're going to come back and set up Welcome to Hell. So enjoy.
I suppose my musical growing up was through the 70s, sort of early mid 70s, and right through into the 80s, and it was the glam rock era in England. And I suppose my first favorite band was Slade. And also T-Rex as well. I adored T-Rex. Still do to this day. The first album I ever bought with my own sort of allowance money, when I had saved up enough money to buy a vinyl, was Ride a White Swan by T-Rex. Mm-hmm. And I remember my father buying me the album Slade, Slayed, Slade, for Christmas. I got that LP for Christmas off my father. I think he was a bit of a secret Slade fan as well. I think he liked a bit of Slade, even though because he was into the swing music and the big band era, and that was always playing in the house, and that had a massive sort of subconscious effect on me as well, the swing stuff. But yeah, I mean, T-Rex, Slade, The Sweet. I remember Alice Cooper, School's Out. What was that, 1972? Was that? I would have been 11-year-old. I mean, dipping the toe into heavy rock, I suppose, came when Queen released Seven Seas of Rye. And I remember buying that single, that 7-inch single. Absolutely enthralled by that music, you know? So that was sort of, I suppose, sort of coming out of the glam rock thing into legitimate, heavy, progressive rock. And then I was just discovering bands all the time after that. The first band I ever seen live, I think, would have been 77, 78. That was in Newcastle City Hall, and that was Blue Oyster Cult. Very first band I ever saw live, Blue Oyster Cult. And it was the first time lasers had ever been seen in Newcastle in England. You know, Buck Dormer came out and he had a laser on his wrist or something, and he was firing it with this glitter ball in the center of the City Hall, and everybody was just like mesmerized by this thing, you know. One laser beam on a mirror ball. Go figure. And I mean, I continued going to the City Hall, actually with the guy that I actually started Venom with, Dave Rutherford. And there was another friend of mine, Alan Black, as well. We used to go along there, and he was playing bass with me in a band. Well, I mean, this is, you know, we're still talking teenagers, kids at this point. And sort of late 70s, I discovered Kiss. First album of theirs was Hotter Than Hell. I remember being in a department store with my mum. We always had this mom-son thing that we used to do once a week, where we would go into Newcastle city centre, just into the town centre. She would do her shopping or whatever she had to do, and then we'd go for a coffee or cup of tea and a cake, stuff like that. It was just a thing that we did. And this particular day, we went into this huge department store, which was called the Cooperative. The actual building, I believe, is a listed building now. It's still there in Newcastle. It's not a department store anymore. It's all derelict now, but it's still there. But this store, it was one of those places that just sold everything. And if it didn't sell it, it didn't exist. It was one of those places. And I can remember my mum had this sort of loyalty scheme with this department store. So she had wandered off to collect some of these points or whatever it was, that she had this little book, And I went to the vinyl section and I was scrolling through the vinyl section. And again, what would I have been? I don't know. Oh, was it early, coming into teenager or whatever it was, I don't know. But I remember pulling this album out and just looking at it, and I was mesmerized. It was like, I didn't even know what the fuck it was on the front of this cover. There was these things on the front of the cover. And the album cover was Kiss Alive. It was the first live album, double album, gatefold. So I'm standing there, I'm opening the gatefold, I'm looking at these creatures, and I'm thinking, oh, wow, what's this? And went into the pocket, and I'm furiously looking through all the money that I had, but I didn't have enough money to buy this one. So the money that I had, I put that album back reluctantly and just flipped it forwards, and behind it there was a battered old copy, which I still have to this day, of Hotter Than Hell, and I could afford to get that. And it was the same creatures on the front. It was this band called Kiss. So I bought that, I took it home, instant Kiss fan as soon as I put the needle into the first groove. Incredible. And then I went on just to buy everything that they ever did, and some things that they didn't as well. I was in bootlegs. We used to rehearse very, very early Venom. We used to rehearse on what we call Newcastle Quayside. It's basically the dockside in Newcastle. And on a Sunday morning down there used to be a huge market. It was a great market, it was just all kinds of stuff, So this was a Sunday morning. We used to rehearse there on the Sunday morning. So we'd get down there, we'd rehearse in this rat-infested shithole of a room. And I mean, it was rat-infested as well. We actually seen rats in the place. It was horrible. And then we'd pack all the equipment up into the transit van, and then we'd go into the market. And there was always a bootleg stall in the market. And I mean, I used to go to Newcastle City Hall practically every weekend. You could go and see a band. I mean, everybody played in Newcastle at those days. And there was the Mayfair Rock Club as well. And I remember going into the indoor part of the market this day, and there was a guy who was always there, and he was a bootlegger. He had a small stall, and if a band had played on Friday or Saturday night at either the Mayfair or Newcastle City Hall, you would guarantee that either the vinyl or at least the cassette tape would be there on the Sunday morning. He would run them off overnight and sell them. And I remember going there, and I bought, I've still got this one as well. It's a bootleg, and it's Kiss Destroys Anaheim Part 1. I got that. I never got Part 2, because at that particular point he had both in. I could only afford one, so I bought Part 1. I thought, right, next week I'm going to buy Part 2. Next week he was busted by the cops, so I never got to get it. But I've said this before, and it does sound cliched, but it's true. I went through anything that was guitar driven. I had a fascination for. If there was a guitar in the band, I went to see them. I even seen Squeeze with Jules Holland. The original Squeeze. There was a guitarist in the band. It was like, right, let's go and see them. There was all kind of. We've seen Manfred Mann. I was lucky enough although at that particular point I was too young to appreciate it, I was lucky enough to see Rory Gallagher at Newcastle City Hall. I mean, the people we saw there was unbelievable. I walked into the Mayfair Rock Club one night, and there was a trio on stage. And I went, at that point I was drinking, so I went to the bar and I bought my usual vodka and orange. And I'm walking around. I had went there by myself, you know what I mean? And I bumped into some friends and I was like, hey, blah, 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 blah. So who the fuck's the band? And then all of a sudden, as I said, who the fuck's the band? All I heard was down, 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 down. I turned around and I went, what the fuck's this? You know, Whiskey in the Jar. It was the Eric Bell trio. You know, after he left Thin Lizzy, I was like, holy shit. So there was everybody played at these places. I mean, I saw, you know, like I say, I've said it before, I saw AC/DC with Bon Scott at Newcastle Mayfair. Seen Bon Jovi when they were a support band at Newcastle Mayfair. The original lineup of Iron Maiden supporting Judas Priest at the Mayfair, you know. And then the following night, Judas Priest played the City Hall. Everybody played there. The early versions of the Scorpions, you know, when they had just released the Tokyo tapes. All that, everything, you know. And I would just go and see anything I could. We even used to go to the local bars if there was a cover band on, you know. We'd go in there and just sit and watch. Anybody who was a live band, we were there watching. And then there was that night, I do believe, let me see if I can get the date right, May 24th, Thursday evening, 7:30 p.m. on 1979, Newcastle City Hall, Judas Priest, Killing Machine Tour. And that changed my life. Absolutely. I just remember my friend had said, I've got tickets for Judas Priest. I was like, oh, cool. I wasn't that familiar with Priest. I'd heard some stuff. And in Newcastle at that particular time, it was a great rock and metal scene. Every Saturday afternoon, all the rock and metal kids used to congregate in Newcastle City Centre. There was a specific place called the Card Bar, up like a horseshoe arcade. It was called the Handyside Arcade. Anybody from Newcastle, if you were into rock and metal, you would have fond memories of the Handyside Arcade, you know. Everybody was around at that point, yeah. Although we didn't know each other at that particular time, it was before everything took off. But yeah, there was a great scene. I mean, Fist, Tigers, oh God, White Spirit. There was just so many bands in the Northeast, so many bands. But I just remember going along to see this band, Judas Priest, and that was the night that I met Clive Archer and Tony Bray at the Judas Priest concert, with the thought of, because I had put an advert out for a drummer for a band, and he was the one that turned up. I had another guy to see, but me and him just got on really well, and he brought along Clive Archer, who became the singer for a while. Clive was a huge Judas Priest fan, so we had a connection immediately. So I didn't even meet the other guy. I don't even know who he was. He obviously became Abaddon, and then much later on, this is what people don't realise, but much later on, then Conrad Lant came into the scene via my girlfriend and her best friend who he was seeing. And that's when I invited him into the band, because the guy I started the band with, the other rhythm guitarist, a guy called Dave Rutherford, he sort of wasn't into what we were doing at that point, and he left. So we needed another rhythm guitarist, and that's how he came in. But this night at Newcastle City Hall, I just remember, you know, when the curtains opened and this blonde guitarist ran on. As I'm looking at it, he was on stage left as I'm looking. And this guy just ran on stage, cherry red flying V, leathers, blonde hair. I just looked and I went, fuck, that's it. I want to do that. I want to do that. And I left that concert, and all I could hear in my head for days was "Stand by for Rick Sider." It was just like, that was it. Priest just became... And like I was saying, at that point in Newcastle, you were either in the Priest camp or the Sabbath camp. Yeah. Hardcore Sabbath fans who appreciated Priest, hardcore Priest fans which just appreciated Sabbath. Everybody would have a battle vest with every fucking band on the planet on it, you know, but you always had your one favourite band, and mine was always Priest. Yeah, so, but, I mean, and then it's, oh God, what? Some 30-something years later, then eventually I have a phone call with KK Downing, you know, I told him all that shit, you know. It's like, so, actually, my friend, black metal is KK Downing's fault. There you go. He's to blame, not me. I've never met him personally. I'm looking forward to the day when I can actually sit down and have a good chat with him. But no, we've every now and again we'll sort of communicate. We'll text each other or send a voicemail or something like that. You know.
I was in a period that lasted several years where I was instinctively drawn towards heavier and darker metal music or heavy music. I started from Black Sabbath in the 1970s as a young teenager, and it changed my life. I had never heard anything like this. I think I discovered Volume 4 in 1975 or 76. And once I had discovered this, of course, I wanted more of this. And Black Sabbath, of course, towards the end of the 70s, didn't become darker. Quite on the contrary. So I was looking for other bands like that. I discovered UFO's Obsession album and so on. And then I stumbled upon Motorhead. I think it was the Bomber album. And a friend of mine who was in the punk scene, a very close friend of mine, introduced me to Discharge, which was eye-opening. So I realized, wow, there's really radical metal and rock music out there. And then the new wave British heavy metal arrived, and I became a diehard fan of much of that music, Angel Witch and all that stuff. And with the drummer of my first band at Grave Hill, I went to London for a few days we scratched together all our little money to go to London and buy new wave British heavy metal singles, and we went to a record store, and I didn't know Venom existed. Out of the blue, I stood in front of that 7-inch single in League with Satan. I never heard of the band, but I liked, of course, the pentagram on it, and I turned the single around, and there was this radical photo. And nowadays, every black metal band has photos like this, but back then, there was no band with photos like that. And I was like, my God, I have no idea how this band is, but they look like a cross between metal and punk, and I just had to buy it. The record store didn't have any record players, so I didn't know what I was in for. But that's in July 1981 in London. That's how I first stumbled upon Venom. Then I had to wait until I was back home to listen to it. And once I put it on, I was like, wow, the world will never be the same again. After the first 10 seconds of listening to that Venom single, the first Venom single, we knew they sound like they're part of the new British heavy metal, but they're completely different than any other band of that movement. Even different than the very dark early Satan single or the very early Angel Witch material, Baphomet and stuff, which was also for the time quite radical. But I mean, you listen to Venom, and they were basically closer to Discharge than to heavy metal. And we also, at the same time I discovered that single, I discovered Kerrang! Magazine, the first issue of Kerrang! Magazine. I went home and got a subscription to the magazine, and in Kerrang! They said that the Venom album will come out at the end of 1981. And of course, we were dying. We went to the record store like every day to ask, is it out yet? Because we knew, like you said, we knew this was a different genre, a different era of metal, and we couldn't wait. We wanted to have more than just the 2 tracks on the single. Well, you have to realize that I didn't grow up in London or in New York. I grew up in a farm village in the Swiss countryside. So we were quite isolated. We were roaming all the available record stores in any town or city nearby that we could reach, and gathered our musical knowledge from there. But we were still quite isolated. And the immediate effect of Venom was that it confirmed that we weren't the only ones who were looking for ever heavier music, for more radical music. It confirmed that this also existed in other people, and since Venom were a little ahead of us, a little older, and had started earlier, they were basically a beacon for us. Yes, this can be done, and yes, it can even be recorded and released, even though record companies at the time were looking for AC/DC or Dio-type music. But we realized, well, there is record companies who support this, not just in the punk scene. And we just knew heavy metal had found a different platform. But you also have to realize that pretty much everybody in the metal scene that I knew here in Switzerland, all the metal fans, they all hated it. They said that Venom is no longer music, that it goes too far. he can't even sing, and they can't play, and this and that. And they listen to their Judas Priest and Rainbow and everything, which is fair enough. But I didn't mind that they were technically limited. I was drawn to Venom because of their radicalness. No, it was everything and every level that you could see in this record. It was the imagery, it was the lyrics, it was the raw production, it was the songwriting, it was the audaciousness. I mean, the whole Venom concept was so preposterous. We loved it. You have to realize, I mean, Venom were really young, and we were really young, and we were full of testosterone. We were rebellious. It was also a very different time. It was a time when in Switzerland there was a lot of youth unrest against the government at the time, and the government sent out police to shoot at the young people with rubber bullets. And above all of this was the Cold War with the constant threat of nuclear escalation. And this darkness and this radicalness just completely connected to our frame of mind in this situation. And we absorbed everything in Welcome to Hell. Well, we are the perfect example. I was in a band that tried to emulate the new British heavy metal, and once we heard Discharge and Venom, I changed that band. I created Hellhammer because we wanted to do something like that. So yes, that credit is absolutely appropriate. The first two Venom albums changed our scene forever. There would be no black metal, there would be no thrash metal, there would be no speed metal, or at least not in its present shape, if it wasn't for the two Venom albums. They were really the first band that took it to that level. Motorhead was basically like a demo for Venom. But Venom were even more radical, and Venom had a lot of punk in their approach too. And this combination, of course, is what modern extreme metal, the roots of modern extreme metal. So yes, of course, Venom deserves that credit, regardless of what they did later. But that stands forever.
Venom. was growing up with different music. You know, my older sister listened to glam rock bands like T-Rex, Slade, and Sweet, you know. And I was a little boy, you know, but I liked the electric guitars, the guitar sound in it, you know. And later I came to AC/DC like everyone in these times, you know. And my first record I bought for my own money was Rainbow Rising. You know, nobody was talking about heavy metal in this time. That was 76, you know. And then later I come to Mortiis, because Mortiis was really popular in, I think it's 79 when Bomber came out, you know. And I was really in heavy metal music, you know. But I don't, you know, I think the harder the better, you know. That was Mortiis was my favorite band in these times, you know. I remember we had a record store in my hometown called Record Import, you know, and this guy was called Scotty. He came from England, you know, and he always got the albums from England and from America a couple of weeks before this album will be released in Germany, you know. And I got a phone call from him, and he told me there was a band called Venom, and that was the first sampler. I think that was the Leadweight sampler. There was Venom with one song, I think Ageless, I forget it, you know. And a couple of weeks later, I get another phone call. The whole album, Welcome to Hell, is out, you know. And I think I was the first one who get it in Germany, you know. And when I came back home, you know, I got this album here, you know, just for your interest. You know, this is the English UK press, you know. But in the beginning, I got the Italian press. It's a little bit different cover, a little bit different layout, you know. But I have to tell you, I sold all my records a couple of years before, you know, because I need money. And now I start rebuying all the stuff, you know. And which is very expensive to buy Welcome to Hell black metal, you know, nowadays in a good condition. You know. But, you know, when we listened the first time to the Venom record, you know, everything changed. My whole life changed, you know. We couldn't believe what it is, you know. It was really the heaviest, and it's still the heaviest album release, you know, in my opinion. You know. And then, if you're a metal fan, you came up with the idea of making music for yourself with your friends, you know. I think the Venom came out in 81, and black metal came out 82. And that was a time where we, you know, my guitarist Frank Aggressor, he was a big Venom fan also, and we had a small metal pub in here in my hometown. Well, the metal scene was going there, you know, drinking beers, hanging up, you know. We talk about Venom, you know, and he came up with the idea to form a band which is heavier than Venom, you know, and faster than Metallica, you know. And then we came up with the idea of calling the band called Sodom, you know. But when I joined the band, you know, I didn't know what kind of instrument I have to play. In the beginning, I played drums. That was really, really funny, but I couldn't play it, you know. So bass guitar was the only one left, you know, only instrument left, and I took the vocals, you know, just making noise, you know, making music in this way, like Venom was a kind of revolution, you know. It was, you know, in my school class, you know, remember I was the only metal fan in 79, 80, or later, you know. And I had a Motorhead t-shirt and a patch on my vest, you know. And all the other guys listened to New Wave, you know. And my best friend, he listened to a band called Adamantians. It's awful, but he was my best friend, you know. And all the other guys listened to what's very popular in this times, Deutsche Welle. It's with German lyrics, kind of a little bit punk in it, you know. And I was a desperado. I was the only one who listened to Venom and Mortiis, like stuff like this. But for me, my life changed, you know. Getting a bass guitar in my hand, tried to do vocals and making noise. There was no music when I listened to the first demo tape from us. I mean, start writing songs in a rehearsal room, you know. We tried to do it without any inspiration, you know. But if you see the song titles or the band names, you know, which come from 1,000 Days in Sodom, you know, maybe, you know, or we call our music witching metal, you know, which was witching over from Venom. Or there was a big influence in the themes, you know, with the satanic lyrics or occultism stuff, you know. But the music was completely different, in my opinion. Like you talk to Tom G, you know, when they formed Hellhammer was completely different to Venom. I think Venom is always something special. You cannot copy this sound, you know. But we always were inspired by the bass sound, you know. I always was thinking about how to hell get the bass sound like Kronos. It's amazing. That was something I was really inspired me, you know. And but the music was different, you know. But Venom was the spark to the power that kept making music, you know, definitely. But this album changed the complete scene, you know, in my opinion. Without Venom, a lot of bands wouldn't be there, you know. I think even Metallica or Slayer were big Venom fans. You know? I know a lot of metal musicians in these times who don't like Venom, who are more melodic in metal. But the bands I was surrounded with, Creator or Destruction, for example, you know, were big Venom fans, you know, and still are, you know. That is a big thing, you know. This is a band who never disappointed, in my opinion. You know, I think the first albums were the best ones, you know. I always enjoy a Venom show nowadays also, you know, when there's a Venom concert, I would go, you know. So Venom was really something special, you know, and there was a lot of melodic metal fans. They were more in Sabotage or in Maiden and stuff, you know. I was a Maiden fan too, but Venom was always the number one in my opinion.
That was Angel Dust from the Lead Weight Neat compilation. And then we heard a couple of demos there, Raise the Dead from the Demon demo in 1980. And from the Impulse Studios demo, we heard Venom. And then we also heard from Mantas, Tom G. And you just heard from the one esteemed Tom Angelripper from Sodom, which is very cool. I was telling Marker, he was huffing cigarettes pretty solid during that episode. And I think we were both simultaneously watching a World Cup game, and Germany had just like lost, and he was just like, nah, you know, like he's not a big soccer guy, but I could tell it was like, oh man, that's rough. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, he's saying he's more into his local club instead of the German national team.
Bundesliga, which is kind of what it's all about. I want to return back as we set up Welcome to Hell, which is kind of what we're doing in this set here. I want to return back to the Jeff Barton article from 2019, where he's kind of reflecting on you know, Venom a couple decades later. And he says, but for all of Kronos' blusterings, no one in the Northeast was taking Venom seriously at the time. As Jess Cox, ex-singer with the Tigers of Pantang, recalls, quote, I remember Venom's first show in Wallsend, just across from Impulse Studios. It was for one of their mom's birthdays. There were only like 10 or so people in the old council hall, and the band had long metal pipes full of gunpowder on the sides of the stage. One fell over and exploded, nearly taking out all of their families in the process. Which is funny. Have you ever had weird fireworks accidents? Because I have, and I'm just kind of curious if you have your own weird experience with any of that stuff. Like,
I mean, we did. We would used to use bottle rockets. Like we'd go drive to Michigan. At the time, Michigan, you couldn't use. You couldn't buy anything good outside of like those stupid little, you know, those snakes and you know, sparklers and stuff. So we'd drive down to Toledo and we'd get, you know, bottle rockets and Roman candles. And one of the guys that I was living with at the time he made this double-barreled shotgun out of paper mache, and we'd drop bottle rockets in it and like fire them off the balcony of the apartment, and just stupid shit. Or we'd have fights with them where we'd let them go down. The bottle rockets actually burn down almost till it ignites, and then we'd throw them at each other at close range. So we got like some little burns and stuff, but nothing too major. The cops got called and we threw the fake shotgun in the bushes and pretended we weren't home.
Oh God. Yeah, we had a few of that kind of stuff too, but mostly like with Grind Corcoon out at his farm with, I've told the Molotov cocktail stories.
Yeah.
But we, the girl I dated for most of college, which Mark knows, Jessica, at her family's cottage on a lake for 4th of July, we were there, and her family has like these mortars, and they have like the mortar launchers and stuff, and they shoot them over the lake, and they spend like legit money on that shit for 4th of July. And we were there, and one of the mortars fell over, and it fell, so it was aiming back towards the yard. And all of a sudden, like, we were like diving behind like chairs as it was like fucking shooting like fireworks like at like old ladies and like cousins and shit like that. It was pretty ridiculous. So when I read that from Jess Cox, I was like, okay, I can kind of relate to that. Like when one of those mortars kind of falls and the pipes are shooting the wrong direction.
That's no joke. I think I was at that property once, wasn't it?
I think you guys, we had you guys come out to that lake. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't during the fireworks thing, but I remember the property.
It was out kind of like by Coldwater, kind of area. Yep.
Yeah.
But Cox also remembers when Kronos, Mantas, at the time working as a petrol pump attendant, which he did confirm in the interview I talked to him about, and Abaddon, who is a laborer, came into Impulse for some early studio sessions. We had a laugh because it was so terrible, Cox says. It was just racket with someone grunting over the top. If the truth be known, pretty much all of the bands in our local area didn't understand the fascination with Venom. The band were truly dreadful, and maybe this was the whole idea, and I missed the point. Kronos responds, Mrs. Smallcox is a lying turd. Oh, yeah, there we go. Game on. Hey, we're just giving different perspectives. There you go. Kronos has a perspective on that comment. So Barton goes on. He says, soon enough, a Venom demo landed on my desk while I was working on Sounds Music Weekly, dispatched to me by Kronos himself. For some reason, I knew immediately I was on to something rather special. Even if the package was rather slimy to the touch and whatever was inside was crackled like broken chicken bones. Donning a pair of surgical gloves, I extracted a 3-song cassette, Angel Dust, Raise the Dead, and Red Light Fever. I remember playing the tracks on the office stereo one time, and within seconds, all of my fellow journals had vacated their desks and fled the building. Not so much in protest. They were white-faced and panic-stricken and genuinely seemed to fear for their lives. So I sat alone and bewildered when I was assaulted by a terrible racket that went something like this, and I can't. It's like blarg, blarg, slurp, blurp. It's just like a series of,
onomatopoeia.
Yeah, exactly. And then Barton goes on and says, I had never heard anything like it. It was like being a living, breathing, tormented character in an Exorcist movie. Only Venom didn't just make Linda Blair's head revolve like some child-friendly funfair roundabout. Instead, the band ripped her cranium from her shoulders, brandished it triumphantly above their heads, and then smashed it down through splintered floorboards to be reduced to gray ashes in the incandescent kingdom below. Holy fuck. Yeah. So that's kind of Barton's perspective on those infamous, demo that was kind of sent to him. So it sounds like that moment really crystallizes a lot of things, because obviously it gets them the recording soundtrack, which really gets them the next set of demos. And really, Welcome to Hell is nothing but demos. You know what I mean?
I've even got a quote right here is Mantas saying, Welcome to Hell, Venom's first album, 1981, was supposed to be our second lot of demos. That's what it was. We went through the studio demo, and I remember David Woods had said, you got enough material here for an album. And we sort of smiled and said, yep, okay, now you got yourself upstairs and do it. So they just, it was just, that's why I think the recording is as kind of notorious as it is, it was a money decision. Yeah. And those were just basic demos.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, it's part of the charm, right?
I think so. I mean, it's what the second wave of black metal tried to emulate.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
it inadvertently started an entire, or kind of made this whole other scene even more it's the second wave of black metal is just a cartoon, even a more cartoon version of Venom.
Well, or almost
looking back at it.
It's sort of like, and I read this quote somewhere, and it might probably pop up in an episode later, but not this episode, but when we get to black metal or something beyond, but it's almost like Venom knew this was tongue in cheek, and like the Norwegians took everything Venom was doing, but did it serious.
Yeah, that was the edge.
Yeah,
murder, arson.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But the funny thing with that we were talking about with the demo, the chicken bone thing.
Yeah,
whatever was in it. If you look at those early Bathory pictures too, he's got necklaces made out of chicken bones.
Yeah,
there was all this stuff perceived to be occultish or whatever, but also very kind of goofy if you go back and really know what happened.
Well, even you think about the stories of Mayhem, mailing dead bird heads and stuff like that to each other, like Dead did, right?
Yeah.
When he was trying, so yeah, there's some kind of weirdness. So I never got anything that strange in the mail that I can think of. So,
no, I never got anything that
I don't really know the idea of opening something with some organic matter inside of it. That's kind of weird to me, so. Yeah. Yeah, so I want to turn back to Adam Tepedelin's Hall of Fame induction. It was number 70 in the Decibel Hall of Fame. I think
that's in one of the books too, isn't it? Is it like in Precious Metal or?
it is. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And it was originally inducted in December 2010, issue 74. And here's his intro to Welcome to Hell. It says the decision to induct Venom's debut, Welcome to Hell, rather than the band's second album, Black Metal, came down to one simple fact. There would be no black metal, the album or the genre, were it not for Welcome to Hell. It may seem something of an obvious statement to make, but the success and the metal paradigm-changing impact of the debut really set the stage for a second album that, while excellent in its own right, gave a little more than its name to a genre. Certainly nothing musically on black metal is any more influential or, for that matter, particularly different than Welcome to Hell. What cannot be overlooked is the incendiary effect that this blasphemous debut had on an already white-hot metal scene. While other new wave of British heavy metal bands were generally pursuing a more traditional path, content to draw influences from Sabbath, Purple, UFO, Priest, and other 70s heavies, Venom wanted to make the devil's music truly evil. In 2010, seeing a goat's head and a pentagram on the front cover of an album wouldn't cause most metalheads to take a second look. Satanic and occult imagery has become an integral part of metal, particularly among certain subgenres. Such was not the case in late 1981 when Welcome to Hell was released. Sure, it sported the exact same front cover image as the band's debut single, In League with Satan, but the full extent of the wickedness in store was to be found on the back, where the band, Kronos, bulldozer bass and growls, Mantas, buzzsaw guitars, and Abaddon, drums and nuclear warheads, included this quote, "We are possessed by all that is evil. The death of your God we demand. We spit at the virgin you worship and sit at Lord Satan's left hand." The evil vibe was furthered by song titles like the title track, Sons of Satan, In League with Satan, Witching Hour, 1000 Days in Sodom, etc. It was, without question, the most blatantly wicked, quasi-satanic metal album ever released up to that point. While others, Black Sabbath, Pentagram, and Kiss, among others, flirted with these images and topics, Venom shoved them in our faces. And the Newcastle-based trio accompanied this imagery with an equally menacing racket that, while not exactly precise or tight, was well suited to their overall vibe. This was an album recorded and mixed in 6 days, and it showed. But if we're to consider some of the bands that drew inspiration from this unholy first effort, Slayer, Hellhammer, Mayhem, and countless others, it's not hard to see how dramatically this album, no matter how sloppily it was played, impacted the entire history of metal that followed.
Absolutely. And we should mention that the Abaddon, Tony Bray, was the one that actually did the drawing of the Baphomet, the sign of the sigil of Baphomet on the cover.
Yes. And Mantas will have some comments about that.
Oh, okay. Good.
I mean, his commentary is interesting, and I get what his point is, you know, Abaddon will take a lot of credit for like inventing that cover, and he'll just be like, look, it's the Baphomet. It was like the cover of fucking the satanic Bible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just just redrawing, like less. Yeah. You can see that if you look at the original, it's much more kind of like the schematic kind of thing with all these extra sigils, and he kind of simplifies it down to this more cartoonish, you know, kind of goofy, which actually I put on the cover of my book in the bottom corner is this goofy little Welcome to Hell cover. Yeah. So yeah. It's such an iconic thing now that we take it for granted. Even the original Venom logo, that's not kind of this Celtic naughty kind of thing. Like Celtic Frost used that. Like there's so many things even in just the visuals of this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I mean the iconography of it and even the black metal cover too, you know.
Yeah, like the Welcome to Hell is all done in like an old English font that, you know, eventually like Burzum and Darkthrone would do this not Darkthrone, but Burzum and a handful of other bands like would use the all uppercase like to make it even more ridiculous.
Yeah. He'll demytholicize the Venom logo that appears on black metal when we get to that episode. And I'll just kind of save that surprise.
Okay.
But Mantas definitely has some thoughts on that. But when you get further kind of into this Decibel interview, they start talking about kind of the process of recording and some of that stuff. So I thought I'd share a couple things from that and kind of really get into it. And they do talk about the cover as well. Dunn says, none of us had any technical knowledge of studios, so we just went in true Spinal Tap form and turned everything up to 11 and recorded it. Looking back on it, production has come a long way in 30 years with the digital age, but I think what you get from Welcome to Hell even now is the sense of a band just going for it and doing it live. And I think the one thing that has stood up and stood the test of time is the songs. It's as simple as that. Putting the production values aside, at the end of the day, it's all about the songs. And then Kronos says, from my point of view, most of the drum tracks were all done in one take. We kind of got in and blasted them down and thought, well, this sounds exciting. This sounds good. The guitars obviously had a little bit longer time to work. A lot of these songs had been written before Kronos was in the band. This is Abaddon talking. But he changed lyrics and wrote different lyrics. So there was a writing process going on. Kronos now says, the thing is, the songs have been played for about a year and a half at rehearsals up to that point. The songs were fine. We knew them backwards. We didn't have anything to learn. The only overdubs were some vocals, some lead guitar overdubs, and the secretary who came upstairs to read a psalm over the Welcome to Hell bit in the middle with the drum beats. But apart from some effects and things, there wasn't much overdubs. I didn't know that about the secretary. I think I forgot about that. I wondered where that voice came from. You know, I didn't know if it was a girlfriend or something like that. Adam asks him, he says, was part of the appeal of this record simply the fact that it's such a raw feel that perfectly suited the material? And Mantas says, absolutely. The evidence is that of that is the first time we played Hammersmith Odeum, I remember running on stage and the front row was full of punks. There were punks there. There were metal kids there. It was a whole cross section of people. A lot of punks were into Venom. We were just coming off the back of the whole punk movement in England, where everything almost seemed homemade. You just get in the studio and stick a mic up and go for it. None of this super polished stuff where everybody was trying to go in and be more and more and more produced and tighter and this and that and the other. I think definitely part of the charm of Venom, if you like, was this whole aggressive, put it down live. That's what you get. If you don't like it, fuck off attitude. I think that's what Welcome to Hell captures. It captures the attitude of the band at the time. Kronos says it was nail biting because we kind of thought the looseness, the brashness, that worked really well with punk. Rock music was a little more clean, a little more precise, and we didn't know if the crossover would work. We used to always call ourselves long-haired punks anyways, because we kind of didn't take ourselves too seriously. We used to always say, we're not in the music business, we're in the entertainment business. This is one of the reasons why we used to just spend all the money on the stage show and productions and everything. We just wanted to have a good time.
Yeah, there's even a line in here of Kronos. I used to see bands and think they're massively talented, but they're just sitting there in the club and getting paid their 50 quid. And I never understood it. I wanted to go the opposite way. I wanted to be the Kiss of Newcastle. People said there was no way we could do that. So I wanted to do it. It was just kind of, I think them and they had that punk spirit of like, if you tell me I can't do it, then I'm going to try even harder.
Yeah. Yeah. I think like the punk thing, like, even though, Mantas wasn't really into punk and it's kind of debatable how much street cred Kronos had as a punk guy.
Yeah.
I think like it was definitely in the culture and they definitely appreciate the DIY part of it and some of the roughness of it and stuff.
And I think the stick it in their eye kind of mentality, I think that's what they took more from punk than necessarily sonicness was the, fuck establishment, fuck everything you think music is supposed to be.
Yeah.
This is raw, dirty, garbage. It's funny. There's actually in Venom and Leather, there's a little thing from Jeff Barton from the review from Sounds.
Yeah. The guy we were reading from. Yeah.
Talking about the album, the review of that. And then there's a Wikipedia entry that has this thing credited as Barton saying in his 1991 or 1981 5-star review of Welcome to Hell, the album had, quote, the hi-fi dynamics of a 50-year-old pizza, which I've not found in the review, and brought a new meaning to the word cataclysmic. But I don't find that in the review unless this is like a truncated version.
Oh, weird. Yeah. Huh.
Because this says in the
line too.
Yeah, in the 81 version of his review, at least in the book Venom and Leather, which is attributed here, it's this album is the musical equivalent of the earth splitting asunder, opening up and revealing the filthy gaping maw of the kingdom below. I don't know why kingdom is uppercase, but it's a sound of sinners screaming in eternal fire and damnation, hellfire licking at their charred and blackened limbs. It's the sound of a succubus mating orgasmically with a mortal man. It's the sound of Lucifer's voice emanating from Linda Blair's luscious lips. It's the sound of a sacrificial knife slicing through bloodily between a virgin's pert little breasts. And above all, it's the sound of old Nick himself, reclining on his red-hot throne, throwing his horny head forward, throwing head back and laughing, an epic ugliness and riotous noise. An appalling racket. This album brings new meaning to the word cataclysmic, and is possibly the heaviest record ever allowed in the shops for public consumption.
It's really fast. I mean, he uses really evocative stuff. I love that he brought the like Linda Blair kind of comment back in his 2019 article. He like kind of creates like a conversation across decades, with that, There's
also a weird like Linda Blair fascination that goes like across, like even like Negative Approach has a Linda Blair 7-inch cover. It was after Tied Down, their only full length, they had a 7-inch that had her in the cover. And there's just this kind of weird this weird, I mean, there was a weird sexuality put upon a young girl.
Wow.
I think was
what she does in the movie, right?
Yeah. Let Jesus fuck you thing. Like that was like, I think a bit of like mainstream blasphemy that we never, I mean, it's hard to believe that was even in like, it could only be done in the 70s.
Yeah.
Not even, if you try to do that in a thing now, it would be like, no way would that happen.
Well, I think The Exorcist is transgressive. I just
Absolutely.
think it's mainstream transgressiveness in a way. Like I think Blue Velvet was mainstream transgressive. Like there are these things that like pierce the veil sometimes, and we almost like don't know how they got allowed to like get out into the mainstream. I think Venom was transgressive in getting mainstream attention.
Absolutely. Like, I think that with The Exorcist was also a commercial hit. Yeah. Against a lot of other things, but also because it was, the main, or one of the main protagonists was, was a priest.
Yeah.
So there was this side of it was playing both sides.
Sure.
In a really interesting way, but that's some of the most like blasphemous stuff I'd ever seen up to that point. And to see that on like a mainstream, because Blue Velvet, I don't know how many screens that thing actually played on. It kind of snuck out a little bit. Yeah. But for a mainstream thing, I think The Exorcist is just like, holy shit. Even watching it now, it's like, God damn.
Well, it was such a popular book too, that kind of helped, like lead to its sort of pathway. But yeah, I think you're talking about that sweet spot from like 68 to like 74, 75, like pre-Rocky, pre-Jaws, where like film and all that stuff, transgressiveness had gone a little bit sort of mainstream in terms of like the stuff that like people were going to. I mean, even like Chic was kind of happening. Like it was like cool to go see like Deep Throat with like sophisticated like intellectuals and stuff. It wasn't like the way porn's looked at now. And
it was almost like a cutting edge kind of thing. It didn't seem as just smut, like behind the green door and all that kind of shit.
Well, and even like Anton LaVey and the stuff that he was doing out in San Francisco was like coinciding with the counterculture movement and the hippie movement, and like people were like dabbling in like Wicca and things like that. And I think that's why you had like the sort of folk horror stuff happening in like England in the late 60s, early 70s, obviously culminating with like Wicker Man and stuff like that. But I mean, Blood of Satan's Claw, and you had Devil Rides Out. You had all this stuff that was sort of like people flirting with like mainstream kind of Satanism, mainstream, devil worship, mainstream sex, mainstream, like everything, like all the taboos were like unearthed in the like mid to late 60s. And we were kind of like picking those pieces up and trying to like make sense of it. And then, you kind of had like a counter reaction against it, right, in the 80s with Thatcher and Reagan and kind of conservatism, trying to like put all the Humpty Dumpty pieces back together again and put all that stuff away. But it's like the cat was
failing miserably. Yeah. Like I remember seeing the first time I saw like a picture of Anton LaVey with Sammy Davis Jr. Like it was like a cultural touchstone. It wasn't like, it almost seemed like people thought of it more of as a philosophy, almost like, not necessarily self-help, but like a self-empowerment thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before like the satanic mass and all those things, some of it was pretty cartoonish with it just being, told normal Catholic mass told backwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
And stupid shit like that. But ultimately, I think it was an anti-authoritarian kind of like anti-establishment thing. It was like, fuck the Catholic Church or fuck the people in power that say they have all the answers. Like, here's some more answers.
Yeah. And I think, Venom played on that a little bit, maybe not like consciously, but like, again, with the punk ethos, the sort of anti-establishment sort of aspects. And
for sure. Yeah.
I mean, for early punk was in some ways like apolitical, but it was like also like so angry that it became political. Like the politics were the anger. Right? It was like working class rage and all this other kind of stuff that was happening, especially in England.
Well, I think that makes Venom even more kind of potent, is that, the whole kind of class structure of the time, which is, slowly kind of diminished over time now, but then was still pretty relevant in everybody's life.
Yeah.
That they were just like these like lower class dudes that were basically like saying fuck every establishment that there is, every like common courtesy there is, like just fuck everything. It was just total like reckless abandon anarchy.
Yeah.
That's totally why punks, okay.
Yep.
That's why the punks, like even like in the next episode, there's some stuff from this Touch and Go zine, this Michigan-based thing that Tesco V from Meatmen started, and they love Venom.
Sure,
love Venom.
Yeah.
And for all intents and purposes, the look should have like assuaded them enough, but somehow it worked.
Yeah, Jeff will tell a story. I think it's him telling a story. He tells a story about a fan who talked about it was Glenn Danzig. He's going to tell a story where he meets Glenn Danzig, and Danzig says, me having a Venom patch on my jacket saved my life at a punk show. Because I was about to get the shit kicked out of me because I had longer hair, and they didn't know that I was Glenn Danzig, whatever. And he says, like, because I had a Venom patch, they sort of like let me go. And it was almost like them and Motorhead and Discharge. Mm-hmm. Those were sort of like the acceptable kind of bands of that era in the early 80s that like the punks and the metalheads could kind of unite around a little bit,
Totally.
I think that's kind of fascinating. So they go on in the Decibel interview to talk a little about the album cover. He kind of says, who came up with the album cover and was there any concerns about how it would be accepted? And Kronos says Neat were really broad-minded. And I think it was because of the fact that they knew me so well. And me as Conrad is very different than the Kronos character. Kronos is a fucking demon, whereas Conrad, he has a beer, he has a laugh, he has a joke. So they didn't see this cover as anything dangerous or deadly or disturbing or anything. It was just Conrad's artwork. They had no understanding whatsoever of the black arts. They didn't know what it meant. That was the first time they'd seen anything like that, and they had no inkling of any kinds of sinister going-ons. After it was released, when we were getting letters from fans, we're going to sacrifice the virgins, the label were like, what the fuck is this shit? So it sounds like they were getting letters from fans that were like asking them whether they were actually going to fucking sacrifice Virgin.
Well, because like Aleister Crowley too was pretty prominent in the like with Ozzy, and so a lot of the stuff I think seemed more as like kind of archaic arts and not necessarily devil worship. But
and I think the Beatles had Crowley on their Sgt. Pepper cover, and then Ozzy, with the LaVey coming back out, like, again, like kind of connecting back the roots of sort of Satanism and stuff like that. And Ozzy in America in the early 80s was like Public Enemy #1. Like, there was no one that like my mom was like more scared of, for me to like listen to than like Ozzy,
Yeah.
And so like, again, now you laugh. And when you meet Venom in real life, like you laugh because they're just like nice dudes, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing threatening about them, and Mantas says, we just totally went out there to grab attention. That was the whole thing. That image, the goat head and the pentagram, had never been used before in an album. Fucking hell. Nowadays you can go into any t-shirt shop and buy a fucking Baphomet t-shirt.
Yeah.
And then Tony Bray, Abaddon says, we could never have done anything that would be too controversial. We didn't care what we said. We didn't care what we did. The album cover and album logo was something that I did. I obviously got it from LaVey or something like that, but it was always going to be what the band was about. That was why we had blasphemous lyrics on the back. It was in plain view. We thought, we're not going to mask anything or hide anything. It's right there on the cover. If you don't like it, if you don't want your kids to have it, that's the parental choice. That is art. This is our art. Nothing is too blasphemous. Nothing is too controversial. You can't tell me what to say to and do in this day and age. That was the thinking behind it. As a piece of art, other than something being overtly sexual, I don't think anything could have been more in your face.
Yeah, I agree.
And they kind of go on and talk about, like, Adam goes, were you aware of how aware of your shortcomings musically were you at the time? And, Kronos, I keep wanting to call him Conrad because that's his real name. He says, the thing is, it worked for Venom. I've done plenty of sessions where I've worked with other bands and even worked with other individuals, and I'm a competent musician. I have no worries about anyone's review of a Venom record. When a Venom record goes out, it has to be Venom. And the bench was set with Welcome to Hell. On Resurrection, where we did try to tighten up all the little screws and get the perfection and the drum timing and everything, people said, great production, but it's not really Venom, because Venom's a lot more loose and brash, not as precise, not as perfect. If you advertise Mars bars, you got to sell Mars bars. Venom needs to be Venom, and it ain't about accuracy and perfection. It's about feeling, atmosphere, and all of this kind of intensity that goes into the recording. I can forgive the odd error in a guitarist's riff or a drummer's beat if the intensity is in the playing. And Mantas goes on, he says, it's no different to us going in and recording the first demos. We went in there with exactly the same attitude. We didn't have any massive expectations of ourselves. We went in there and we did the best we possibly could for the time period. The track Welcome to Hell itself, if you play the vinyl and put the needle in the first groove of Welcome to Hell, you hear this track kick in. He sings the opening riff. Now take the needle out and put it in at the end of the song, and it's about 3 times the fucking speed. He laughs. We just couldn't fucking keep time. Abaddon was the worst person in the world for speeding up and slowing down. But even when we replaced Abaddon with Anton, Kronos' brother, in the late 90s, even Anton said that was the part of what Venom was about. This whole loose, rough, raw type of thing. That was it. It was part of what Venom was. There was a lot of criticism for it. And then Abaddon says, I've never wanted to take any drum lessons. I've never wanted to buy any drum DVDs or anything like that. I've never wanted to better myself. Every time I play a song, every time I play with the guys, I try to play the best I can. I think I'm the best person in the band at that time, if you know what I mean. I don't think any of us particularly wanted to become impresarios. I think more aggressive, more outrageous with what we were doing. I'm pretty sure musical prowess was not a priority. As long as I feel vindicated by and feel happy with my performance and what I've done, then anybody can take a flying leap. Yep, that's it. So, I think that's also like a big connective tissue to obviously what's going to emerge later on with black metal, is like the idea of kind of the one take, the just playing with like feeling. I mean, how many black metal records have you really, gotten in where you just like the warmth, the atmosphere, or whatever it was about, or the coldness, the opposite of warmth. And it was, you didn't give two shits about any of this like skills the way you would with like, say, death metal or thrash metal or something like that.
Yeah, I think with what Thrash was all about tightness. It was about tightness and crunch. And I think Venom was all about atmosphere. And I think that's the second wave of black metal doesn't really sound like Venom, but they have the atmosphere of Venom. The kind of the necro production thing was pulled over, some of the naming conventions and things like that. Were definitely there. But I think Venom was about the looking at the cover and listening to this thing that didn't sound like anything else. It had like reckless abandon for like tuning, timing. I mean, that in itself is almost like it reinforces their whole kind of like idea of what the band is it's like anti everything.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So to sort of really set everything up, I've got one last thing to share. Then we're going to talk about the songs that we're going to hear in this first set, dealing with Welcome to Hell. And this, again, I return to the esteemed Dayal Patterson from the Black Metal book. And he says, in 1981, the band released their first single, the double A-side comprising the songs In League with Satan and Live Like an Angel. Sales proved to be surprisingly good, and Neat, seeing that they were on a good thing, asked the band if they had any more songs to offer. Replying in the affirmative, Kronos agreed to record all the songs written so far, and soon provided Neat with a collection of roughly recorded demo tracks. To the band's surprise, these same demo recordings were released later that year as their debut album, Welcome to Hell. By far and away the most blasphemous metal album released up to that point, it was an opus fixated on satanic themes. Its iconic cover emblazoned with Kronos' adaptation of the sigil of Baphomet, an occult symbol dating back to the 18th century, but made famous by LaVey's Church of Satan. If any doubt were still in place as the band's intent, the album opened with Sons of Satan, while other notable numbers included Witching Hour and League with Satan, whose lyrics clearly went some way further than anything that had come before in metal. I'm a big Sabbath fan, and I sing along to Ozzy lyrics, but it's very obvious to me that he is the tortured soul, the vocalist explains. He's singing, "Oh God, help me," and the witch is coming for me, and the demons are going to come and get me. And I thought, well, I want to be that witch. I want to be that demon, I'm coming to get you. And that's where we came from immediately, I'm in league with Satan. I was raised in hell. I walked the streets of Salem amongst the living dead. I'm not going to sing about Satanism in the third party. I'm going to fucking speak about it as if I'm the demon or I'm Satan. Despite the sinister lyrics, the musicians involved were a far cry from the bloodthirsty devil worshippers they playfully portrayed in their songs. That's not to say that they didn't share an interest in Satanism and the occult. Kronos had been interested in the neo-pagan religion known as Wicca since going out with a girl who was interested in the subject, and the pseudonyms and cover art found within Venom's work reveal at least a passing knowledge of and admirations for LeBay's writings. All the same, Kronos chose not to draw on these subjects directly, and instead wrote far more melodramatic, horror-style lyrics that drew on people's fear of the dark side rather than exploring the actual beliefs and activities of genuine practitioners. Quote, "People hear about witchcraft and Satanism, and they automatically assume murders and child molesters, and it's like, wow. It's incredible, really, since the church has such a black mark against it, with priests interfering with children and so on. Yet in the communities of Wiccans and Druids and Satanists, there's no sign of that at all. They teach love to those who deserve it, so it's a real shame that people aren't educated. But since people assume all sorts of bad things when you mention Satanisms, we are hell-bent on using them against them to create something that would shock people, the same as punk shocked people or Sabbath shocked people. What we do lyrically is anti-Christian. What we sing about is the opposite of what the church says. We're not really preaching Satanism. We're just writing fantastic rock and roll lyrics about anti-Christianism, lyrics that would scare the ignorant deliberately. Even putting aside the Christian baiting imagery, the album was an undoubtedly groundbreaking affair. The primitivism and the raw barbarity of the 11 songs making it instantly memorable. With unfussy, crashing percussion, chainsaw guitars, that bass sound, and vocals that were more growled than sung, the songs on Welcome to Hell were some of the heaviest yet encountered, a point highlighted at the time by Jeff Barton in his 5-star review in Sounds, in which he described the album as an epic of ugliness, a righteous noise, an appalling racket, and possibly the heaviest record ever allowed into the shops for public consumption. Despite the trace elements of blues rock and what most obviously separated Venom from the majority of the bands that inspired them, and in turn placed them closer to artists from the punk scene, was the chaotic nature of both the playing and the production. Jeff Barton mentioned the later in his review when he described the album, here it comes again, Mark, as having the hi-fi dynamics of a 50-year-old pizza. So it's out there somewhere in the ether.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen the full. This is just like excerpts from.
So it's funny though, but I believe you because I've seen like all this contradictory stuff as well.
Yeah, that's kind of the story of the band, really.
I know. And quote, "Not so much laid down in a recording studio as slung together from pieces of scrap vinyl at the back of a disused gasometer." Yeah, pretty funny. Let's see. He talks a little. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was always a massive Sex Pistols fan. I love Johnny Rotten's arrogance, and that music was so off the cuff, which is why when we did the recording, we weren't really paranoid about the guitars being perfectly in tune or everything being perfectly in time. It was more about the feel. When I was working in the studio, I saw so many band arguments over timing, the slight movement of a snare drum, the slight coming in late of a bass guitar, and that's got nothing to do with Venom. Venom's all about feel and compulsion. Never mind if it works on a scale or a graph. I don't want Stephen Hawkins or someone to analyze the music. Such a weird reference. I love it. I want some kid to drop to his knees with an air guitar and say, yeah, this is amazing. When we put the first album out, people were hearing glitches and errors and time fluctuations and even tuning issues. It was like, oh, these guys can't play, blah, blah, blah. And we were like, for fuck's sake. Despite criticisms of the band's approach, Venom were also starting to make a significant name for themselves, earning rave reviews and solid sales, something that came as a surprise not only to the label, but to the band themselves. It was totally unexpected, as it was really an album for us. We weren't really in the clique of the bands in Newcastle, and I know we weren't really accepted by those bands because of the mess we'd make on stage with our pyros and rehearsals, but we were having fun. We were in what we'd probably have thought of as pretend rock band, writing some songs, setting some pyros, working on stage gear, coming up with crazy names. But to find out that people were into what we were doing, it changed the whole ball game. So with that, I think it's time to talk about some music. Any thoughts on any of that stuff that Dayal was kind of getting into there, or pretty much kind of par for the course of what you already kind of thought about and knew?
No, as far as the songs we're going to be going into the next,
or just set? what I just read there. Yeah, I didn't know. So, but yeah. So let's get into the songs. So we're gonna check out some of this legendary album as well as hear from some people. We're gonna hear from Dayal, the book we just sort of read. We're also gonna hear from Mantas again, Martin Popoff for the first time, and we'll also hear from Athanar from Cleveland's Midnight. And yeah, we'll talk more about that in a second. But we're gonna open with Sons of Satan, and the riff in this kind of reminds me of Motorhead quite a bit. And
that's the first thing I wrote. It was like, the Motorhead blast introduction into the album, this, primal eruption solo thing. Like,
yeah,
it's just
Bomber or Overkill or something like that.
What a great way to start the record.
Yeah, it's a great opening salvo. It's like this tank of sound, this speed, this raw energy. I love like Mantas's guitar work in that moment in the song where it like re-picks up speed after it kind of slows down. It's like it revs back up again. It's cool stuff. One of the things that was kind of a funny thing that Mantas kind of revealed to me that will come out at a certain point, either in this part or the second part, depending on where it shows up, is that it's only in recent time that he came to the revelation of what an impact Fast Eddie had on him. He didn't realize he was like subconsciously like doing a lot of Motorhead riffing until like he said like 4 or 5 years ago. Somebody like pointed it out and like sat him down and showed him, and he was like, holy shit, it's like in my DNA, and I didn't really realize I was doing that stuff. So it's funny that we both picked up on Motorhead, and I wrote that note down before I interviewed him, and yet like there it is. It's like so overt, And
I think that the thing with like Fast Eddie Clarke is he's not like flashy. So what the riffs that he came up with are so like, oh my God, like that's the riff. Like they're just like quintessential hard rock metal riffs.
Yeah.
And super simple, but my God, like you don't want to add any more. Like the solo, kind of texturizes a little bit, but I mean, between Venom and Motorhead, I mean, that's where Hellhammer came up with all of their riffs.
Yeah. Yeah. No shit.
And even the Kronos has 2. Ooh.
Yeah.
So it's like, I love how we've got Venom, and then we have the refinement of Celtic Frost. That's the one that really hit for me, and then I went backwards, and I'm only now am I really realizing the literal impact of Venom on Celtic Frost.
Yeah,
it literally took them from Gravehill to Hellhammer.
Yeah, yep. No, 100%. I mean, Tom says that in the interview we heard, where he like that changed the entire course of everything he did this day he bought in League with Satan.
Yeah, that's 7 inches. Incredible.
Yeah. For Tom G to say that, like I hold some weight, because he had such a huge impact. Then of course we get to Welcome to Hell, and what can be said about that opening riff, the pre-chorus, Abaddon's drums, Kronos's vocalist on the chorus.
It's like such a quintessential like extreme metal riff.
Yeah, it's
been used like breakdowns from grind bands to Celtic Frost, all kinds of shit. It's just insane how prolific that one riff is.
And I mean the drum breakdown, all of it. It's just fucking it's a chef's kiss. And I'm not going to overanalyze Welcome to Hell. I think it's like a gut feeling. You just know it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so we'll open with Sons of Satan and Welcome to Hell after we hear from Martin Popoff, and then we'll hear from Mantas again. That'll be, I'm sure he'll give all kinds of really great insight. And then we get into Schizo, and this song I wrote, I really love the drum production.
Which is
Schizoid. Okay. What's funny is, where did I get Schizo from?
I think isn't that a horror movie from somewhere. The 80s?
Yeah, I think it might be written. Let me check. I got to double check where I got it from, because it showed up.
Because I saw it on the list, and I was like, okay, I want to make sure I didn't misremember. And I looked at my record and online, but
okay, good, because I saw Schizoid as well, and was like, man, did I? Yeah, maybe it was from. I'm looking at Wikipedia. Maybe I saw it there, and it like planted like a subconscious kind of thing or whatever. But yeah, I don't know where
there might be a Venom song, Schizo something else.
It might be. Yeah. Something happened, but the drum production on this is so fucking barbaric for this time. I mean, like every hit like you feel it kind of in your body. It's wild, you know. And like the whole part of like lyrically where he's like singing like he's got you in his sights breakdown is really fun. And it
where
like,
it just goes down to just Kronos kind of doing the chant thing in the middle is great. It's so anthemic. Like there's so much stuff from this also I feel like is inadvertent, like used in power metal.
Oh sure.
Like kind of like bar rock kind of stuff, like where everybody's singing along.
Well, and I think too, like a band that I've, you know, only in the last like 4 or 5 years, I've come to kind of like appreciate that took a lot from these guys too is fucking Manowar. Early Manowar is like
absolutely
really raw, and like the bass sound that he was using kind of from Kronos and stuff.
Well, and their imagery went from, you know, satanic weirdos with, you know, holding katanas to barbarians.
Yeah.
But it's totally the same thing.
Yep.
You know, these guys all, you know, dressed up and half naked and, you know, being the most like macho thing they can be. Like that's total Venom.
and obviously, you know, we're going to start talking about some songs that are like kind of crude sexually, which, you know, Manowar kind of with the machismo, they weren't doing that, but like they certainly presented that kind of image and stuff too. But
sure.
But before we got off Schizoid, I thought it was interesting because like this idea, like the lyrics of like the stalking of the prey and the serial killer thing, to me, this is like the song that's the bridge from like Judas Priest, the Ripper to like Slayer, Criminally Insane. Like it's, this is the evolution of like that type of song. And it's like, okay, they just up the ante from like the Ripper's kind of quaint, you know, ish.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like a super threatening song, but like,
it sounds more 70s.
Yeah. Yeah. And this just adds like a level of like ferocity to it. That's really good.
Well, I think Schizoid is totally if you had to break down what are the quintessential elements of Midnight, this song is it.
Yeah. And it's so funny because I just sort of stuck Midnight there by accident. Like I wasn't. I
think there's some subconsciousness happening there.
I was just like trying to like separate things and then blah, blah, blah. And you know, we're going to hear from Athenar, who's essentially a one-man band with Midnight. You know,
he does all the recordings himself and just has a band for live stuff.
And he's great, from Cleveland, near and dear to us. You know, they're kind of.
He was in Boulder.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of our kind of like unsung 2000s favorites.
Yeah. I loved those guys. And that's when I was out in Colorado before he kind of started Midnight. I think he started Midnight in Colorado before he moved back to Cleveland. But what other current bands in your mind outside of like Midnight, like really evoke that Venom thing? You know, like who else stands out to you today that like captures the nature of Venom as well as like Midnight?
I mean, I think like the whole, the Hell's Headbangers, you know, kind of like retro, that vibe of bands that they kind of throw through their, because that's where Midnight started as well as on Hell's Headbangers. And there's like a half dozen other bands that I can't think of names for, but I just noticed like this is like the next generation of this more, you know, going from stuff got really spit and polished in the 90s and 2000s with productions. And then all like the younger bands coming in, I think really wanted more of that raw, which makes sense because like, you know, raw energy, youthful enthusiasm. You're not a great musician, but you've got the feel.
Yeah.
So I feel like that and a lot of there's just like a lot of these other subgenres of these tiny weird labels that are from all over the world that have that kind of more like going back to the roots of where it all happened.
Sure. Yeah.
But I'm at a loss for an actual.
Yeah, I wrote it down as a question to myself too, to ask you and hoping like maybe you would unearth like, you know, because I was struggling. Like I hear it and I know it. I know there's a German band that we played in that 3-part German metal episode called Bustin', named after Bustin' Out from Venom, and a few others like that. But you know, R Noir and some of that, but they've been around for a while. So
sure.
But yeah, just kind of something interesting. Speaking of black metal, we get Mayhem with Mercy, which is this really kind of a 1-minute instrumental atmospheric sort of setup that bridges kind of Schizoid and Poison.
Did you have any ideas of who that reminded you of in a more contemporary context?
The music?
The intro part.
The intro part. No.
With like the backwards music along with the acoustic. I was just unanimated.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, that's like almost a 30-year-old reference now, not super modern, but like in the Force of the Dreaming Dead intro.
Yep.
I was like, holy shit. And they did Buried Alive too.
Yep, I can hear that. I was just pointing out the black metal sort of connection because that's where this is a song that Mayhem took their name from. Euronymous kind of took it from Mayhem with Mercy, from what I've read.
Yeah, and what do you call it? Midnight used No Mayhem for Mercy.
Yeah,
I think that last record, is that the last record they did?
I think so. Yep.
They took it from there. He mentions it, I think, in the thing we're going to be listening to.
Yeah. So, it's kind of like for a lot of people, it's kind of a throwaway thing. But if most people don't listen to just a song off Welcome to Hell. It's like really a record that just needs to be that's why we left everything on the episode. Like you just need to hear it all, even though we're breaking it up with like interview clips and stuff. It's all needs to be heard.
Well, so when I was playing this, just in the house, I don't think Lisa had heard a bunch of Venom before. And she's like, this is really fun. Yeah, because I listened to it like a couple times in a row. It's just like anthemic, like super punky, because she has more of a punk background. Even like some of the warbling, the weird tonings and stuff. She's like, God, this sounds like Black Flag.
Yeah, they totally had a Black Flag sort of feel to it. Like I think even Scott Carlson will point that out, that it was a very apparently like kind of a Black Flag thing, which is interesting because I'll get into it later in a book, probably not this episode, but Henry Rollins had some pretty strong words about Venom at a certain point. Like I think back in the day, I think he probably would be fine with them now. But
he was much more opinionated and stood by those opinions, to a fault.
I mean, he was a young hardcore kid.
I mean, that's what you got is you got opinions as a young kid, and you don't really have a whole lot of wisdom,
nuance, nuance and wisdom. Then we get to Poison, about making love with the devil's daughter, that dirty little bitch
just got me.
I mean, that's
where we get one of the ooh.
Yeah, I pretty sexually explicit and crude for 81, I would say. Yeah. I can't think of many songs. I mean, it kind of makes Unskinny Bop and Cherry Pie seem subtle, I mean, it's
the devil's daughter, got him wrapped around going on her finger.
It's just weird because I think the part like I'm cool with, like I love the song, but like he just like he's already like fucking the devil's daughter, but then he's got to kind of be like calling her bitch. I'm just like, man, that
it's not the first time we hear bitch.
No, but it's almost like like damn, man, you're just really doubling down on it here. But it's being vulgar. For sure. It's just like offensive. It's like Two Live Crew and, like NWA, and, stuff.
Or even like, like Teacher's Pet and Hot for Teacher are like, you could do an essay about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
With, like Teacher's Pet is so fucking, it'll be in the next episode, but it's so crude. It has the same thing happening. Teacher caught me masturbating underneath my desk. It's like, oh my God.
The thing I wrote about with that is like, it's like a Penthouse Forum fantasy.
It totally is. Yeah. It's like somebody, when did Hot for Teacher come out?
84. So 2 years after. So yeah.
Okay.
Precursor to it,
So I don't know if there's any, kinship there at all, but it was almost like what I thought when I first heard Teacher's Pet years ago. Was like, wow, this is like taking Van Halen and just like doubling down on being like completely vulgar and disgusting.
I mean, it's definitely taking like the party, sex, drugs, and rock and roll kind of parts, but it's just really going to like a whole new level. And then, I mean, in a way, like lyrically and sonically, it's kind of like paving the way. I think less for to Van Halen, but like more like Wasp. I mean, it's Animal.
Yes. Fuck Like a Beast. Totally.
And even like the riffs. I mean, early Wasp has a ton of Venom,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And even early Motley Crue, honestly, I heard a Too Young to Fall in Love riff on this song, like it's
I think that early Motley Crue totally is taking the Venom thing.
Yeah.
But doing it in more like you like through T-Rex or something.
Yeah, T-Rex and Sweet and stuff, which like the thing is like Mantas loved those bands. Like he talks about the first record he ever bought was T-Rex. Like he loves Slade and all that kind of stuff. So like there is like this Venn diagram where some of that like early Rat, early Crew, early Wasp, like
even like Tom Angelripper talks about his sister having a Slade record. It was like one of the first things he heard.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Carlson talked about like they were into like early Motley Crue because they didn't really know it was like the lightest thing they listened to, but they didn't know it wasn't cool to be into that. Like metal was just metal. Like everybody's like buying shit, you know. And that's what's funny is like I can relate like a decade later because you know you guys were already off on your path like to like extreme stuff, but like to me like it was like why I was buying T-Mat, I was buying like Corrosion Conformity Deliverance, and like I was like I didn't really see a difference, but like I guess there kind of was, right? Like there were some people that like divided that scene up a little bit. And
well, I mean, when I was like listening to Metallica and Megadeth, I was still listening to Dr. Feelgood.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like it wasn't that. It was just like it's like listening to Venom and Deep Purple at the same time.
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
Although neither is quite as good, but you know.
But yeah, so you know, Poison's definitely got some of that aspect in it. And then we're going to hear from Dayal. We've already read several times from his black metal book, but it's kind of cool that to have him give some of his own fandom and insight and stuff. And then that's going to lead into the last song of this set, which is "Live Like an Angel, Die Like a Devil," which is
one of my favorites.
It's a good one, yeah. And originally, of course, the original version was on the 7-inch, the In League with Satan. And, you know, I think it's worth kind of stating in case you missed it in all the information we were giving you. But this is the first song that Kronos kind of like became a vocalist on, the original version of it. Like he just kind of started messing around in the studio and started singing it. And that's when they're like, oh shit, this guy should be our singer, you know? So I
think with what the song itself, if you take the vocals away or the vocal line away, is okay. But you put in like his weird staccato thing he's doing with, and how fast this is, like proto Slayer kind of Tom Araya shit.
Yeah.
Talking that fast. And that's the hook of the song is the vocal line. It's not the guitars until there's a great like twin lead part in it as well. But that, the whole chorus is just like so fucking good.
Because the riff itself is pretty, I just wrote it's kind of like a recycled kind of Nawabum, Deep Purple, rainbowish kind of like.
Yeah, it's kind of a propulsive thing. Yeah,
it just sort of drives along and stuff. It's nothing like, you know, something you would hear in like early Maiden or Raven or something like that. But yeah, you're right. It's the vocals. And then Jeff does this like noisy whammy bar solo that really predicts like Kerry King. Like
completely.
It's brief, but it's like, okay, that's where the DNA of like the kind of stuff that Slayer's going to do later is going to come from, you know?
And I think all the chaos of like the drums barely staying on time and this undulation and then, you know, the vocal starting like the three different guys kind of take control of the songs at different points.
Yeah.
Which keeps it like even more exciting than it already is.
But they do it without like having to do, you know, like prog rock where it's like, oh, okay, they're going to have their little adventure and then they're going to have their little adventure. It's like, it still holds together, you know. It's
the Robert Mitchum, the story of love and hate going back and forth. You know, that's how I feel about the song. At least I absolutely love this song.
Yeah, no, it's a good one. It's a good one indeed. So, and then we're going to end with Mortiis, you know, talking a little bit about his experiences being from the Norwegian black metal scene and kind of where where Venom fits into that story of some of that sort of stuff. So you're in for a nice little set of music here. This is a fun little set. So we've got Martin Popoff going to kick things off. Then we got Sons of Satan and Welcome to Hell. Then we're going to hear back from Mantas, Schizoid. Then we'll hear from Midnight for the first time. Then we got the pairing of Mayhem with Mercy, Poison, Dayal Patterson from Black Metal being interviewed. And then Live Like an Angel, Die Like a Devil. And then Mortiis. So enjoy this action-packed set.
Yeah, congratulations on the episode on the 40th anniversary of Black Metal. This is kind of like coincidental because I actually just did some liner notes for the Darkness Shall Rise to Hell and Back cassette box set of Venom. What a cool little piece of art that is. Yeah, it absolutely stood out right away. It was very, very satanic for the day. It was very recorded badly on purpose. Pretty much anything else from the new wave of British heavy metal that was recorded badly was not recorded badly on purpose. This kind of was. It had an extreme vocal. There wasn't that many examples of an extreme vocal. in metal. Lemmy comes to mind, of course. Just the gruff bikerish vocal, and this was more of a, even thrashing out. Again, it was kind of misanthropic or extreme or repelling of commerciality on purpose kind of thing. So yeah, it had a pretty big impact that way, that it was special and it scared the bejesus out of anybody who bought it kind of thing. The front cover, the back cover, the fact that it looked a little bit scrappy and a little bit street as well. So it was a very scary album. But I remember we were, so what would I've been at that age? I guess it would have been 18 in 1981. And the thing about it was, it was kind of ridiculed a little bit as well, in that it did see, it did get a lot of bad press out there, and it was somewhat ridiculed because everybody expected or thought that sensibly what you're supposed to do is just to try to play better and sound better and sing better and all that kind of stuff. That was kind of part of the new wave of British heavy metal, striving for excellence, right? Thrash is a kind of thriving for excellence as well. No one would call thrash loose. Speed metal was loose, but thrash was not loose. The idea was to sound like a machine. We took it in, and that even that in itself was unnerving. That it was loose and drunken sounding and badly recorded and stuff. We thought, well, there's something really crazy going on here. Is Satan involved? Kind of thing. I really think this whole thing, fusing the punk and metal thing was overstated. Somebody brought up to me the other day that Motorhead liked punk, and I kind of shot back and said, you know what? The only punk Motorhead ever listened to was what they came across in the bars, kind of thing. It was not that they liked punk, and it was not like punkers. Venom had a massive punk following, or even Motorhead had a punk following. I think things still stayed pretty separate, because the aesthetics of all these things was just important as how the sounds might have crossed over to some extent, kind of thing. But no, I really don't even think the song structure and the subject matter and the amount of riffing that you got in both Motorhead and Venom really particularly crossed over to punk. And by the time Venom and Motorhead were around, like Motorhead, granted, 77, 79, 79, Venom 81, 82. So, there's quite a big difference there. But even when Motorhead was in full operation by 79, putting up 2 albums in 79 on Bronze, punk was 2 years over. So punk was now post-punk. So there wasn't even any punk at the time. What there was hardcore and oi and all that kind of stuff. So maybe a little closer of a lining up there, but there is no punk by this time. Big effect on both. On thrash, I'd have to say that the thrashers just loved everything, all forms of heavy metal. So they were just as much into Judas Priest and Accept, and I'm trying to think of 70s things that thrashers was absolutely, Rainbow, Thin Lizzy, that kind of thing. Speed metal. So speed metal is your Ravens and your Anvils, and then this stuff as well, but also all of the new wave of British heavy metal. So is there a direct line from Venom to thrash? I don't really think so. I think there's obviously more of a direct line from Venom to extreme metal, be it black metal or death metal. So yeah, I mean, like I say, the people who were the early thrashers, your Metallicas, your Slayers and stuff, they just soaked up all metal, and this was part of it, and they thought it was pretty cool. Obviously, there's more of the Venom aesthetic in Slayer than there is in Metallica or Anthrax or Megadeth later on, right? But yeah, in terms of extreme metal, obviously, you've got a throughput from basically Black Sabbath, Angel Witch, Witchfinder General. I guess we're talking a little more Doom at this point, but also I think the Angel Witch thing is kind of an interesting one that leads to Venom, and Venom, of course, leads to Hellhammer, Celtic Frost, Bathory. Merciful Fate to some extent. So Merciful Fate is also in there, but they're more of like a gleaming machine progressive metal band. But yeah, absolutely, Venom is sort of the blueprint for black metal, you'd have to say, in terms of the vocal, although it's not a high register ka out of them. But the vocal, the speed, the thrashiness, the looseness, the recording badly on purpose. I remember Mantas always that funny story Mantas told me about how they would tune to Kiss records being played on a turntable with variable belts, a belt turntable with variable speed or whatever, and it was never exactly in tune, but they're tuning to a Kiss record sort of thing. So you get that kind of off kilter, added unskillfulness that is part of the KVLT cult black metal thing. So yeah, definitely. Bathory is basically Venom Part 2. Celtic Frost a little bit different, but yeah, Bathory. Remember that old Kerrang thing? Someone came up with this one in a review called Venom Vacuum Cleaner with Drums. I always thought that was pretty funny. But definitely, yeah, they're the big thing about Venom, which is pretty incredible, is that they are godfathers somewhat of thrash, godfathers somewhat of death metal, definitely godfathers of black metal, and they're also full participants in new wave of British heavy metal. Although they're down the spoke wheel off of the hub of the bike wheel a little bit. They're obviously fairly different, but they're operating right in there with everybody else. They're on Neat Records. They're from England, so they're right in there as part of the whole new wave of British heavy metal as well. So and speed metal, right? So they're part of speed metal too. So what is that? New wave British heavy metal, speed metal, death, thrash, and black metal. That's 5 genres that they have tentacles into.
What a way I live to
I think, do you know what it is? If I've got to be brutally honest, I think it's a bit overstated. That kind of like, I came from an industrial town. There was only one way out. It was either football or music. It is quite true in a way, I suppose, because but if you look at it from any point of view, any industrialized town or city, it's like there is two ways out of that: music career, a sports career. Okay, or just get the fuck out and move somewhere else. I left school on a Friday afternoon, and I remember I started work the following Saturday morning as a labourer for my uncle, who had a haulage. I was pumping gas for fucking 7 years. I was studying for so many qualifications at school, and I just threw it all away. My last year of school was, I was truanting all the time. I just rebelled. It was what's the film? The James Dean thing, what you're rebelling against, what you got. It was that kind of teenage thing that I went through. And I mean, as I've been saying, I've been writing this fucking book for ages now, but there's a couple of things in the book, I think, where people are going to get a little bit of a surprise. Some things that actually sort of happened to me that sort of shaped the way I am, I suppose. But I definitely, at that point in school, because I was in the top set for everything. My academic qualifications were there. I was a bright kid, let's put it that way. But I seemed to just look and see my whole life mapped out for me. It was, well, back in those days, it was take your O-levels, take your A-levels, then go to college, then go to university, and everybody that I went to school with, I've never seen them since I walked out those fucking school gates. I was glad to get out of the place. But everyone I went to school with, I do know, they became doctors, lawyers. I was watching the news one evening, and there was a kid who was in my class at school. He was a politician, and I remember thinking to myself, I'd love to have a fucking school reunion. What do you do? But it's strange. I went to pick up a friend of mine who lives just outside of Newcastle when I was still living in Newcastle. And this friend is actually, he was Abaddon's drum roadie right away through all the, I suppose, what you would call the halcyon period, Metallica support and Slayer support and all that kind of stuff. And we've remained best friends ever since. We're still, even though I'm living in Portugal, he's still in Newcastle. We're still in contact all the time. He's a brother. And I remember going, and he lives in a high-rise flat, and it's quite a rough area of the northeast. It's sort of the east end of Newcastle. And I went to pick him up this day because we were working on like a little blues project, and he's got a great vocal. He's a great singer. He should have done something with his fucking voice, but he's like, I'm not bothered. He's one of those people, but he's a talented guy. So anyway, I'm sitting in the car waiting for him, and he comes out of the block of flats, and he comes out with this other guy. And I look and I'm like, I know that fucking guy. So anyway, Gordon, my friend, comes over and he brings this guy over. And I'm looking at this guy and I'm thinking, I used to go to school with you. I'm fucking sure I know you. Anyway, I opened the car door. This guy used to be my best friend in primary school when we were like between the age of 5 and 10 years old. We were inseparable, I can remember my mum, because we lived quite a few streets away, my mum would take me to his house so we could, play together, toy soldiers and all that kind of fucking bollocks. And his mum would bring him to my house so we could play together, So the families knew each other. We were best friends as little kids. He knew everything about me. I hadn't seen him since we left primary school. And leaving primary school at 10 years old. So then you go to high school at 11 years old. I sort of dropped out at 15. you know. But I never saw him in high school because he was in a lower grade class than me. But he knew everything. He put his head in the car and he was like, "Remember me?" I was like, "Fucking yes!" And I still remember his name was Kevin Taylor. I was like, "Fucking hell, Kevin!" And he was like, "You seem to have done all right." I was like, "What?" He went, "Venom." I went, "Oh, you don't know about that, do you?" He went, "Know everything, mate." You know. And it turns out he got into rock music. His band was AC/DC. Loved AC/DC. Yeah. And he was saying, he says, "Oh, I've just took my daughter to our first rock concert last week, and it was AC/DC." But yeah, he knew everything. Going to America, Metallica support and all that kind of stuff. I was like, bloody, he says, I've kept an eye on it all. I thought, fucking hell, isn't that weird? Probably school friends who have seen something and thought, hold on, is that Jeff? I used to go to school with him. You know? So, no, but like I say, school, you know, they say, oh, school's the best days of your life. Bollocks, I fucking hated it. Couldn't wait to get out. My school in the 70s, I mean, it looked more like a correctional institute than a school. Let's put it that way, you know. And I remember in 1976, there was a full-blown riot at the school. It made national news. It made international news. There was teachers beaten up. There was cars overturned. And it was all because it was when the sex equality came in, and some of the girls decided to have a little protest and say, well, you know, we want to be able to wear trousers as well as skirts because their uniform was a skirt and blah, blah, and the boys' trousers, you know, so it was very regimented school uniforms. So the headmaster decided and said, right, you can, right, if you want to bring this equality in, but you've got to take it the other way, you will receive corporal punishment, just like the boys as well. Right? So it works both ways. So they all made these little placards and went on a little protest, and all the fucking nutcases, all the hard guys decided to take advantage of it, and they just smashed the fucking place to pieces. We were. I think we were about 12 or 13 at the time, and we were herded into the chemistry labs. Doors were locked, and it was like, just stay there. So we're sitting under the desks with the fucking windows coming in and everything. I was like, fucking hell. But yeah, it was. I want to say it was a rough school. It sounds like it was rough, but it wasn't. It wasn't that bad. But it was massive. It was a huge, I mean, thousands of people. Huge school, yeah. Yes, but couldn't wait to get away. That was it. Do you know what it is? If I've got to be brutally honest, I would say that in the early days, and I've always been like this, I'm a bit of a loner, really. I would say at least 80% of Welcome to Hell and Black Metal together, those two albums, it's all my work, you know, and that's music and lyrics. You know, there was a lot of songs written before Conrad joined the band. You know, I read these things where he's going on about how he changed the fucking influence of the band. He changed it. I say, fucking hell. We've just done a response to a thing that he did in Metal Hammer where we're going, what fucking planet did this happen on? You know, it's like, I was totally inexperienced when it came to writing, playing, everything. We all were, right? It was as simple as that. And we just muddled along, right? There was no genius moments. There was nothing like that, right? I'm going to shoot the whole myth down in flames, right? Because it was right place, right time. You know, the stars aligned and they hit 3 fucking idiots from Newcastle. And we became the next big thing. And that's what it was. That's exactly what it was, you know. For some reason, the world took to what we were doing. Now, when I first met Conrad at that girlfriend's friend's house, you know, we just got talking about metal and stuff like that because he had long hair. It was a sort of meeting place for some of the metal kids in the area. I think this girl's parents, they used to go out one night a week and, like, you know, they would allow her to have her friends over. So we used to go around there, sneak a few cans of beer in and fucking have a pizza and just sit and listen to metal music, and that was it. So I went this night, and he was sitting there on the sofa, and she introduced me. Oh, this is my new boyfriend. This is Conrad. I was like, hey, how are you doing, mate? He had long hair. I had long hair. Everybody in the fucking room had long hair. So we started talking. Turns out he played guitar. I was like, oh, I've got a band, I'm looking for a rhythm guitarist, So I invited him along to the next rehearsal. At that point, he said he was working at Impulse Studios. Now, what it was what they call a Youth Opportunity Program, what they call a YOP. It was called a YOP scheme, right? And what this was it was the government's way of getting people off unemployment, where they would finance a company a certain amount of money every week to take an unemployed person and give them a little bit of work or training or whatever, right? So that's what he was doing. He wasn't a producer. He wasn't an engineer. He was a fucking tea boy, right? He was making tea and coffee. And yes, he learned how to splice tape, and he learned a few little bits and pieces, right? But there is an article by the engineer, Steve Thompson, who was working there at the time. And Steve has got his own website, and he put this big statement up about Conrad and he just debunked the whole myth of what Conrad had been saying. And it's, you know what it is? It's sad that, it's like, right, basic historical fact. I wrote the early material. You're not going to get away from that. I'm really sorry. I'm not bragging. I haven't got an ego. That's just fact. Okay, if we had to stand up, somebody put a gun to your head. It's like, who wrote that? I did. Who wrote that? I did. Did you write that? Yes. Bang. You're out of here. Honestly, it's as simple as that. Brass tacks, simple as that, right? But this constant justification of his relevance, it's like, right, okay, so I wrote these songs, and like I said, I was armed with a power chord in the first position of the pentatonic scale, and I was trying to write my own stuff. First song I ever wrote was Red Light Fever. I mean, the songs were written when Clive was in the band. Buried Alive was written when Clive was in the band. The lyrics to Possessed were written before Clive joined the band. I had wrote those as a poem. I had a riff. The riff then became Manitou. I had kept that riff around. And so to say that there was any great change when he came into the band, it fucking wasn't. And then I know Abaddon's going through his problems at the minute, but I seen an interview with him, and it's well known how we did Welcome to Hell, because it was meant to be a set of demos, and essentially that's what it is. That album is a set of new demos. And I remember taking the equipment into Neat Records, and the guy David Wood saying, "Have you got enough material for an album?" And we looked at each other. It was like, yeah. Yeah. Well, we didn't, And, Welcome to Hell itself, the title track, was finished off in the studio. We recorded the whole thing in 3 days, And then I read this interview with Abaddon, where he sort of says the same thing. And then he says, yeah, and I had some lyrics, so I put them. I was like, what fucking lyrics? Please tell me, just please tell me what lyrics are yours on Welcome to Hell. The whole album. What lyrics are yours? What lyrics are yours on Black Metal? Do you know that after Black Metal, myself and Conrad had a meeting with Eric Cook, the manager? We had a meeting in a burger bar in Newcastle, where we then said to Eric, get this guy off the songwriting credits because he's not doing anything. Now, if you're a historian of Venom, you will now look at Welcome to Hell and Black Metal and see Lant Dunbury. That's the songwriting team. That's still not true. Because at that point, we were all mates, and it was one for all for one, all that kind of bullshit, right? Wrong, right? But after that, when you say At War with Satan, Possessed, and any further Venom albums after that, it's Lant Dun. You'll see that, right? Yeah. Again, it's just fact. It's historical fact, right? And then, I'm not saying I did everything, but I didn't do any artwork for the band, right? But neither really did. I mean, then I get Abaddon saying, I designed the Welcome to Hell cover. No, you didn't. The sigil of Baphomet has been around for fucking hundreds of years, right? I'm sorry. But it's like putting a crucifix on the front of the album. You did not design that. You did not design the Sigil of Baphomet. It was on the front cover of the Satanic Bible. We had one copy between the three of us, and that's how it became the album cover. The font is Old English. It's a font called Old English. Welcome to Hell is in Old English. Everybody now knows the story behind the Venom logo. It is Roger Dean's fucking font. I didn't know that at the time because I still remember me and Conrad, we used to go training together at a local sports centre. I introduced him to weight training, so we used to train together all the time. And this one particular day, after finishing training, we were in the changing rooms, and he went, "Oh, what do you think of this? Could be the new album cover." And he pulled out this drawing, and it was the first drawing of the black metal head. Right? Now, that black metal head is also sort of influenced by a cover of a book or a magazine called Man, Myth and Magic. Right? There was one of the covers which had this kind of face on, and if you look at the two of them together, yes, the similarities. Okay, so influenced or whatever. And then Conrad said to me, "I've also done this to the logo," and that's where you see the black metal has the spikes on it. It's a bit of more of a spiky logo, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I like that. It looks a bit more, a bit more dangerous and stuff, rather than a fucking 70s bubble thing, And it was Conrad that said, "Yeah, I've done it because," and then he showed his Tales of Topographic Oceans. And I was like, I've never been a Yes fan. The most Yes I know is the fucking single Wondrous Stories with John Anderson singing it. Never been a Yes fan. I couldn't tell you one song from another, But I was aware of the album covers, all that bubble stuff and fucking, fucking hippy dippy trippy stuff and all that. And he said, "Yeah, look at this." And that's when he showed me Roger Dean's signature in that font. And I just looked and went, "You're fucking joking." I had no idea. And somebody recently, well, I'm saying recently, maybe it's about a year or 2 years ago now, but somebody put something up on the internet where they took Roger Dean's font and they cut it up and joined it together. And it's the Venom logo. Wow. And it's like, whoa, fucking hell. So, it was traced off Roger Dean's font, and Abaddon had brought that in. But the thing is, regardless of all this, and I'm just saying this, honestly, I'm just saying this to get the truth out there because I'm sick of reading the bullshit. But honestly, it was whatever I wrote, right? And it was, at the end of the day, it was all blues and rock and roll riffs, right? That's all I had. I didn't know what a fucking flattened fifth was. The Sabbath written down, boom, boom. I didn't know, that's the fifth. It's a flattened fifth. I didn't know what the fuck's a flattened fifth. I hadn't a clue. There isn't there's no flattened fifths on the first two albums, to my knowledge, anyway. But whatever I wrote and took in, I can remember going in again, Newcastle Quayside, really excited one Sunday morning. I've got a new song. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. What is it? It was Witch Hour. I was always excited about taking these songs. I can remember playing a cassette in a local. We had this local sort of PA and light and hire company in Newcastle, which was just around the corner from the cooperative department store where I bought Hotter Than Hell. We used to go and hang out there on a Saturday afternoon and watch the lasers and the lights and play with the smoke machines. We were just fascinated by all that stuff. And we got to know the guy in there, a guy called Louis Taylor, who ended up singing for a band called Satan for a while. And Louis actually did some lights for us at a little social club that we played, But I had this cassette. And I had my father's cassette player that, where you used to press play and record. And that's how I used to do my demos. I didn't have an amp in the house to do it with. It was just the guitar in front of this little cassette recorder, which is still at my daughter's house now. And I remember playing this cassette. Oh, new song. And that was Angel Dust. And that cassette recorder is the cassette recorder which recorded the Church Hall demo tapes with Clive Archer singing. Oh. This big Venom box set, Church Hall recordings, right? Those recordings are taken off a copy of my cassette. I recorded those, right? I actually contacted the record company to say that as well, because Conrad has only got a copy of it. So the original cassette is in my studio. The actual cassette, I mean, you can just make out the writing on the front, which says Westcott Road Church Hall. You know, so that original cassette is still with me. And the cassette recorder is at my daughter's house in England, and my father's recorder. But like I say, if anybody thinks of Venom, they think of Kronos, Mantas, and Abaddon. Mm-hmm. It's the, you know what people say, the classic lineup. My Judas Priest is Glenn Tipton, KK Downing, Rob Halford, Ian Hill, and Les Binks, because that's the band that I saw in 1979. Mm-hmm. My Kiss, Peter, Paul, Ace, and Gene. It's as simple as that. I've seen every inception of Kiss. I've seen every lineup of Kiss. And I was lucky enough to see the original lineup when they came back together in, what was it, 96? And it was, you know? Mm-hmm. And people are now saying, you know, I've been doing a lot of interviews lately, and for some reason, people are so, what about this reunion, you know, about, fucking hell. Now Conrad's gone into the press going, oh, I'll never do that. It's like, no, you won't, because you're fucking scared to do it. You found a little safe place with your two hired men, and you're in a little safe place now. I mean, but at the same point, you know, to do it for the fans who want to see the original lineup, then yeah, great. But I really don't believe there's 1 million people out there on the planet waiting for a Venom reunion. You know, I'm a fucking realist, and it's like, well, if somebody can prove it to me, then maybe we can get them all to talk. But like I say, you know, Abaddon's got, I mean, I had the problems nearly 5 years ago now, and Abaddon's got those problems now. And you know what it is with what happened to me, what's happened to Abaddon, and I know Kronos has had problems as well. I sometimes sit there and think, because I'm getting older, is all this conflict really fucking worth it? It is quite sad that a band that had so much impact and influence can't be celebrated by the original people who were involved. And I do find that sad. I mean, it would be a difficult task to get the three of us together. I know that for a fact. But I just think it's so sad. You know, when you've got, I mean, you know, look at what's happening with Pantera now. It's not Pantera. We know that. Yeah. But they are playing in front of colossal crowds, and they'll continue to do so until they've done their bit. But the thing is, it's exactly like what Tony Dolan said in an interview. It's the music. People are out there to enjoy the music. Yeah. And sometimes it doesn't seem to matter who's there playing it, as long as there's somebody from the original, you know. Sure. And it's a bit strange to think that, you know, Venom Inc. are getting the call to do all the black metal sort of celebrations, if you like. You know, we've done quite a few of these shows now where we've played the entire album. Yeah. The one which was the most fun was when we recreated the entire set from 1984 at Hammersmith Odeon. You know, that was great. And we've been asked to do it a good few more times. We've just secured headline of the Temple stage at Hellfest.
Doing what he can. unknowing what fate doth await round each corner they take in the night. He's got you in his eyes. Come the night, your freeze with pride has gone high, best to die.
Well, I guess it was, late for some, earlier for others. I guess, it's just my age. It's, at that point I was 13. So that would have been probably, it was early 87, if I do the math right. And the first album I heard was black metal. It was a good start for me. I totally remember, because I did, in 86 is when I started getting into like Slayer, Metallica, Megadeth, that kind of shit. You'd always see Venom, of course. The Venom, Slayer, Exodus, Ultimate Revenge thing, and shortly after that, I just had to seek out Venom stuff. So yeah, that was the first one I heard, was black metal. Well, for Venom at least, it wasn't too backwards, because they were still, Possessed, the album came out in 85, Hell Awaits was 85, so they were still slightly current in a way. They were, like back then they were like, it's kind of old dogs slightly. 2 years was a huge difference. 6 months was a huge difference in a lot of ways. At that point, things could change drastically within 6 months, depending on who did what. Slayer, look at Slayer. How they stopped playing Judas Priest and Iron Maiden covers when they heard the No Life Till Leather demo, because they knew they had to up their game. So like overnight, they became speed metal, way up there. Whether people want to believe it or not, just like whether people want to believe Kiss is responsible for a lot of things, whether they want to believe that or not, or just look at them as a joke band. But the fact of the matter, if it wasn't for Kiss, there wouldn't be a Venom. Mantas will tell you that. If there wasn't a Venom, there wouldn't be, half the music world would have went a different way. Let's just say that, who knows how it would have turned out. But they're definitely, like trailblazers, so it would be a totally different thing. 1,000 Days in Sodom I've always liked. And I put that very softly. Yeah, I've always liked that song. It was a good little ditty. But no, that whole album fucking rules. Like I just said, it's very, like I said, you can just say it in one sentence. Without Venom, there wouldn't be. Yeah, sure, Metallica loved Diamond Head, but without Venom, where would they be? They had Motorhead and Diamond Head to go off of, but it would be still a little different without Venom. 1,000 Days in Sodom, I would say, is the usual standout track for that, but there's not a bad song. Even the little instrumental Mercy Without Mayhem, or Mercy with Mayhem, whatever the fuck, the title that I already ripped off is has its place on the album. Mayhem with Mercy. It is a magic ingredient, and that's a magic ingredient with any band, that had a certain chemistry. They, again, Venom say it themselves in that Ultimate Revenge interview. I'm not particularly a good singer. Abaddon's not a good drummer, but when you put us all together, it makes something. I mean, because really, had Prime Evil come out with no, if it just came out without the Venom name, I mean, who would care about it? It's those three guys. It has to be those three guys to have that special something. And other bands can do it. Other bands, that have, Motorhead's one that can do it. It certainly wasn't the same without the Three Amigos. That's a totally different thing. With Filthy and Eddie and Lemmy. I mean, that's its own thing again. When you take out Eddie and put in Brian Robertson, you got something completely different. Does it still sound like Motorhead? Yeah, pretty much, but not like that era of Motorhead. The Filthy, Fast Eddie, Lemmy era. So I mean, but it's nothing that you want to think about too. You just want to, as far as Venom, you don't really wonder why they're so special. You just take it that they are, enjoy it for because they are special. Try not to think about it. Once you think about it or overanalyze it, then you're gonna ruin it. It's a proven thing. I mean, you look at all your favorite bands of whatever it is. Once members start to change, whatever that particular era is that you really loved, and then when they start to change members, it's like it's still cool. Maybe there might be some things there that you like, but it's never going to be that special thing. Just as the same thing as Welcome to Hell. I mean, those first two albums and all the singles therein are just pretty much responsible for any of the extreme type of metal. But yeah, black metal in itself, I mean, you hate to say like, it's titled black metal, so it spawned a whole genre of music, because we know what's known as black metal sounds nothing like Venom black metal. And that's I guess that's a matter of whatever you like to listen to, but nothing really beats that album, black metal. It took Welcome to Hell one step, or a couple of steps farther, deeper into the hell zone. Welcome to Hell was still had a little more rock elements, like rock style chord progressions and stuff like that, whereas black metal was just got even more dark, more metal, I guess, in their riffing and lyric style too. So it's a great album, and that's where I took the Midnight band name, Leave Me in Hell. That's, if you're asking about favorite songs, that's probably one of the best song titles, and just the notion of Leave Me in Hell is great. It fits me perfect. Yeah, just leave me in hell. I'm fine. That would be my choice cut off that album, I guess. Well, a lot of, well, at least what I think is, I think what Mantas, because I think mainly he was the main songwriter, the band. Not, that's not discounting Abaddon or Kronos of at all. And I'm sure Kronos came up with stuff too. And like we said, he needs all three ingredients. So, but I'm just saying, like, someone that brings the seeds to be planted, I think we listen to a lot of the same influences to begin with. The Judas Priest, the Kiss stuff, the Motorhead. When you put all that stuff together and then you just add Satan to it, it makes them and them tuning to C sharp, like Black Sabbath did. So you got Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, Kiss, all that stuff, and Motorhead, and and their lack of musicality, just that little punk element in there. So I think I come from the same kind of roots as Venom did as well, but then I can appreciate Venom more than appreciate what they did as well. So it's just similar stuff.
I think I was of the age where you discovered Venom retrospectively through bands that were talking about Venom in the 90s. So I didn't really get into extreme. I got into extreme metal, I guess, in around 93, and I got into black metal around 95. So I was too young for that initial. I wasn't there when it happened. The first wave, certainly. And but you instantly, as soon as you got into black metal, Venom and Bathory were instantly, and to a lesser extent, I guess, Celtic Frost and Hellhammer, they were part of the cultural makeup, and they were part of the kind of legacy. There were so many references, bands like Mayhem, Gorgoroth, Cradle of Filth, Dark Throne, all Burzum. I mean, like every band would have some reference to those 80s bands. And it was sort of mandatory that you sort of discovered those. I would say like it was clearly a different generation. The people my age, we were a bit, I guess I was a bit younger than most of the Norwegian bands that were coming out, but they still felt like that was those were sort of our peers or of our generation. But yeah, with Venom, it was, you sort of couldn't not be aware of their cultural and musical impact, and then you would then explore them, and so that was how I got into it, really. And I think I picked up one of their many kind of random compilations that featured tracks from it had tracks from the more obscure albums, and the stuff with Tony, and the later lineups mixed in with the classics from the first three albums. So it was a kind of a weird mix, and that's sort of how I discovered Celtic Frost as well. You were hearing the later stuff plus the newer stuff kind of back to back. So yeah, that was a big one. And then obviously you instantly, black metal and Welcome to Hell was sort of you had to know those albums. It was that kind of that much of a fundament to the scene. So, and I was really into I was already really into punk. So for me, in some ways, I preferred stuff like Venom to some of the more metal, bands of the 80s, because I felt like and the same again with Hellhammer and Celtic Frost and Bathory. For me, it clicked because as well as being into second wave black metal, I was really into UK punk, and there's so much UK punk in those bands. It was a good, it was a sort of good symbiosis in a way. And I remember they brought out not so long after I was into them, they brought out Set in Stone, which was their comeback album. So it was quite a good time to be into Venom, because you discovered them in the mid-90s. Suddenly the original lineup was back. And I always remember that there was a limited edition double CD of that Set in Stone album, which had 10 of the later non-original lineup songs re-recorded in the studio with the original lineup. And like myself and my friends, we were spinning that more than the main album, because you were hearing classic songs like Manitou and Warhead and stuff, and it was just nice to hear it. And like those songs back to back with these really rough raw recordings from the early 80s. So it was a good time to be into them. And then of course the original lineup splintered again, and that didn't last so long. But it's a funny thing, coming from the UK, you'd think Venom would be much more part of the kind of cultural and heavy music background, or you'd think that would be a big thing. They're not really as celebrated here as they are elsewhere in the world. If people know Maiden, everyone knows Maiden. Even your guy in the street knows Maiden. Every metal fan, it'll be a brave metal fan who said, "I don't like Iron Maiden." It's that kind of basic, and we look at them as being an English, kind of flying the flag for English metal and all that. But in a funny way, Venom have never really had that level of, because they've never really been, they've never really had that consistent presence. Yeah. They've only played London, I think. So I discovered them around 95, and I reckon they've only played the London maybe twice or three times since then. Whereas you could have seen Emperor. Well, I have seen Emperor in London probably 6 times, and I've probably seen Venom. I think I've only seen them twice. They were on tour with Celtic Frost around Mortiis. No, sorry, they weren't. They played in London around the same time as Celtic Frost played in Mortiis. And then they also, the other time I saw them was in Norway. So yeah, they just didn't have this kind of, they don't have the presence you did. Because really, you could say that they laid the foundation for all extreme metal. And I don't feel that they've quite had the recognition. Of course, people like us, we know about them and their legacy, but I would dare to say that Venom are still underrated within metal. I think people still haven't quite had their dues. And I think that is partly because, you've got Venom, Venom Inc., there's just always been, there's never been that consistent presence that you get with a band like Iron Maiden or Creator or whoever it might be, and I think that's maybe had a little bit of impact on their legacy. I don't think it's quite been realized in a way. I think Venom are one of the bands from that movement who are more remembered. I think the new wave of British heavy metal thing became very kind of trendy, is the only word to use it, in latter years, so a generation below us. I guess the people that were discovering metal in the 2000s, and especially in London, there's quite a retro metal scene who are quite into all that stuff, including Venom. And then the older people who are into metal in the 80s, of course, they love that stuff. So it's almost the people in the middle who got missed out a little bit. So I do think Venom have definitely got more. People know Venom better than they know Samson or Praying Mantis or whatever else. But considering that we might not have death and black metal in its current incarnations without them, I think they ought to be better known. And there's a lot of people just aren't aware of the history of it. I mean, I remember I made a post through one of the Cult Never Dies social media a while ago when Mantis was having some ill health, and I said something like, I think I wrote it, and when one of us posted it, we wrote it, something like, this is the guy that invented extreme metal guitars, or, and somebody commented, no, that was Chuck Schuldiner. He did it first. It's like, it's such a basic, and it wasn't a young guy. It was a guy, in his 30s or 40s. But that's the thing. Like, probably a lot of people, if you ask them, they would know Death, or they would know, Maiden and Sabbath, and so they haven't quite got that. They have certainly got more kudos than a lot of new wave of British heavy metal bands, but I don't feel they quite have the kudos that, I mean, if a Monomath and Venom play at a gig in London, in England, it's probably a Monomath that would headline, and nothing against a Monomath, but it's kind of, Venom haven't quite, they should be the Maiden of extreme metal for me.
Yeah.
They should be headlining festivals every year, either, whether it's Venom or Venom Inc., they should be sort of, I just feel they haven't, because they haven't had that consistency. They just don't quite have the sort of, they don't have the stature that they could have. And I don't know to what extent younger fans maybe know. I mean, if you listen to death metal in 2022, you discovered it in the last few years, you might not go back and look, especially in the more fractured internet age where you can kind of discover bands without context. I feel like maybe those sort of bands are forgotten a little bit in the sort of the canon of whatever metal is. But yeah, I don't think it's much of an exaggeration to say they invented extreme metal, really. I think they married, they were kind of a meeting of maybe 4 different important strands that sort of form the basis for what we now call extreme metal. They had the sinister kind of occult aspect that, bands like Black Sabbath most obviously had introduced. They had this kind of, they had the raw kind of, the rough rock and roll spirit of Motorhead. They had a lot of punk influence from bands like Sham 69, and also the bands that were coming up alongside them, like Amoebics, they used to tape trade with, and events like Discharge and stuff. So they had that. And then they also had the sort of finesse. I mean, finesse isn't a word you'd necessarily apply to Venom first, but they had that sort of streamlined riffing that Judas Priest had been kind of building up to throughout the 70s. And I think that was the thing. They kind of had the rock and roll, the punk, the metal, as it had now become this sort of streamlined metal sound, and they had the sinister aspect. And I think that kind of that collision just hadn't. There's nothing that had really combined those things before. I think if Motorhead had released, maybe if Motorhead had released an album in the '78 that was inspired by witches and stuff, I mean, that wouldn't be very Motorhead, but that almost could have preempted it, and but again, also Venom took it a stage further with the music. It was definitely heavier than Motorhead. It was more evil than Black Sabbath. It was more kind of attitude than Judas Priest, and it was it kind of it allowed people who liked that punkiness of punk but maybe were not so into the lyrical themes or the fashion or whatever, they could connect with it as well. So I think that was a big thing, really. It created that, and that sort of got the ball rolling. And most obviously the bands that followed would be Hellhammer, Celtic Frost, and Bathory. I mean, those obviously were taken direct inspiration. And at that point, it's like a snowball. I think by the mid '80s, they've sort of formed the genesis of what we now know as extreme metal, and it's sort of rolling. So I think Venom's importance after the first three albums is obviously lessened, because they've done it then, and they've created this thing, and it just took on a life of its own in South America and Asia and Northern Europe and so on. And I think the fact that there was that generational gap between them and the bands in Norway was also important, because the bands in Norway could sort of selectively ignore the humor in Venom. There's a sort of I always think it's going too far. People like to say, like, it was all tongue-in-cheek with Venom, and I think it's going a bit far. Like, some of those songs I don't think are tongue-in-cheek, but some of them definitely are. It's that mix-up. And probably if bands like, if that Norwegian wave of, seminal artists, Swedish, Finnish, Greek, if those bands were a bit younger, or Venom had been a bit older, it might have been harder to distance it and extract it and make it more serious. So I think it was kind of circumstance as well as their own genius. And, let's face it, it's songwriting as well. I mean, they were just amazing songwriters. It's very easy to overlook that. And you often hear people... there was one thing that always confused me getting into Venom in retrospect, in the mid-90s and onwards, was that people, especially the UK press at that time, was really kind of, apart from Terrorizer magazine, they were quite dismissive. They were sort of like, and actually it has to be said that quite a few people in black metal are a bit dismissive as well, to the extent that it was sort of like, well, this is where it came from, and you have to recognize that, but let's fast forward to where it gets important, And that's what I felt with a lot of books on black metal. That was part of the sort of impetus behind the black metal book I wrote, was kind of showing how these 80s bands, they weren't just like something to rush through and kind of give context. They were channeling whatever it is that we all kind of are drawn to and within extreme metal now. So, I always found it strange when people said, Venom, they look great, they didn't have the songs, or they sounded like shit or whatever. It's like, they really, they sound great. I like black metal, the album, more now than I did 25 years ago. And you can't say that of every album. I do think it's a genuinely great album. And I think the sound is fantastic. I think we learned through bands like Dark Throne and Vlad Tepes and whoever else that a good production isn't necessarily a clean production. I wouldn't want to necessarily... It was interesting to hear them update the songs, but you still, if you wanted the definitive version of a song from black metal, you'll probably go to that album. And, I think someone said it had the dynamic range of a flat pizza. But that's sort of... but that's kind of what makes it great. Like, if they'd come out with a, 32-channel California rock star production in that album, I really don't think it would have had the same atmosphere, and so I think that was another thing that was important. Was it was a bit like the Clash or whatever punk band, in the sense that I think people could listen to Venom and say that's achievable. Yeah. I love Judas Priest; they're one of my favorite bands. But if you listen to Judas Priest, it could, and you're a young musician, it could probably be quite be hard to relate to, or hard to see how you could sort of reproduce that. And I suppose with Venom, it's all quite simple to play, but it's good songwriting. And I suppose that's that makes it relatable for a lot of people, and especially young bands who are getting into it later on. Rooted in something a bit more primal. I suppose that's because Black Sabbath, I mean, all those bands by the 80s had become very good at playing, which is great. But there was a reason that punk was so embraced, and bands like Motorhead were so embraced, and that's because they stripped things down again. So I think, in a way, you needed Venom to do that within a metal context, maybe, and sort of, they were able to strip things down in a way where so many people could then build on it in their own different directions. Whether it was Creator or Bathory or Celtic Frost or Mayhem, Rotting Christ. The list is almost endless. I would say almost every band was directly or indirectly playing death or black metal or thrash. Slayer, Metallica, so from Metallica to Dark.
No, I was just a kid, man. I mean, I wasn't playing music yet, you know, and you probably mean as in, was I making music and, you know, playing instruments and whatever? No. I was about, I'd say I was about 10 years old. So I was pretty fucking young when I discovered them. And I guess it wasn't so much discovered as some asshole decided to challenge me in the sense that I was a big Wasp fan at the time, you know, so this was like around their second record and they were still like, in my world, they were like the heaviest band ever because of Blackie with the raw meat and the you know, the saw blades and the cod pieces and all that stuff. And I thought nobody can beat that, you know, because I'm 10 years old and I'm fucking naive. I didn't know about the underground or anything like that. So, but then somebody had, I guess somebody older in the kind of group that I was sort of hanging out with. We were a bunch of like kids and teenagers, and most of those kids were older than me at the time. I guess he just kind of went like, well, fuck this. I mean, I heard this band called Venom and he had a tape. It was just like a mixtape, you know, and it must have been like a 10th generation copy because the sound on that copy was atrocious. Or at least I thought it must have been like a copy of a copy of a copy because it sounded fucking terrible. Right. And so I listened to it and I'm like, I never admitted it to anybody at the time. But I realized this is heavier than Wasp by fucking by miles, you know. And inside, deep in my heart, I knew that to be true, but I would never admit it. I was like, nope, there's no way. I refused to admit it, but I knew that this was heavier. And it turns out way later, I realized that was probably not a copy of a copy of a copy. That was the way Venom sounded. It was just a mess, you know, and I'm pretty sure that was their first single because those two songs were In League with Satan and Live Like an Angel, Die Like a Devil, which is off of the first single, you know. So that was probably somebody just taped that single onto a cassette and it just made the rounds, you know, and in my group of friends. So that was my first introduction to Venom. I didn't become a fan at the time because I was so heavy, you know, hooked on Wasp and a couple of other sort of more commercial heavy metal bands. But I never forgot that moment where I was made aware of Venom. And a few years later, I was getting heavier into it, you know, because my tastes were changing a little bit. I was becoming more into underground stuff. And once you get into that stuff, the Venom name is never far away. At least it wasn't back in those days. You don't have the kind of instant research ability that you have these days, you know, where you just go on Wikipedia and somebody will just connect every dot for you. You just have to discover that on your own, you know, by buying these sort of rare magazines that you almost never got your hands on because you're in fucking Norway. Back in the late 80s, Norway was like Albania or something. It was quite isolated. Nobody came to play here, like unless you're Motley Crue or something like that. I mean, you didn't really, or Iron Maiden or some really big band. It's like not like Venom ever was going to come over to Norway. Well, they did, but that was like in 2015 or something, you know. So that was about 25 years away. So no, you just had to read the magazines if you were able to get hold of them, and you know you can make some connections through when I was able to get my hands on some vinyl or stuff like that, and then you would read every letter, every word on that album. It was so fascinating, especially the thank you lists back in those days. That was the way to discover bands you never heard about. You know, thanks to Tony from Whiplash. Well, who the fuck is Whiplash? I got to check that stuff out. And all of a sudden, it's like Warmonger. You know, like fuck it, that's another one. So that was kind of how you connected everything. You know, and I remember Venom because they had this like massive rock star attitude that nobody else had. They pretend to be like Kiss, although they weren't. You know, they took a big page out of the Gene Simmons book, I guess, and pretending to be a much better and bigger than you really are, and it worked. You know, so you'd read stuff like Kronos, you know, slagging off Merciful Fate in interviews, and you'd see these awesome photos of King Diamond next to it, and I'm like, why are you slagging this guy off? He looks fucking great. But it was just all show. But you know, when you're 10, 12, 13, whatever, you know, you don't realize that. You don't necessarily see the irony. Because my English was much more limited. It's not perfect today, but back then I was still learning the basics of it, you know. So we didn't realize for a long time that Venom were very tongue-in-cheek. We just thought those guys are fucking nuts, and they're slacking off King Diamond, and he looks fucking dangerous too. And you realize, and then you check out Merciful Fate and go like, wow, this is a very interesting, strange music. Wow, it's like drama, and so you become, contrary to what Venom wanted to happen, I guess we became fans of Merciful Fate too. And of course, Bathory was never far away, because we would get these magazines that had like advertisements on the backside of lots of records with a little bit of information underneath each album. So you'd see the first Bathory album there, and it would say something like Venom times 100. They would always use these like crazy descriptions back in those days, like with Hellhammer, Apocalyptic Rage, they would say stuff like, if you thought Sodom sounded terrible, this is even worse. And for kids, that works. Back in those days, like the more they hate it, the more we're gonna love it. And same with the first Slayer album. People were slagging that off. These guys can't play, and like, dude, they became, that was fucking Slayer. Like one of the most legendary bands of all time. They got slagged off too. They all did. But I digressed. But it was kind of like paint by numbers in a way. You just go from one band to the next one and just start realizing that they connect together. Like, oh shit, all of a sudden you read an interview, they toured together, so you realize there's a world here. But it took time. Like today, you could probably get into that. You could learn about that in a day. Back then, it was a couple of years until you kind of had that kind of knowledge and insight into what was kind of going on. Especially in Norway, like I said, because we were kind of outside of the whole thing. But it's a lot of that, when you discover like a new genre, you kind of you go digging like an archaeologist. I keep using that word, just dig deeper and deeper into the layers, and until you're back in the late 60s and listening to Coven or some crazy shit like that, because somebody's going to reference that at some point. So like, oh, I got to go back and check that out. Like they did that in '69. Black Widow, who apparently at Black Sabbath, when they were like a total unknown, a lot of people went to their shows. They thought it was Black Widow because they were bigger at the time, like in '69 or something like that, So they kind of, I guess they piggybacked a little bit on Black Widow, if you could believe that, So it's again, it's all interconnected, and it's all very fascinating too, if you ask me. You dig out Trouble, and then you read interviews with them, and they were into Saint Vitus or something like that, and Saint Vitus were into Pentagram probably, but this obscure band that disappeared forever, and of course they returned in a big way. Who would have known about those guys if not for like guys like Lee Dorian, I guess, and Relapse Records, obviously. So I think Venom kind of goes in and out of the story in a sense. Because Venom were never everybody's taste, which is, I think, why they probably got surpassed by Slayer, Metallica, and those American bands that were clearly influenced by Venom and British new wave British heavy metal. In Norway, I think what really kind of we really dug about Venom was the fact that they were so fucking different. They were early, so we respected the fact that they started everything. At least I personally always connected with Kronos' lyrics. I think he's a fucking poet. The way he did that whole Satanism thing or the occult, and mixing that in with this, it did it like a rock star, to be honest. I don't think I realized it at the time, but probably in retrospect, my old love of Kiss somehow subconsciously probably connected with Venom. The way Venom behaved and presented themselves was very Kiss-like. On a budget, obviously, and with that great tongue-in-cheek thing, where like every photo, it was like they clearly showed you they don't give a fuck. They really didn't care, and that was something I guess I really did connect with. At least in retrospect, I must have subconsciously really connected with that. But it's the whole package with Venom. Everything about him was, and this is going to sound weird, everything about him I thought was quality. The artwork was way better than most other bands at that level. Their whole rock and roll thing was, as I said, was very rock starry. It's like Motorhead, but with these satanic occult types of lyrics. The lyrics of Kronos, I just thought they were like poetic compared to anyone else. And I don't want to slag off anyone, but I thought that Probably because they were UK, then they mastered the language. And perhaps he read fucking Shakespeare. Who knows? So he had this sense of presentation that almost made it a bit believable. They came across to me as a band that maybe they do dabble in the occult. Maybe they do this stuff for real. Who knows? They just convinced me in a way. So when I say quality, it is a bit contradictory because their music wasn't necessarily quality. It was pure fucking mayhem, wasn't it? I don't know why we connected with that because at the end of the day, a lot of the black metal musicians became really good musicians, and I think aspired to become good quite quickly. Obviously, with the exception of some people like Darkthrone that didn't really go that way. But take a look at Mayhem and the way they developed into very technical. Emperor became very technical, and a lot of other bands. And enslaved, Opeth. I mean, they came from slightly different backgrounds, I suppose. But it is a bit of a hard question to answer because Venom were I suppose, like Bathory that everybody just loved. And, Celtic Frost. I never met anybody that didn't like that. Venom was very individual. Where like, I loved it and I collected it, but I was fascinated by it. And I think Euronymous felt the same way. Like, this is just fascinating. This band has such charisma. The whole package. But not everybody necessarily got into their music, but I did. I fucking loved it. I don't think the other guys in Emperor were such huge fans. I don't think Ishan was ever into it. I think he might have been into the presentation and the aesthetics of Venom. Seamoth, I think, was somewhere in the middle. I was the fan of the band, and obviously I tried to copy Kronos's lyric abilities, and I never quite. I always admired him and Tom Warrior as lyric writers. I thought Tom Warrior was the only guy that came close to Kronos back in those days, and I tried to copy those, and I probably failed. But I really respected those guys for that. That's kind of like my whole. Those are my memories of Venom. Venom's impact back in the early '90s in the black metal scene. I think the fact that Venom were so essentially such a rock and roll band, essentially, when you listen to the music, and so chaotic as well in their presentation, that I think a lot of kids that came out in the early '90s and started getting into starting their own bands and getting into the black metal thing probably found Bathory catchier, because Bathory kind of comes out of a punk thing, where it's like sort of like three riffs, very repetitive. And atmospheric. Venom weren't musically necessarily, with a few exceptions, mind you, such as I think the song Nightmare is fantastically atmospheric. But back around Welcome to Hell, black metal, they were more about the in-your-face, the sort of explosion of sound, and out of that burst this rock and roll, satanic rock and roll band. I just think that Bathory with that punk thing with the 3-4 riffs and the repetitions and just the atmosphere of someone like Bathory connected more musically with a lot of the early black metal kids. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I think it's a more important band. I think Venom, without Venom, you probably wouldn't have Bathory in the way Bathory became. Bathory would probably be, I would imagine Bathory would have been more like a punk band. Because he was clearly inspired by GBH and stuff like that, which I find fantastic. It was Venom and GBH were probably the hardest, fucking most crazy stuff that came out around 81. I don't think anything else. Maybe Discharge, but I mean, that's about it. I was fucking big on Venom, but it was like every second person in the black metal scene really liked Venom, and the other second half didn't understand it, which I always thought was weird. Like, you're into black metal, but you don't really get Venom. The fuck is wrong with you? Everybody has their faces, I mean, and we were the same way. I mean, if we had Seamoth and Ishan, especially Seamoth, I mean, him and I think we go back the same kind of way, where we're pretty much the same age. He's like a year older than me. You grow up on like Priest and AC/DC and Saxon and Motley Crue and Motorhead and Wasp, of course, became the favorite band. I think that was Seamoth's favorite band too, which was we love those guys, they never came over to play. I think they've been to Norway now a lot of times, but back in the 80s, they went to Sweden, I guess, but we couldn't get them over here. I think they were actually banned. Norway was kind of conservative back in the 80s. I think Wasp toured with Maiden, I think in 85 or 86, and they came to Norway, but Wasp were not allowed to play. because they were controversial, and everybody thought they were called like we are sexual perverts and or we are Satan's people, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. I think all these like dumb ideas what might mean, and I think it's actually just a bug, a wasp for real. That's the story I heard. They were like making some stage gear outside, and some I guess a hornet stung one of the guys or something like that. And they were like, "Hey, wasp, yeah, that's a good fucking bet." I hope that's the way to happen. Well, I mean, I always actually slightly preferred Welcome to Hell over black metal. I think it's because of the sound of the album. It's not necessarily the songs. In League with Satan, this is kind of like a generic answer, I think, to that question. But in League with Satan, definitely, and that drum beat at the beginning is fantastic too. Absolutely amazing. 1,000 Nights in Sodom, I believe, is off of that record. It's been a while since I listened to Venom, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm working on Mortiis stuff now. That's when I tend to not listen to anything else. But quite frankly, my absolute favorite Venom music comes off of the Bloodlust single, which is the one that came between Welcome to Hell and black metal. There's something about the sound on that single, which is I would almost call it like evil. It's got that weird, strange, eerie reverb or sound quality to it, and of course the songs are amazing. It's In Amina Satanas, and Bloodlust, which I think are top 5, both like top 5 Venom tracks, and that leads into the black metal album, which is fantastic in itself. Countess Battery, and stuff like that, which is actually also quite that's one song I think a lot of black metal guys really did like. Even for black metal guys that weren't necessarily understanding Venom, that was one song I never heard anybody say anything bad about. It's that kind of slow, doomy, and it's about Countess Bathory that we all had a fascination with, mythical, evil woman of dark desires, as Bathory wrote. So that worked. I mean, the only thing I'm absolutely certain about when it comes to that is that they coined the term black metal. And that in itself has had just a tsunami of effectually, it inspired so many people, I suppose, to start black metal bands. Even if it wasn't the album itself, it was those two words that fit a genre so well a little while later. Even though I guess in a way Kronos must have felt that it's misunderstood, because I don't think I'm not sure if he ever connected with the modern black metal that came out in the 90s, if he ever thought that was any cool. I don't know if his idea of black metal was what the world knows it as today, and I don't know if it's interesting or not to get into that kind of a thought pattern, but it's interesting to think about. Like maybe he might have had a completely different idea of what he thinks black metal is. Or he's just very appreciative of the fact that his art lives on forever now. I mean, I think black metal probably changed a lot even since we started it back in 91, when we started Emperor. We were inspired by, Sodom, Destruction, Hellhammer, and those types of things from back in the 80s. And it was at that point, it wasn't really about playing tight and fast and symphonic and big and becoming commercial and making a lot of money. It was all about fucking necro and atmospheres and attitude. But I guess that kind of went away, which is understandable. I mean, once you start making money off of your art, I suppose it's easy to, this works, let's keep doing that. I can completely understand it, but that was not what we had in mind back in 91.
You just heard from Mortiis of Emperor fame, for those people that don't know. Then we heard Live Like an Angel, Die Like a Devil, Dayal Patterson, author of black metal, Poison, Mayhem with Mercy. And then we heard from Athanar from Midnight, Schizoid, Mantas yet again, and then the double shot of Sons of Satan and Welcome to Hell, and Martin Popoff, who will be reading some excerpts of in this little set, also was in there as well. So
prolific author.
That's a lot. Yeah. So it's just like it's like too many notes for me to read of all things happening. That's a hell of a talk set. We haven't done something, or not a talk set, but a hell of a set list there. So.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we've done a. I think where the talking outweighs the music by probably 2/3.
Yeah. So it's going to be a lot of talking, a lot of storytelling and hopefully.
But it's not just all us. It's it's from the horse's mouth and from those who be deeply affected.
For sure. So as we've kind of now cracked the seal, as they say on Welcome to Hell, in the Welcome to Hell reissue booklet that came out with the CD, and I'm sure the vinyl has something similar. Malcolm Dome, rest in peace, prolific author of a lot of British.
Did he write for Kerrang and Sounds and stuff?
Yeah, Sounds. I think Metal Hammer. Different things like that.
A talking head on every great metal documentary.
Yeah, for sure. But he did the liner notes for it, and I wanted to read his intro and then another little part from the booklet. He says, "Listen, can you hear it? Can you feel it? The raw sound of heavy metal in its most primal, feral form. The sound of a band holding nothing back, eschewing all semblance of subtlety and sensitivity and the pursuit of cultural dysfunction. This is metal as it was more than 20 years ago," which is funny because these liner notes are from 2009, 2001. Sorry, 2001. More than 20 years ago, when a trio from Newcastle called Venom knocked the world on its axis, confusing and confounding the unwary with a style that took the essence of Motorhead, punk, and Black Sabbath, shook it all together, then distorted the result until ears bled and people ran screaming for cover. He says, back in 1980, of course, the new wave of British heavy metal was starting to make its impact, marking out its territory with focus and conviction, but nobody was quite ready for the whirlwind that was Venom. As they say, welcome to hell. And let me skip because he kind of goes into some stuff that we don't need to go into. But all right, here we go. Welcome to Hell stood out from the posse of imitators because it dared to be different. Motorhead impaled on a rusty nail, perhaps, but in reality, it was an inventive record that went far beyond the confines of its budget. Sure, the album is full of hyperventilating riffs, but check out Witching Hour with its intro bass chimes. They actually ring 13 times, recalls Kronos. We used to put this song at the end of the set, and I would time it so we started the song at midnight. The title track itself has a psalmic recital incorporated, while 1,000 Days in Sodom drives forward with something of a stylish hubris. Amazingly, Welcome to Hell is a very arrogant record, in the best possible sense. The band behaved and generated a self-importance on the songs here that convinced everyone they had what it took to be a major force, which of course happened. Locked together in an alliance of pent-up fury and musical violence, Kronos, Mantas, and Abaddon threw down the gauntlet on Welcome, challenging, daring all of the Sundry to take them on. Is it little wonder that nobody could rise to the challenge? Who else could boast tracks like the face-ripping Live Like an Angel, the thundering In League with Satan, or the defiled subsonic attack of Sons of Satan? It was all here on this first Venom record, and it was to take a couple of years before anyone could shake the cobwebs from their dazed and confused heads and come to terms with what this lot were doing. Put simply, they were taking a wrecking ball to the edifice of heavy metal. Things were never to be the same again, but out of the rubble wrought by Welcome to Hell, there would rise a new form of the genre. It's not many bands who can claim with one album to have just completely changed musical attitudes, but then Venom are not just another band. They wrote history and lived it to the full. Welcome back to hell. And this time we know what to expect, don't we? Malcolm Dome. So thought
nice
that was pretty cool stuff. So, it is interesting to have a debut record. Is there another debut record, maybe besides Black Sabbath, that has had ripple effects in multiple genres before like this?
If you're going to say in just one genre, I would say, Bathory, but that pretty much just affected
black metal
and to some degree, some death metal, probably Deicide and a handful of more satanic leaning ones. But really, even the cover of the first Bathory is a takeoff of Welcome to Hell.
Yeah, I know.
But no, I'm trying to think of something like a debut album that's that singularly.
Because, obviously Black Sabbath, invents kind of heavy metal with Black Sabbath, but you could argue doom metal and a couple other maybe subgenres, power metal, perhaps, maybe.
But they brought in the infusion of the occult, horror movies, all that kind of stuff within, all the extreme subgenres kind of came together with Sabbath.
Yeah, absolutely. So speaking of Martin Popoff here, in Hit the Lights, The Birth of Thrash, his first of 3 books on thrash music, he talks about the impact of Venom's record a little bit, but then he kind of includes some interview clips. And this is from Abaddon on the satanic image of Welcome to Hell. He says it came from the fact that we were all kinds of atheists, but you're talking about kids who are like 17, 18, 19, and whether you think you are or not, you're looking for something. We were looking for something to kind of get behind, and the occult was a great draw. We would turn up with the Satanic Bible and start reading and go, look at this. And then we'd find more stuff by LaVey and Crowley and this kind of thing. And then we just try and sort out what was hype and what may have been fact and what may have just been drug-related crazy antics. And then we tried to find to see what we could get behind. And it was mainly the way the band looked. We weren't into having vampire teeth or anything daft like that. We just wanted to be extreme-looking metal band with the most extreme lyrics. We didn't really write much about motorbikes or girls. There were the odd songs, but mostly as soon as we did something on a satanic sort of tack, we found that very easy to carry on doing that. It's a little bit hard to explain, but because the band was so extreme, because we became so extreme so easily, the satanic thing became like a badge to wear very easily as well. It's a little more political, but I can imagine that's why Hitler Youth got behind that kind of thing. Because when you're growing up, you're full of testosterone and you get behind something. And the group of you, it becomes a kind of force, you know? And the satanic thing was a very strong thing. The more we could read about it, the more we could get into it and the more we could decide what we thought about it. Funnily enough, it turned me on more to reading the Bible because I thought if everything is out of the Bible, I had never read the Bible like most people, but I thought, well, if it's so bad or if it's so full of bullshit, I should read it to make up my mind. So it led me on a journey more of discovery about what people were writing and what people were misled by. And we got a reaction. As a band, it's a bit pointless jumping up on stage unless you want to get a reaction. I'm probably wrong again, but I think a lot of British bands are indie bands, the bands that don't have that kind of image, the no image bands who also can't really strum away on guitar. Well, you must be playing for some people. You must be playing for reaction. So yeah, we wanted a reaction, but we wanted a reaction to everything, to backdrops, the drum risers. We didn't go up there and say we're preaching. We were very strong about this. We were preaching Satanism. We're not preaching Satanism, excuse me. If you take something from the lyrics and you take something from what we say and you take that on board, then you're a thinking human being, and that's up to you. But I don't think we were preaching because we were so against people who were preachers and go around America and the Midwest and come across to England and spread a bunch of lies as far as we were concerned and suck people in and take money off of them. We were very concerned. That's not what we were doing. We were a band and you came to see the band and you came to see the performance. If you liked the sleeve, you liked the sleeve. If you thought it was too extreme and you wanted to take it out of the record store, then take it out of the record store. It didn't matter either way. So kind of interesting perspective on the kind of whole sort of Satanism kind of thing.
I wonder if the vampire teeth comment was a kind of a backhanded critique of Dave Vanian or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was, you know, kind of interesting. But
the whole thing with Satanism too, it wasn't worshiping the anti-God, it was thinking for yourself and questioning everything too. A very like kind of punk ethos, like it was the punk equivalent of anarchy, you know.
Sure, yeah. There's a guy who founded, I think it's a zine called The Headbanger, and his name is Bob Nalband, and in the Popoff book, and he's talking about the importance of Nawabum to Metallica, and notably Venom. He says, especially with Lars, it was all about the Nawabum. Those were the bands. A lot of people say it was kind of an offspring of punk. I don't see it that way. I think it was all about the metal. I'm sure there were certain bands that came later who crossed over the punk appeal. But when it comes to Metallica, who pretty much started it in the US, it was all about Motorhead, Diamond Head, and then Venom had just come out. And Venom was the key to it. They proved you could be that extreme and get away with it. When you first heard that Venom record, that scared the shit out of you. You had never heard anything like In League with Satan at that time. They pushed the boundaries. Lars absorbed all that and put that into his own. Their whole key was to be, and I think this might have been John Stradansky's quote that they used over and over in ads, along with, quote, potential to become U.S. metal gods, was a quote that said, the fastest and heaviest band in the United States. And that is what they wanted to be. Money didn't matter. Chicks didn't matter. Fame didn't matter. It wasn't about that. You never imagined you would be big. If you could be as big as Motorhead was at the time when Ace of Spades came out, that's huge. That was everyone's goal, to be like Motorhead or Iron Maiden. Nobody ever pictured they would get bigger than that. So Metallica set forth to be the heaviest and fastest at everything they did, and Dave Mustaine added their lightning speed. Dave Mustaine was the riffmeister. Dave Mustaine epitomized thrash metal. He was thrash metal. He personified that whole movement, the music, the attitude. And then they kind of go on like that. But it's the first time we've talked about the connection to black metal. We've talked about the connection to Slayer, but I thought that was important to link the fact that this journalist who was covering all of that thrash kind of thing, like, definitely sees Venom as being a huge stepping stone to what Metallica were about to unleash, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I think pushing the whole genre forward, because New Wave of British heavy metal is such a kind of a weird term that kind of, it's not, I think after that is when things got a little bit more like stratified or smaller genres where things sounded more alike, but there's so much variation between, Def Leppard and Angel Witch, and like there's a certain like energy to the whole thing, but there's not really a defining, set of criteria and what the bands have to sound like.
Yeah, I think it's as misused in some ways as like grunge. It's just sort of like this all-encompassing weird term that, like, some of those bands, like, geographically, they're all kind of from the Pacific Northwest, just like all those bands are from England. But like, do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, Witchfinder General and like Diamond Head were pretty far apart, or like Tigers of Pantang and like Satan, they were like doing completely different stuff, and that's okay. It was all cool, but in the sunset years of the Nawabum book that Popoff puts out called This Means War, he gets Abaddon to talk a little bit more about the impact of Welcome to Hell. And he says, and we wanted to have a cover which was just really, really obvious. The album's going to be called Welcome to Hell. The songs on it were in league with Satan. We wanted to just be as in your face as possible. A lot of people turned around and said, we don't like our kids having this, like they did with the Rolling Stones in my time. We used to get the Rolling Stones albums, Let It Bleed and things like that. And we used to hide it from parents. And that was just as good a part of having that record as playing it. It was like having a dirty book. So Welcome to Hell was almost daring parents to say, no, you can't have that. That's what we wanted. We thought that it would be something where the parents would react negatively to it, which quite a lot of them did. Funnily enough, Welcome to Hell went into all the major stores. Black metal went into all the major stores. And the one that they banned was At War with Satan, which was the third album cover, which is basically a brown sleeve. And I was like, I don't get it anymore. I just don't understand. It's just brown. It just says At War with Satan. So
I think it was supposed to be like a leather book, like a tome. Yeah,
exactly.
But I compared to the first two, it's definitely less. Like the first is almost kind of, Welcome to Hell is almost like somebody documenting the devil, and then black metal is the devil on the cover.
Yeah, agreed.
And the third is almost like, I don't know you can overanalyze everything, but the thematic thing could be like, then this is the people like documenting the devil or something.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, that's kind of cool. In that same book, Mantas talks about Kronos a bit. He says, we have pretty much the same outlook. Kronos is very clever with his lyrics. Sometimes there are different meanings with one or two lines. We both obviously write more about the darker elements, the satanic elements. We also write about things that affect us personally as well. Kronos influences me in my songwriting. I influence Kronos in his songwriting. For example, if I write a song that Kronos really likes, then one or two albums down the line, you will see the influence of that song in something he's written, and vice versa. It always ends up that Kronos's favorite tracks off a Venom album is one of my songs, and vice versa. Kronos does write on guitar, and he does write on bass sometimes too, obviously. Obviously, as a guitar player, I write things that are more guitar-oriented, more riffy, involved things. And I know Kronos will sometimes have a vocal idea and write around that vocal. And there's other things which we've done in the past where we all have instrumental section finished, and we know the melody that is going to be over the top, or the phrasing that's going to go over the top, and then write the lyrics to fit the phrasing. So kind of an interesting insight into a little bit of kind of how that songwriting kind of happened a little bit. So
I think it's nice to hear that there's a little bit of mutual admiration too, instead of just discontent.
Yeah. And I think it's
the discontent that made the band as interesting as it was.
Yeah. I mean, and he even like talks about that in the interview, that it was like sort of those opposing forces sometimes that can happen, like great songwriting teams always have like, friction sometimes, but it's like it creates great art out of it sometimes,
I agree.
So, I'm sure like the Coen brothers probably fought a lot, and that's probably what made like their stuff so like evocative and interesting, I can only imagine just brothers, seen all the brothers I know, that they definitely like, there's a rivalry always there,
Well, yeah, I think the stuff is more interesting is where it's it's conflicting forces over than more so than just like one person kind of running the show and doing everything. I mean, as much as I love the Steve Harris written songs of Maiden, like the Adrian Smith stuff, and that dynamic is what makes the band interesting. If it was all Steve Harris, 11-minute songs about where the wild wind blows and falling down, all this like very kind of on the nose shit, I think Maiden wouldn't be as interesting. But that kind of, and Bruce punching back too with really kind of changing up what like almost making a more like 70s rock version of stuff like Fear of the Dark. Some of those songs are a little more rocky than metal. Those are the interesting parts of the bands, I think.
Well, in a lot of ways, like you mentioned like what Dickinson was doing, like Fear of the Dark, like that's more Venom style. Mm-hmm. That's more like Venom sing along.
Bring Your Daughter to the Slaughter. I mean, it has like a total Hammer horror vibe, and it's a total anthem, pub rock anthem.
Yep. And that's kind of, Venom were kind of just more of a rock and roll band that were doing metallic things, but they always had that innate rock and roll songwriting,
Totally.
I want to return back to the Decibel Hall of Fame, and they do a sidebar in that issue with Tom G. Warrior. And I know we've already heard from him already in this episode, but there's two questions they ask him in particular I want to kind of hone in on, which is they kind of ask him, do you remember your first impression? And I know he spoke to this a little bit, but perhaps this adds a little bit of color. He says, everything fell into place. They did it exactly the right way. You have to realize this was before extreme metal even existed. The biggest metal band at the time was AC/DC, and the most extreme metal band was probably Motorhead. I was completely taken by how radical Venom's image was by their posing and the fact that they had knives and axes and black leather and studs and everything. It was heavy metal taken to a new level, a level that was completely unknown at the time. Nowadays, bands cannot imagine the impact that had because such extreme metal has been popular for 20 or 30 years. Back then, there was nothing like it. The word revelation sounds extreme, but it was nothing short of a revelation. These photos and this music was changed my life forever. And he says, what about when you put the needle in the groove? He says, it was fantastic. I had been scared that Venom would change or become more polished or more commercial. The single had been recorded in such a primitive demo-like manner, but that was exactly part of the attraction to that sound. The whole attitude was very punk-like, even though it was heavy metal. At the time, all the big bands tried to be more polished. The lead vocals of all other bands were operatic, multi-octave vocals. The production was supposed to be really polished and professional. Venom took a completely different path. So when the album came out, I was afraid that they would yield it to what was coming in the scene. I put the needle in this record, and it turns out it was a whole record like that first single. Every track was recorded in a very primitive manner. There was playing mistakes on there. The mix was very rough. It was like sub-demo standard. To me, it was perfect.
I think that I love Tom's use of over years, the use of the term radical, because he actually uses it for what it's meant to be. It's like not just extreme, but it completely skirted everything. It was absolutely radical.
Yeah.
The only time we ever hear radical now is radicalized, but that like this, what they were doing was completely radical. And somehow it worked and it got through everything. But I think also that idea of, this is not spit and polish. This is not outside of what you can do. Just like when I heard early death metal, I'm sure when people heard, like when Metallica first heard Nawabum stuff, it's like, we could do this. Yeah. Like we can just bring a different amount of energy to it. But that whole, the DIY thing that punk brought to it was like, everybody's going to have their own different energy. Nobody's coming at this as like a guitar virtuoso. I think it really brings down the it's been said many times, like how rock and roll in the 70s was everybody was up on a stage as a god, and punk rock knocked them off and, brought it back down to the masses.
Yeah. Demytholicized everything. And,
and like, you're not wearing outfits anymore. They're just guys in jeans and t-shirts,
which really, like, us being Michigan guys, like, that was Iggy. Iggy was like the guy that radically did that. Like he kind of took it right to the crowd and was like, don't worship me, fight me. Let's fucking do it. Like I'm not a god. I'm just some fucking dude, and like,
I'm a dude from a trailer park.
Yeah. Exactly. So in that story of metal, the thing that Classic Rock and Metal Hammer sort of put out, they do a quick little review of Welcome to Hell. And it says, Venom came to prominence during Nawabum, but didn't have much to do with it. They showed a breakneck speed with Motorhead and punk rawness with Paul Di'Anno's Iron Maiden, but they were a unique proposition. One-time extreme metal pioneers, Judas Priest, were taking a break from innovative forward motion in order to become the successful arena act in the U.S. And you only have to compare Abaddon's frantic drum work on the title track, Welcome to Hell, to anything on the disappointing Point of Entry to see that Venom were now filling the gap that once belonged to the Brummies. The album is packed full of novel ideas and riffs, but one of its finest moments is Witching Hour, which was clearly an influence on the young Slayer.
Absolutely. I think Witching Hour is the song.
Yeah. And we're definitely going to talk about that. Before we go there, though, to talk about the next songs in this kind of final big set of ours, I want to return back to the Decibel interview. And they asked the guys, they say, why did this album ultimately have such an impact? So it's kind of interesting to hear their perspectives. And Mantas says, everybody was ready for something different, for something raw and fresh and exciting. I think that's how it came out. The success of Venom from the Newcastle scene was pretty much overnight. There were no slogging around all the little clubs and stuff like that. We didn't do any of that. We played a couple little places in Newcastle, and literally one weekend we were rehearsing at Church Hall, of all places, in the west end of Newcastle. And the following weekend we were in Poppin Ridge in Belgium in front of about 3,000 kids in a sports hall. It was literally that quick. But when everything started to go, it happened so fast. The press jumped all over it. There was no gradual build up there. It kind of swept us off our feet, to be perfectly honest. We were a little bit amused by all of it. It just seemed to be the way things happen. For us, I think we thought, oh, this must happen to everybody. It was total naivety. It was a case of form a band, do some recordings, become famous. That seemed to be the handbook for the rock band. Abaddon says, obviously the Nawabum thing was starting, so there were a lot of bands, but there were a lot of bands that were still, to me, timid. Bands like Saxon, Iron Maiden did very well, but they just stayed as safe heavy metal bands. Then you got Venom bursting that bubble straight away and going, hang on, there's more, a lot more. You would look at bands that were heavy metal bands, and they were all very similar. I think it's just neat a band like Venom to say, okay, that's very good, but we can climb the ladder above that. And I'm not talking about virtuosity. I'm talking about just coming through and saying, fuck that. If you take a band from Norway like Emperor and you take a band like Pantera, you think, how are these two bands even remotely linked? They're completely different bands. But when you follow the strain back, what you get is Venom. You don't get Iron Maiden. You don't get Saxon or Tigers of Pantang. What you get to is Venom. And I'm very proud of that. And then Kronos says, I just think it was so radically different. People just couldn't believe. There's that word, Mark. Radically different. Yep. People just couldn't believe that a band could create so much intensity with just three members. I think people just couldn't get the trick of it as well. They kind of thought, like, fucking hell, listen to those timing errors. Listen to those notes. What are these guys doing? But we actually were creating something new. People sometimes are afraid of change. People like normality, and they like to be able to predict what's going to happen tomorrow. And when they can't, I think it's unnerving for some people. For some people, it's absolutely exciting. I remember reading reviews where people were saying, this is going to break your stereo. Listening to music at a time, there was absolutely nothing like Venom. That's what made Venom so special. As a guy who worked in a studio and saw different bands coming in every day, I still today scratch my head and wonder why people thought Venom was so amazing, why they didn't think all those other bands were so amazing. It's not something you can ask for or predict or wish for. It either happens or it doesn't.
Yeah, it's nicely said.
Yeah, so I think that's, it is sort of interesting, like, it's something in doing the research for this episode that maybe hadn't really dawned on me, that as much as like Iron Maiden is kind of considered one of the big three or one of the big four, I suppose, along with Metallica, Priest, and Sabbath, probably awful lot more bands that we listen to trace their lineage to Venom than do Iron Maiden, for as much as I love Iron Maiden,
Yeah.
And maybe I knew that instinctively, but until I really researched all this stuff, it wasn't like, I don't know. It just really became apparent, I suppose, is the way.
I think with Maiden, there was never anybody that didn't like understand how good of musicians they were.
Yeah.
And usually when you're a great musician, you're not a good songwriter, in my opinion.
It's tough.
If you're so good that you come up with these weird choices that are so weird that only people that understand, like, oh, this is clever because this is a musical theory that's done, like, that's not music to my. I want to feel it. I want to. I feel like Venom really took the feel, and they were not great musicians, but nobody could match them as far as that vibe.
Yeah.
So I think Maidens is kind of like a weird entity upon themselves, like even more so than I think than Priest. I think they had really kind of occupied a space that was very much rooted in the 70s of prog rock, and then used that kind of like Propulsion and youthful kind of energy to really make the new album kind of sound through that. But ultimately, I think they're just a really weird prog band.
Yeah, I think you're not wrong. And I think it like that kind of goes back to and for longtime Requiem fans, pull out your shot glasses. But like the appeal of like your Paradise Lost and Catatonia is like the minimalism.
I'm gonna take a drink right now.
And the sloppiness. Yeah, you'll take a drink for all the people doing shots every time we mention Catatonia and Paradise Lost. It's been the whole episode. We haven't gotten there. So
thank you for bringing it up.
People are sober. But like, one of the things I love the most is almost the mistakes of Bray Murder Day.
Mm-hmm.
Like I love just like the it's not right. There's something off about it, and it's almost this weird thing. Like I loved when when Catatonia kind of like leveled up musicianship wise, like on Last Fair Deal Got Down for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they kind of maintain a really nice balance of songwriting to like getting a little bit better in their craftsmanship. But I think one of the things, and I don't mind the newer Catatonia records of the last few years or whatever, or last decade or so. But like I think they're better musicians for sure, but like their songwriting has maybe suffered a little because of it.
I don't think there's enough to, because they were definitely not close to what they wanted to, what they heard in their head was not what came out, and I think they're the better for it.
Yeah.
I think with like Tonight's Decision, great, but I think it's missing something with Jonas not playing drums on it. Like the fact he wasn't a great drummer, and he was the singer, so that he still kind of informed the rhythm of the songs, even though they weren't technically correct.
Yeah.
I think there's certain bands that have certain sweet spots, even with to go to Paradise Lost. Tuds is the original drummer is my favorite drummer. Like he's barely keeping up with everybody, and he makes choices out of his lack of ability that kind of change the whole flow of the song a little bit, because then most of everything since he left I think is more informed by Greg and him laying down, here's what we'd like you to play, and we get better drummers. They've had a great run of drummers too, but there's a certain magic about that early stuff.
Well, and you can even draw a line to like, I mean, let's be honest, we give Lars a lot of shit, but like we still love those first 4 or 5 Metallicas, and Lars is the weak point in the band, and no one argues that, but there's still a charm to what Lars does.
I think he's
but he's something different,
Yeah, he's the weak ingredient, but he's the weak member, but he's the secret ingredient.
Yeah.
Because his ideas of what constitutes songwriting are not conventional at all. It's that he had, I think, this wealth of knowledge, musical knowledge of these European bands that a lot of, I don't know if definitely James didn't have as much of that knowledge behind him. And I think the fact that you're not kind of entrenched in the music aspect of it more so than like how it feels as a fan, I think that's completely him. And I there's like a love-hate relationship there. Like he's been lazy for years, but the new single actually, like, there's a little bit of spark of interest. Like it's a fucking double bass song.
Yeah.
I mean, you could teach your mom to play a double bass measure like that, but for them to even do it, it was like, okay, they're reaching back into what got them excited as kids. The rest of the record might suck, but every Metallica record has one little bit of like, that's why I love that band.
There's still something there. Yeah. There's a kernel. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, I just kind of draw on the allusions to some of the bands that we loved and have not fallen out of love with, but it's just our relationship with them has changed, like an Anathema or Catatonia, where I appreciate their newer stuff and their evolution, but there's like a tipping point sometimes where like a band almost gets like too good for their own britches or something, in terms
it's
of
almost too refined, where they're kind of missing some of that original magic.
Yep. So they did ask, there's 2 last questions in that decibel thing to sort of wrap up. They asked the guys what their kind of favorite songs were, and Mantas says, I always love Welcome to Hell. I love playing the song live. 1000 Days in Sodom. I love that song. Live Like an Angel. Schizoid. See, he says Schizo. That's maybe where I found it. So that's weird. Okay. I'd say they were probably my favorites. Maybe it was like printed on like different albums or whatever.
Could be.
Abaddon says to me, Witching Hour. And then Kronos says, I think Sons of Satan was always my favorite because it was the first song that I wrote for Venom, and that's very brash. The fact that we could use it as the first song of the album was very exciting. It kind of set the pace straight away. Even the title track for me was great because for all that we were a fast and ferocious band, we were also oh my gosh, it was also good to be able to pull it back and have some slow, intense songs. Putting songs like In League with Satan together, that's just like a massive middle finger to all of the kind of Black Sabbaths who would sing, Please God Help Me. To be able to say I'm in league with Satan, I was raised in hell, I'm the demon, so he goes off on that track again. For me, the classic track of Welcome to Hell is definitely Witching Hour. I remember when we penned that song and Mantas came in with the riff straight away. I just threw the lyrics at it in seconds. It was just one of those songs that came together so quick. Songs like that are rare, where it's like 5 minutes, you've got a killer track. And then they asked the guys what their opinion of it is today, the final question. And Mantas says, everybody that I've spoken to, the fans I'm in touch with, especially the really hardcore fans, the two albums they mentioned straight away are Welcome to Hell and Black Metal. I think Black Metal gets the edge over Welcome to Hell purely because of the fact that it is, quote, black metal. It's the album that started everything, really. I suppose for sheer fondness and memories, Welcome to Hell does stand up to being the one. At the end of the day, it's the album that started everything for us. When I look back on it and think we knew absolutely nothing back in those days, we did what we could, and that was the result. And now 30 years on, well, now 40, I'm talking to someone who wants to know all about it. And that for me is amazing. To think that there are young guys who just went in there who couldn't play very well, just made a fucking noise. And 40 years down the line, it's considered a classic album. It's influential. It's all of those things. You've got to have a sense of pride about that. Abaddon says, whenever I see bands and magazines talking about who they used to like and got them into that sort of music, and Venom's mentioned there, I get extremely proud of that. It hasn't stopped for 30 years. And then Chrono says, I'm quite proud of Welcome to Hell. Yes, it could have been better, but I wouldn't change a thing. It was that moment in time. We'll never create it again. It was something special. We were really young, and to create an album when you're that age that changes so many people is incredible. To hear all the bands that have been influenced by that album in black metal and others, it's just so humbling. So interesting stuff indeed on those guys. Now, Mark, you may ask yourself, are we ready to hear this last set? And I would say almost. I've got a couple more things. One is something that involves you, and that is the top 100 black metal albums of all time from Decibel, which you did the cover for and actually drew. Kronos is on there. I can't remember. Did you do Mantas or just Kronos?
Honestly, I don't remember. I'd have to look at it.
I think it's just Kronos holding like the skull in his leather. Oh no, is that Bathory? That might be Bathory.
Yeah, that's I think that's Korthon.
That's Korthon.
There's definitely Kronos is on there. I don't remember if the black metal like head is on there or not.
Be in there. I'm trying to stare at it.
What year was that?
Oh boy, it's a great question. Let me look.
Do you have it on you have the magazine itself?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's it's Albert. Sorry about this. It's great content. It's what you guys came here for. 2013. So
okay, it's been a while. Oh, here we go. I'm looking it up. Bathory Kronos is right behind Korthon and next to Tom G Warrior.
Oh yeah, there he is. Yep, he's there in between. Yep.
And I think that's it.
Yeah,
a lot more modern stuff. Oh no, there's the black metal on the opposite side. The black metal guy. He's right behind the Emperor Reaper.
Yep, I see him. Yeah, there you go. Both made it. So obviously both albums are going to be in the countdown, but we're only going to talk about one. And Welcome to Hell made it to number 26. And Rod Smith wrote about it in the top 100 black metal albums of all time.
Didn't he used to write for Terrorizer?
I believe he did. That name sounds kind of familiar. Okay. August 1981, Newcastle, UK. Conrad Lant, Jeff Dunn, and Anthony Bray enter Impulse Studios. When they emerge 3 days later, Extreme Metal's Big Bang is tracked and mixed. What took them so long? Who can say? Haters, insert comments here. The important thing is that Welcome to Hell's December 81 release came not a moment too soon. Raw, ragged, and defiantly lo-fi. Venom's first album makes the point when metal starts kicking its way out of corporate rock's tainted womb and standing on its own 8 legs. In the course of pushing themselves to be more than just another troupe of pampered Nawabum lapdogs, louder, faster, sicker, more evil, the band opened up portals to fuckload of other. Thrash and death metal both start here, and while Venom had yet to deploy the tag destined to become their second album's title, their first might be the blacker of the two, if only by dint of desecrating new ground. Unrepentant and unafraid, the band consistently depicts Satan as an ally and eternal damnation as a viable, even desirable, after lifestyle option. So, and I think I did a survey, and who had it on their survey? I always like to look that up because sometimes they post that. Vorf from Samael.
Yeah.
Yep, he had it on his top 5, at least the ones that they sort of posted or whatever. So, and then I think I'm almost there. I've got 2 more things, and then we're going to actually get to some music. And this, once again, countdowns. Top 500 heavy metal songs of all time as compiled by Martin Popoff in various kind of surveys and things like that. In League with Satan came in at 420. There you go. Funny.
Very, very nice.
And here's what he had to say about that. He says, if we're going to get to the crooked crux of Venom, why not dive into their worst disaster of an album and then to the song that barely gets even a beat? That would be In League with Satan, a nasty, sneering, direct credo crapster that finds Abaddon pounding on pot lids to a tribal nursery rhyme buried deep within his noggin. If criticism be kind, you might call this a rudimentary gallop, but really it's barely constructed. To my mind, a surprise choice saddled with Welcome to Hell's horrid, shuddering recording values buried deep into the album, second to last track, and not one of the band's better-known singles. So he's clearly not a fan of that recording. I think he likes black metal a lot more. He's a production guy too. I think
sure,
Popoff
absolutely.
is.
Well, he comes from 70s rock.
Absolutely. Yep. So this is probably like he was probably one of those people that was kind of like the Tigers of Pantang guys, where is this a joke? You know?
Yeah.
And then they do have like a little quote on here from Kronos about going out of tune right underneath the review. And it says, yeah, we didn't give a shit. All the first Venom records are in different tuning. We used to just say who sounds in tune, and then we just changed to match that guy. And we changed speeds a lot too. That was part of it. A song could change. It should never be the same after time after time. One other thing about the tuning as well, which is quite interesting, like Mantas would go home and put on a Kiss album and sit and play his guitar to it, but he would have to tune his guitar to the album. And when he came to rehearsals the next time, we would just tune to him. So it was whatever we had been playing in the house, we would just tune to whatever we were playing last. So that's pretty funny. And then the last Popoff thing that sort of shows up, if I can find where I have it, is the top 500 heavy metal albums of all time. And Welcome to Hell came in at 308 with 225 points. And this one, I think he's a little bit more complimentary. He says, Lant, Dunn, and Bray did so many things badly in first, executing a cruel joke on the world of rock and roll. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Welcome to Hell sounded like a butchered botch job, but amongst the diesel smoke and choking chicken bones, one that rejostled metal much the same way punk did, much the way grunge would. Recorded badly, provocatively, on purpose, Welcome to Hell also creeped out an unwitting Nuabum world with its face-thrust Satanism. Venom perhaps proposing that when you are actually swatting eternal flames, this is what the music sounds like. Grumpy heavy metal blaring over tube station quality, PA equipment, or the sonic sulfuric stench. Kronos then croaks out a mangy manifesto, his garbled gripes and pipes set to the unhearable backing cack track, his worms of wisdom blurring the worlds of unearthly evil with that of bad women and badder rock and roll. I think there's actually kind of a compliment in there. I think that's like actually what they would want to hear, you know, that's the perception he got of it, you know?
Yeah, completely.
So, but yeah, and then there's a little quote from Mantas. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but there's one little part where they're kind of talking about Welcome to Hell. And he says, I had this vision for the band when I formed the band. Everybody was saying we're going to be biggest, fastest, and loudest. Everybody was saying that. But I think in some unintentional way, we did it. And we just went to the studio and like you say, whether it was because of ignorance, a lack of funds, or whatever, we did something that was special for the time. I remember a quote from Paul Stanley from years ago when they were asking about the makeup, this concept they came up with. And hey, he said it was trial and error. You don't call somebody a genius for falling into the river and finding a nugget of gold, you know? You do what comes naturally, what it is in yourself. And I've always said we did the absolute best we possibly could with Welcome to Hell, and we did the best we possibly could with black metal and subsequent albums. So there you go. So now I've said all that I want to say about Welcome to Hell. I think, Mark, we're ready to actually talk about some fucking music here. And we got a set. This is for me, maybe my maybe my favorite set from Welcome to Hell, my favorite part of the record, I would say. We're going to hear from Scott Carlson of Repulsion right before as we kind of kick things in. And then we're going to get to my favorite song from Welcome to Hell. And it probably is because it's the first Venom song I really ever heard, right? The Slayer cover.
Yeah.
And so I'm always kind of, hearkened to this tune a little bit. And, the bass is ominously announcing itself, the 13 times, the unlucky number. And I says the song probably invented thrash and death metal. I mean, like, it's here. This is like the nucleus of those two genres, almost like here, even Whiplash rips this song off,
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like Slayer comes from this, Metallica comes from this. Like it's just it's
black
a fun
and death metal.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, all of it, that's just you could draw a line from this to Possessed and
Easy.
from that to like
Totally.
fucking like early death stuff,
Mhm.
So it's definitely there. Then we get another favorite of mine, 1000 Days of Sodom. And this is, just there's an evilness in this song that I think is pretty unique. Whereas a lot of the other evil stuff is kind of tongue in cheek. I do get kind of like a sort of vibe off of this that you could really tell that this is a song that would kind of influence like Hellhammer and Frost in terms of like that evil, like kind of mid-pace menace that's kind of happening here.
Yeah.
It's always been one of my favorites from Venom for sure.
It's got some of my favorite bass slides ever.
Yeah, you gotta love, and even like a bass solo, right? It's got bass,
it does.
Solos. That's kind of fun.
Yep.
And obviously, German thrash is listening to this because Sodom's going to take their name from this song, as Tom kind of alludes to. So good tune, good 1-2 punch. Then we'll hear from Sound of the Beast author Ian Christe. And I recently actually saw Ian. I was telling him this when I reached out to kind of get him to do something for this. I was like, hey, I was showing my Heavy, the Story of Metal 4-part like VH1 special in my Rock History 2 class. And I forgot Ian's like a big talking head on that. It's pretty fun. So he's like, oh, yeah, I remember doing that in the early 2000s. That was pretty fun. So then we get the album version of In League with Satan. So you can kind of compare that to where the whole show sort of kicked off. Probably don't need to analyze that song too much. Then we get sorry, we switched some things around. I was going to say Mantas weighing in again, but he'll weigh in a little bit later. And then we get Red Light Fever. And this is sort of, which song is more perverse to you? Is it Poison or Red Light Fever in your estimation?
They're kind of, I mean, there's
this
like
one's another lewd, crude, and sexually explicit,
Yeah, there's like the like anti aristocratic kind of violin intro making fun of, the upper crust thing. But the thing that really stood out to me, this is the Hellhammer.
This is the fucking Procreation of the Wicked riff, dude.
Yes, it's totally that.
Yeah, I wrote that down. I mean,
another ooh.
Yeah. Well, here's a funny part. I'm curious if you picked this up on. So you've got like this riff that's like fucking inventing like Hellhammer, but then some of the vocal melodies are calling Dr. Love from Kiss.
That was not lost.
You ever picked that up?
Yeah, I got a little bit of that.
Yeah, it was like wild. I was like, holy shit,
This is our I don't know how many different explicit uses of bitch.
Yeah,
on the record. It might be the third.
I wrote slightly misogynistic by today's standards, but it's the early 80s.
But like another great vocal line.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff indeed. And then we're going to close this set out with our esteemed friend from Radical Research and also author of several metal-oriented books, including the Fates Warning book. I think
I'm released. Yeah, and also recently re-released Soul on Fire, the story of Peter Steele.
Yeah, which we had Jeff on to do that 2-part Typo Negative series we did. And he is currently working on the Voivod book. So
nice.
Trying to get it released for the 40th anniversary of War and Pain. So that's kind of the goal, I think.
Awesome.
So, pretty awesome. So, and then, we'll come back, say our goodbyes, and do our drawing for the Christmas gift and close things out with Welcome to Hell and this first era of Venom. So enjoy Witching Hour after we hear from Scott Carlson, 1000 Days of Sodom. We'll hear from Ian Christe, In League with Satan, Red Light Fever, and then Jeff Wagner.
Yeah, I discovered Venom through my obsession with the new wave of British heavy metal, which, slowly, or actually pretty rapidly, I suppose, led me to more extreme music because I heard Iron Maiden and Def Leppard and stuff like that in the beginning, and then Angel Witch and Witchfinder General. And next thing you know, I was buying Welcome to Hell. And of course, Ace of Spades was probably the record that really opened my eyes to like just incredibly raw music was Ace of Spades. So then I was, when I heard Welcome to Hell, I just was instantly loved it. I bought it at Wyatt Earp Records in Flint, Michigan, and it was with a high school buddy named Bill Cook. And when we went in the store, I saw black metal like sitting on the shelf. It was a brand new, I saw Welcome to Hell sitting on the shelf, and it was a brand new release at the time. And I grabbed it, I was like, this is what I'm buying today. I was so excited to hear it that I couldn't wait to get home. So I asked Doug if he would play it on the stereo. This was probably like the third or fourth time I went into Wyatt Earp's. So I had a little bit of a relationship going with Doug already. So I asked him boldly if he would just play the record in the store. And he gladly, opened it up and put the record on the turntable. And him and I were just howling, we were fucking blown away by just how trashy and raw and satanic it was. And my friend Bill, who was with us, just looked at me and was like, man, you've gone too far. And the great thing was Doug responded with, that's the same thing my friend said to me when I played them the first Black Sabbath record. So Venom made an instant impact on me. And when black metal came out, I was waiting for it with open arms. And I walked into a record store on the north end of Flint called Grapevine. They had a really amazing import section. And I saw black metal sitting there. I hadn't read any coming soon. Back then it was 1982. Kerrang was our only, or Sounds or NME were our only, windows into that world. So I just saw it unannounced sitting there on the shelf. And I was like, oh shit, a new Venom record. And I bought it, of course, instantly took it home. I want to say it was winter time. Yeah. So I remember being cold outside. I was in my room at my parents' house by myself, and I put the record on, and I was just completely fucking blown away and so pleased because it was they had advanced their musicianship a little bit, just enough. Production value was just a little bit better. Everything that you may have been about Welcome to Hell, man, this could be a little bit better. They improved in all those areas. And you could understand the lyrics better, and they were better lyrics as well. The playing, Mantas's guitar playing on that record is just phenomenal. And the bass tone and Kronos's voice and the little bit of reverb that's on there that makes it sound like they're recording in a dungeon or something. It's just fucking amazing. It stands up to this day as one of the heaviest records and the definitive black metal record. I don't really care what anybody says about Bathory or any of those Norwegian bands. Black metal is the fucking heaviest black metal record ever made. Venom really stood out from the pack when it came to the supposed their involvement in the new wave of British heavy metal. They're a band that I always looked at as more of outsider music. They weren't really part of anyone's scene. They did their own thing. They didn't follow any movement. They didn't try to have any sort of camaraderie with other bands. They were like, fuck you, we're the best, we blow everyone away, we're the most evil fucking band you've ever seen. And they never fucking kissed up to anybody or tried to jump on an opening slot for a tour. They were headliners from the day they were born. And they talked shit about Merciful Fate, which was hilarious. It was great for press and everything, so I just always thought they were sort of outside of any movement new wave of British heavy metal or anything like that, much the way that Motorhead were, just sort of Motorhead didn't need any sort of category or genre to fit into. They were Motorhead, and feel like Venom were equally or even more so just unique in their their approach and their delivery of the whole package, you know. Yeah, I wasn't really into punk yet in 1982 because I had never really had anybody expose me to it, and I didn't really seek it out just because, to my experience at the time, bands with short hair just weren't that heavy, you know? So like once I started hearing those bands, like I remember the first time I heard the Sex Pistols record probably wasn't until like 1982. And I was like, oh shit, I should have fucking bought this when it came out because this is totally my kind of music, but I had never heard it. I just saw the photos of them and figured that they sounded like the, you know, synthy sort of lightish new wave bands that I'd been hearing on the radio or seeing on SNL and American Bandstand. I had no idea that the Sex Pistols were such a fucking ferocious, you know, wall of sound. So when I discovered punk, I instantly just was like, it was like an epiphany. Like I just was like, holy shit, I missed out on all of this stuff because I had no idea how heavy and guitar driven it was, you know, and it really wasn't that much different than Venom, other than like the sort of, you know, lyrical concept and maybe the melodies, but or lack thereof, you know. It was just like it was very similar. Like Black Flag and Venom are kind of like equally as heavy, you know. It's just different approaches. I think that you know, Motorhead probably deserves the most credit for sort of like bridging the gap between punk and metal, because it started in England, and you know, the new wave of British heavy metal was sort of like a response to punk in a way, not like a rebellious response, but more like a, hey, look what those guys over there are doing. Like, we can do that too. We can put out our own records and promote our own gigs. And, you know, that sort of part of the DIY portion of punk really rubbed off on the metal bands in the UK scene. And that didn't really catch on in America because we just didn't have that many quality heavy metal acts between, like, say, you know, well, I mean, you know, you had some stuff bubbling up in LA, but in my opinion, you know, a lot of people like that stuff, but there's a lot of the early LA metal bands that I just didn't think were all that interesting, really, compared to their, you know, British counterparts. You know, like there was no band in LA or New York in 1980 like Angel Witch or Venom or Witchfinder General or bands like that. You had, you know, no offense, but you had bands like Bitch and Steeler, and they just weren't the same. They just weren't the same thing. And so, yeah, I don't think that that influence really caught on. So you could say, yes, to make a long story short, Venom did have probably a huge influence on that in America, because they were the first band where I saw, you know, I had started getting into punk. And I saw, like, before, like, some of the first punk shows I went to, there were no more long hairs besides like me and Matt Olivo or whichever other friend I dragged along to the shows. There weren't any other long hairs at those shows back then. But you would see a couple guys with like Liberty spikes that had Venom patches on their jackets and shit like that. So yeah, Venom definitely bridged that gap. And probably, if you were to ask, you know, COC and bands like that who were more like reared on punk rock, and sort of came to the center of the metal punk, you know, crossroads, they probably would say that Venom made them say, oh, metal isn't that bad. There's actually some good metal, you know. And of course, Discharge and GBH were very easy to digest for a Motorhead fan, you know, which is how, you know, my first real exposure to punk was talking outside of like a Exploited show or something that I had gone to somebody with a Venom patch on their jacket and saying, oh, if you like Exploited, you'll like GBH and Discharge and the Verruchers and all these bands. And so I started going down that whole like Clay Records. That changed everything really for me, like, you know, wanting to make my songs really short, and guitar solos were completely unimportant. They're cool, but they don't have to be there, or they can just be noisy, like, Repulsion guitar solos, which have their own brilliance to them, but it definitely was a big influence for me at that point, to see that crossover happening for sure, where Venom were central to that. No, I mean, the my bass sound was influenced by, like, as far as like bigger names, it was definitely Blackie and Kronos and Lemmy and Rainey from Discharge. And then also from a local musician, Tanya Narhi from Dissonance, who used a rat pedal through her Ampeg, I think she had back then. I was just like, this is fucking cool, like, I think she was probably the first person I heard live having that like insane sort of bass tone. So yeah, that kind of stuff was a huge influence. And absolutely, Voivod, who were clearly influenced by Venom and Motorhead, were a huge influence on Repulsion and in particular my bass sound and the approach to the vocals and everything. But after all these years, it's tough to choose a favorite. But I mean, I definitely, when black metal came out, my love for Venom went from like 90 to 150, I already loved Venom. And I think there was a single, the Bloodlust in Nomine Satanis single in between the records, which showed that like musical progression they were making as far as like making the vocals more understandable, just a little bit, still rough. That's something that I've always liked. And, Nick Anderson from Entombed and Helicopters, Death Breath, and we've talked about it at length, death metal vocals are great, but you still should be, to me, it's a little too, you lose the whole point if you take it to the extreme where you can't understand what you're saying. Like this kind of loses it for me. So like, I suppose I'm a little bit conservative there, where I like my extremity dialed back, just pushed right up against the wall, but still on the musical side of the fence where you can understand the vocals and whatnot. So, black metal had that quality, and it had those great lyrics. And yeah, I suppose if I had to take one album, to a desert island, it would be black metal. But Welcome to Hell, the song, and Schizo and Poison and Red Light Fever and the backwards messaging and everything that was completely unnecessary, because there were worse things written on the album cover than that. But yeah, I mean, I was scared by Welcome to Hell, where black metal was just like, I was already in the Venom's legions by that point. So there was no more, I wasn't scared anymore. I mean, honestly, I said this before, I think Jay Bennett like laughed and maybe even made a quote out of it in an interview or something, that when I said like Venom was I think I might have said it on stage one time or something. I said Venom was the band that turned me on to Satan. And it's true. I mean, I bought the Satanic Bible. I didn't want to be a Satanist. I was just curious about, like, I wasn't sure at the time how serious Venom were until I started reading interviews and realizing, it was all sort of like a put on. But, Venom and Merciful Fate definitely got me interested in the dark side. And I started reading a lot of books and about the occult and Satanism and whatnot. And I found it all to be pretty boring when I got into the nuts and bolts of it all. But it did indeed inspire me to go down that rabbit hole. And obviously some other kids, did that and didn't turn out so great. But
No matter how they cried, the smell of death was near. Its presence ever near. Priest-like ball and chains, no one would ever hear. No one knew the blasphemy, the torture and the pain. No one saw the madness, the straight died in vain. 1,000 days in Sodom. 1,000 days in Sodom. The ways of God forgotten. 1,000 days in Sodom. Let go.
When Welcome to Hell was released, I think it stood out a lot from the contemporaries in the new wave of British heavy metal. It's so much more high concept, less working band than bands like Diamond Head and Angel Witch. You had this whole visual aspect all completely sealed up. You know, they knew how they were presenting themselves. They had the names, the props on the album cover, and obviously the logo and the artwork. And the music is kind of a hodgepodge of punk, sped up Motorhead, and then these other elements like sing-songy, almost like kids songs, especially more so, I think, on the black metal album, songs like Sacrifice. They're just not coming from a place of playing these rock and roll songs. They're coming from a place of making an impact. Those first two Venom albums, they're a key bridge band, but not in a way like later, I would say, Metal Church was a big-time bridge band between traditional heavy metal. You know, it brought all of these Judas Priest and Iron Maiden fans into the thrash metal movement and like acted as a bridge. Well, a couple of years ago, you were into Iron Maiden and Judas Priest. Now you're going to walk across the bridge of Metal Church and get into Metallica and Anthrax. And what Venom did was very similar, but in a completely different way. They didn't embody the elements of both kinds of music. They just kind of blasted a hole in what existed and created a hole that the thrash metal bands walked into. They didn't really deliver on the promise of thrash metal, but they they took the new wave of British heavy metal to the extreme. They took traditional metal to the extreme. They took what Motorhead did, accelerated it even further, made it even nastier, made it ugly. And then it was up to bands like Slayer, especially just a couple of years later, to really come in and fill in the blanks, rev it up, and fill in the inspiration musically.
The monthless, you like to come to bed?
girl should. You move me back like no one could. You give me love, but I can't see. Your loving is only meant for me. If it's a living, what the hell? See, I've only got your love to sell. Bitch. What's that? $10. I'm yours, bitch. Right on, girl. Bastard. Bastard.
The influence of Venom. Wow, man. That's a big one. From my perspective, when they first came out, Venom was this dark spot or bruise on all the other things coming out of Britain at the time. I mean, they were this trio that were darker, heavier, and sicker, and clearly, more satanic than like Motorhead. And they didn't fit in anywhere else with the bands who debuted in the early 80s. They had nothing in common with Iron Maiden, Angel Witch, Def Leppard, other than being English. Still, they appealed to this certain fan who were probably well-versed in the genesis of metal we had in the 70s, like Black Sabbath, Scorpions, Judas Priest, even Kiss. A fan that was wanting to hear someone push the envelope of intensity and insanity that those bands kind of started to lay down. They found it in Venom. Before black metal became a codified and bona fide movement, Venom laid the blueprint. So at the time, they were just so singular in their approach. And as a result, I think they found fans in a wide variety of music listeners. I mean, everyone from a young Voivod to someone like Jeff Ament, who was moving from Montana to Seattle at the time to eventually land in Green River, then Mother Love Bone, then Pearl Jam. So basically everyone from young kids into the really early extreme metal to punks and alternative people could find something in Venom because they were so singular. Of course, Bathory took what Venom did and ran with it. Personally, as much as I love Venom's early stuff, Bathory did it even better, in my opinion, and developed an even deeper mystique around itself. I still am not sure I believe Quorthon when he said he had never heard Venom until after Bathory began their first recordings. Regardless, Venom was a total package, very much like Kiss or even the Beatles, where each member held equal gravity in the band. Each member had its own group of fans. Each member had its own musical approach that was unique within the band. They contributed equally to the whole in some way. And like those bands, they were total world builders. There was just nothing like them. Once bands like Bathory, Voivod, Metallica, Slayer, and the rest gained a hell of a lot of popularity in the 80s, Venom experienced a bit of a revival. And by the late 80s, I remember a whole new group of people were discovering their music from almost 10 years prior. And some of those people were the kids who started the wave of black metal in Norway, Euronymous of Mayhem being chief among the Norwegian fanatics of Venom. The rest, yeah, it's history. And a little PS, the first two Venom albums are the best. Personally, I think Welcome to Hell is untouchable. At War with Satan is quite good. But I'm in the minority and really liking their fourth album, Possessed, a lot. Don't sleep on that one.
That was Jeff Wagner speaking about the interesting perspectives on Venom in terms of some of the weirder bands that they've influenced, which is kind of cool and definitely a talking point when we get into black metal. Then we heard Red Light Fever and League with Satan, Ian Christe, author of Sounds of the Beast, a kind of history heavy metal book, and then 1000 Days of Sodom, and then opened things with Witching Hour after we heard from our good Michigan friend, Scott Carlson. So, yeah, he had just finished watching a Red Wings game when we got on there. So we're talking Detroit sports for a little bit. This is cool, you know. So, and yeah, cool that he bought Venom at Wyatt Earp, and that's kind of connected back to Chris and his origins. And yeah, it's cool how that all kind of fits together there. But
also the day before we recorded 2 days before we recorded this, it was actually the anniversary of the death of Doug Earp.
Oh,
who actually produced the Horrified record?
Yeah,
amongst other things. So kind of the hometown hero of the Flint underground music scene.
For sure. Yeah. Very cool. So we're going to kind of close things musically with kind of we jump ahead to 1982 and, they record it for a Radio 1 session. And this is Nightmare, which they'll release a couple years later as a single. We'll probably talk about that in a later part, probably part 3. But this is kind of a last stop before they release Black Metal. And we're going to talk in the beginning of part 2 about a single that they put out before Black Metal 2 that's worth spending some time with, because it's amongst the best 2 songs that they probably wrote in that whole pantheon. But it's just you can kind of already tell that they're playing on with some kind of catchier songwriting that they're going to perfect with like kind of sing-alongs on Black Metal. Like Countess Bathory. There's a little bit of that with Nightmare. You can almost hear it as like a warm-up to like what Countess Bathory is going to sort of be.
Yeah. Another like kind of Tamaraya fast.
Yeah.
Spitting out of lyrics.
Love Kronos' bass playing, and I don't know if it's because it's the record it for the radio and you can kind of hear it a little bit differently, but he's doing some cool stuff here. And they also recorded, I believe, for the same Radio 1 session, the Black Metal, I think, before Black Metal actually came out, so you could hear it on the Radio 1 session before the album came out. So
yeah, I know on some of those like live at the Hammersmith Odeon, the video they did of that back in the day, Kronos always seemed to, more so than actually like use his fingers or a pick to play the bass, is almost punching the bass itself to just resonate the whole thing, and then doing it that way. It was an interesting approach, and it made sense to the whole kind of barbaric, the barbarian look, because he was kind of a buff dude at the time. So
I think it was actually, I think Mantas kind of talks about like, I don't know if Mantas was like his gateway, but like because Mantas was involved in all the like martial arts kind of stuff, like they started working out together, and I think that got Kronos like more, doing that more regularly, until the point I believe he was like a personal trainer or something like that at one point.
He was a bodybuilder in the late 80s, early 90s.
That was okay, and that
right before the whole the comeback.
The reunion. Okay, gotcha. So that's what we're going to kind of close with, but we're also going to hear from Mantas one last time, at least for this part. And, we got this in, Mark, we got it in right before the 40th anniversary of Black Metal officially is not a thing anymore. But, it's also like December of 81 was when Welcome to Hell came out too. So it's actually like the real official 41st anniversary of Welcome to Hell. And, 41 is such a great number. Why not? Why not celebrate that? So
what a great year.
It's such an important anniversary. So, we might be cheating because, technically our Black Metal episode won't make its way until technically 2023. But,
it's worth the wait.
You guys don't care, and you guys love what we do. So, so we're going to be doing this Patreon draw here in a second. But, if you want to get us some feedback, if maybe I have a feeling this album's going to get, or this episode's going to probably get in the hands of some people who are maybe a little bit new to Requiem. And maybe if you've stuck it out this far because you want to hear that last Mantas interview clip, then God willing, Godspeed. We appreciate you, being in our epic long documentary like episodes. But yeah, if you want to, shoot us some feedback on what you thought about it, shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com, or you can leave us feedback on Instagram. We have a Requiem Metal Podcast there, or on Twitter at Podcast Requiem, or you just look it up by Requiem Metal Podcast there. Send messages, tweet at us, that kind of thing. I love that sort of stuff. I can't always respond to it, but I definitely like file it away or screenshot it and things like that. I do have some letters, Mark, but I don't have them ready because I figured this episode was going to be too long anyways, and we just wait till next time. So
we can just hold them over.
We're going to wait till next time. So I have been compiling things. So go ahead. What were you saying?
How many people were part of the contest? Was it 18?
19. Yeah, we got 19 that were sort of involved in that. And so what we're talking. I'm going to
generate the number randomly on the internet.
Yeah, Mark's on the other end. We're on a Zoom call. He has no idea what the names are, the order of the names, any of that sort of stuff. But what this was for people that are new to the podcast is we had a lot of donations and things like that. And if you want to, if you love what we're doing, you've recently discovered us and you want to become a contributing member to this whole thing, you can sign up to become a Patreon at patreon.com/Requiem Podcast. Or you can go to requiemmetal.com and click on the link there. You can also order t-shirts there, bags, other kind of things. and currently that's where you find our old episode. The first 150 or so episodes are housed on that website, as well as a place to link to be in a Patreon. We do plan, by the way, to do a Patreon exclusive episode in the new year, kind of a best of episode, but we were trying to kind of get all this Venom stuff done first, and Mark get his house stuff and me get to Christmas break. And, it's just been a crazy little end of year here for us. So we're going to be a little bit late to that, in the beginning of 2023, but that's fine. They'll give us some time to compile all that stuff. So yeah, if you want to become a patron and support all this, we appreciate it, because this stuff is not easy. It's not cheap. It's not free for us to put all this together, even though we give it to you for free. Mm-hmm. So that's my sales pitch, Mark. How'd I do? Pretty okay?
I give you a 10 out of 10.
Okay, 10 out of 10. All right, I love it. So what this is going to entail is I won't let the person know until we drop this episode. That way maybe they can kind of discover kind of the surprise themselves. I don't want to ruin the surprise. Mm-hmm. And once the episode's been out for a few days or so, in the ether, I'll try and reach out. Hopefully I have contact information for all these people. I think on the Patreon page I do. I just hope they answer me. And we'll kind of start the work into that. I'm not sure when the episode will kind of be lined up. We obviously want to finish, the Venom stuff. And then we also have an episode we had to kind of postpone and switch around a little bit. That's on my end is already done, and I've got all my notes done, and the guy that we're going to work with is all ready. I know you want to kind of get caught up with a little bit of the listening for that. Mm-hmm. So that's probably in the docket. And then it would probably be patron time, I suppose. So so this is exciting. First time we've ever done this. So you get to pick the topic, the subject, the band, the whatever, the album, whatever you're kind of going for here. As long as it's like within reason, and if you're like, do the whole history of like the new wave of British heavy metal, like that's, so keep it
for like a band or an album.
Yeah. If it's a little niche like movement where a couple bands are part of, that's fine. It's attainable and interesting to us. We like that kind of stuff, but just make it so it's like not like the entirety of, something insane, but it'll be fun. So, all right, Mark, what you got?
I have my random number generator.
Yep.
We have the minimum and the maximum logged in.
Okay.
And the winner is number 17.
Number 17. Holy cow. That would be Jessica Shrum. That's crazy. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So yeah, one of our female patrons. That's pretty cool. And somebody that's somewhat local, I guess.
Maybe some Funeral Doom asked.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So coming in at number 17, very close. James Robinson was 16, and who was right around them? Oh, my overseas Taiwanese teaching friend Luke Walker was on the other side, so they just missed out on that. So, but yeah,
there's always next year.
Yeah. I mean, well, we'll do another draw maybe from this like down the road, depending on kind of how it works out. But it's kind of a shout out to all the peeps. Jordan Bondo, Junior Nils, Bartek Rzuski, Richard Martin, Cody L, Sam Frankel, Justin Norton from Decibel, Kyle Doman, Terry Corbin, Seth Mazowski, Patrick Bjorklund, Nick Harburg, Nick Green from Decibel, Linus Hoagland, Luke Walker, James Robinson, Jessica Shrum, Jeff Keane, and Carlos Rodrigo Lopez Machuca. Those were the 19 that we sort of had in there. So, wow, that's crazy. So I'll keep that a secret because I know she's an avid listener, and I'll let her kind of get the surprise herself before we, and I know how to reach out to her. So that's pretty easy. So there you go, fans. You heard it first. That's how we do things here at Requiem Metal Podcast. We aim to please you on Christmas holidays. The gift that keeps giving, right?
That's right. The thing you wish Christmas with your family would get over with so you could finish listening to.
Exactly. I mean, who doesn't want Witching Hour and A League with Satan for the holidays?
Exactly.
So
it's one letter away from Satan.
Exactly. But awesome, Mark. So we'll be seeing each other very soon in the next probably week or so in person, which I'm pretty excited about.
Yeah, it'd be great.
I know you've got ample amounts of editing to get to. And we'll kind of hit it. So We've got Nightmare, the Radio 1 session from 1982 on the way, as well as the last appearance of Mantas for this part. And this is, of course, part 1 of 3. So if you enjoyed this journey into Venom, more to come. So for Requiem Metal Podcast, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark.
Shock value, yes. Satanic bollocks. It was sword and sorcery. Fucking, are you a Satanist? Is Kronos a Satanist? Abaddon? Fuck off. What a load of shite. I did the thing, evolution of metal or whatever it was. And I said it was shock value. Sabbath had done it, Black Widow had done it, but they hadn't stuffed it in your face like we did. Mm. So we did. We stuffed it and we went, there you go, there's a fucking pentagram. What do you think of that? There's your crucifix, it's upside down. Fuck off. What do you think of that? And, if people dig it, great. If they run away screaming, even better. Because they're going to run away screaming and 10 people are going to look at them going, well, what the fuck's going on? It's that band over there. Yeah, and we got a shitload of attention for it, yeah? We got hatred for it. We got fucking love for it. You know what it is? But there was no grey areas. I never, in those early days of Venom, I never once heard anybody say Venom. Yeah, they're okay. What you got was fucking Venom, yes. Or what a parcel of fucking shit they are. It was extremes. New wave of British heavy metal. We didn't feel a part of it. Not at all. We were just in there because we were around at the same time. And that's how the term black metal came around. Because, the tale's been told a lot. Mm. We were doing an interview. There was a copy of Kerrang magazine on a coffee table or a table or whatever it was. Bon Jovi was on the front cover. And we looked at that and said, if this is what you consider to be heavy rock or heavy metal, then we've got nothing in common with that. Where do we fit in with fucking Bon Jovi and Foreigner, Journey and Oreo Speedwagon? Every band with long hair and a guitar was a heavy metal band. We've got nothing to do with that. So, sorry, but press being press and journalists being journalists, what are you? Black metal. And that was it. It was as simple as that. And that song was written by me when I was sitting on the toilet taking a dump. So there you go. Yeah. Well, the 7-inch single. To this day, I am convinced that Dave Woods from Neat Records, he printed up probably 1,000, expecting it to absolutely tank and fall off the face of the planet so that he could turn around to us and go, right, there you are, you shit. Now fuck off and stop bugging me, because we were on him all the time to get something released. And again, credit where credit's due. Conrad sent a fucking tape, a cassette tape, Jeff Barton. And it was Jeff Barton at Sounds magazine who put it in his playlist and championed the band. And it was then Conrad going, see. So his enthusiasm got that release. I will admit that. He didn't invent oxygen or shoes or fucking, he wasn't the first man on the moon. Although he took enough drugs to be. He hasn't been to fucking Mars or anywhere. It's like, right. But he did that. He definitely did that, And that got us noticed because, like I say, I'm convinced Dave Woods went, there you go. And I mean, Dave Woods took that photograph on the back of us on the fucking beach, It was cheap as we say in England, cheap as chips. There was no expense spent. Let's put it that way. It was fucking, it was like, right, what you got for a logo? Well, we've got this. That'll do. Boom, stamp. All right, where's your photograph? Oh, that one. Yeah, bump, stamp. There you go. That's it. And it went out. And as I say, I'm convinced he was just waiting for the reaction to be, fucking hell, you heard this? What a load of shit. Fuck off. The reaction was the complete opposite. People going, who the fuck are these guys? Radio lit up, metal radio lit up, fucking the world lit up. We didn't even know what was happening. And he certainly didn't, And I swear, he had no clue what those songs were about. It was like, as soon as you knew there was a cash cow there, that's when it was like, oh, have you got enough songs for an album, boys? And like, what young band is going to turn around and say no? You know, so I mean, if then again, look at the cover of Welcome to Hell. It's exactly the same as the fucking single cover. Again, no expense spent, not a bit. You know, 3 days recording. It wasn't even 3 days recording. It was whatever it took to record it and mix it and master it in 3 days. And that was it. And it was thrown out again. Myself and Conrad, we went to the local record stores in Newcastle with album covers. And we went in with the album covers and spoke to the people in the record stores, and we made our own displays. We fucking stapled fucking album covers up on the walls and everything. Yeah. We did that together, you know? So it was, you know, those early days, even black metal, like, it was fucking DIY. Yeah. There was never a contract with Neat Records. We never had a recording contract with Neat Records. Now, considering the impact and the influence that Welcome to Hell and black metal have both had, and both of those albums have been inducted into various halls of fame for various reasons, right? Considering the impact, I wonder how many copies of those two albums have been sold over the course of 40 years, 42 years. I have no idea, because I have never, ever, never received a royalty statement from Neat Records. Not one. Not a single, not one. I don't know. Maybe I should have a silver disc, a platinum disc, a gold disc. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. No statements, nothing. Not a thing. You know, and when I say about this whole DIY thing, it was even the Hammersmith Odeon show. You know, I've told the tale of being in a friend's garden, painting those big ramps that are either side of the drum riser. The truck pulled up and we loaded them in. The paint was still wet on those fucking ramps, and he drove down to London from Newcastle. Everything was like that. And then years later, when we did the Primeval album with Tony, when Tony Dolan came into the band, and that's another fucking tale in itself. But anyway, the Primeval album, and we were sitting down with Martin Hooker from Music for Nations, and I remember Martin Hooker turning around to me and saying, you know, all those years ago when I released the Metallica stuff? I was like, yeah. He says, that was second choice. I wanted Venom. He says, but you guys wouldn't move from Neat Records. I say, what? I had no clue about that. No clue at all. I'd never even heard that. So whether or not he had contacted Neat Records and he wanted to buy us or whatever, I don't know. But I think things would have been radically different if that had happened. Yeah. So, but, you know, it's hindsight, as they say, is a wonderful thing. Absolutely. I mean, we would go out and say, I can remember that first big tour, you know, with Metallica as support, and walking into these venues in Europe and just looking at the expanse of these places and thinking, holy shit. I remember walking into a Espace Ballade in Paris. Enormous. I literally walked in and looked around and thought, okay, then, so where are we playing? Is there a club or what? It was like, and then the trucks pulled up, everything was loaded in, and that night that place was sold out, full of Venom fans. Like, holy shit. Nobody knew what was happening. I mean, you know, the appearance at Oddshock that we did when our equipment was stuck on the Canadian border or something. They had to drive our car into the venue because the fans were so rabid. It was crazy. There's a whole nother tale about that day in particular. It was mental. But like I say, we had no idea what was going on. Just, you know, and back then, it was like every time you walked on stage, it was a sea of Venom shirts. I never seen any of that money. Fuck's that gone? You know? But no, obviously those were the two things that opened up the planet for us. So that single and then the first album. And then obviously, you know, Conrad came into his own on the songwriting thing for the first time, where he presented Bloodlust. There's a couple of little bits that I had put in, but essentially it's his song. Great single, yeah. I mean, and then he's starting to come into his own there. And I've always said, you know, it's like, yes, you were and you are a dick. I'm sorry, but that's the fucking top and bottom of it, right? But me and him used to be best of friends. Fame killed that. Killed it stone dead. But I will always say some of the best lyrics I've heard he wrote. You know, across infernal wastelands, many miles of sunburnt hell. You know, tribes of scattered limbs and dust are laying as they fell. You know, fucking great lyrics. You know, fucking evocative. You know, you can just see that. You know, when he brought those lyrics in. You know, and I remember taking the music for Nightmare in. I had all the music for the track Nightmare, and he come in. You know, by the shores of the Asian Sea, full scream out destiny. You know, his lyrics started to really fucking, you know. I mean, some of them were a bit, you know. I mean, some of mine were, you know. I remember the first lyrics I did for Raise the Dead, you know. Sorry, I've got a cat. Shut up, Ruth. Yeah, the lyrics to Raise the Dead. I mean, I remember the first one lyrics I wrote, and they are actually on the Church Hall demo with Clive singing them, you know. And credit where credit's due again, you know. Conrad said to me when we did that track, when we eventually did it for black metal, and like I say, Buried Alive was already written, he said, can I change the lyrics? I was like, yeah, do what you want, mate. You know, so at one point, we did have a good sort of relationship, you know, bouncing ideas off each other. I would never say we actually, apart from maybe on lyrical ideas, I would never say that we actually sat down and wrote together. You know, in the later stages, we would take ideas in and work on them together. Or, like I say, I've always been a bit of a lone wolf. I would take in a finished song or finished music, you know. Like when we got together for the reunion, 95, 96, we were rehearsing. And he came in, and I was just, I was already plugged in and whatnot. And I was playing this riff. I was going, and he was like, "Oh, keep going," you know. So he went into his bag, and he always had a folder full of lyrics and scribblings and all kinds of stuff. And he got these lyrics out, and he was like, "Keep going, mate, keep going." And I just kept that riff going, you know. And then he started going, "I am the evil one, the tempter sinner man, you know, Archfiend Diabolus, hail Leviathan," you know. And that's how the evil one was born, you know. And we played that for the first time before it was even recorded properly at the Dynamo Festival, you know. And then it appears on Cast in Stone. In that respect, we had a good sort of working relationship like that. But, you know, he just became Kronos 24 hours a day. Wow, yeah, you know, come on, man. You know, you do know your name's Conrad, don't you? Yeah. You're not really Kronos. Fucking hell, man. You know, take the fucking mask off every now and again, where you just cannot. You know, so anyway, that's a different story.